Morty.
Yeah. Ayun, ang title po pala nakakantahin namin ay Anataga. Lalabas na siya sa sa November, ngayong November.
Abangan nyo, abangan nyo.
Una natin patagalin to.
Game.
DJ, play mo na yan.
Let's go.
Yeah! Okay ba tayo lahat dyan?
Let's go!
Let's go. Dito, okay ba tayo lahat dyan?
Malakas na ito. One, two, three.
Anataga Manila, maangas pa sa akin pumorma. Sa iba'y mas tutang ang iyong ganda, kaya nakakahalinaw. Anataga Manila, mga matay nang ihila. Sino ba naman ako para mag-inarte? Kung halos lahat sila hindi makatanggi.
She's fine, no lie. Makikita mo sa kanya kakaibang vibe. Dating ang marikit, malagos ang taglay. I don't wanna miss a shot dahil sa'yo walang sablay. Kasi your uniqueness, sobrang intense. Kahit di mo na gamitin ang yung six sense. Pagkasama ka, hindi na mabibitin. Mapapasabi na lang ng damn, she's a treatment. Tanging tanong, handa ka bang sumama? Kasi ganda mo ay hindi nakakasawa. I don't wanna waste your time. Baby, I just wanna make you
Anataga Manila, maangas pa sa akin pumorma. Sa iba'y mas tutang ang iyong ganda, kaya nakakahalinaw. Anataga Manila, mga matay nang ihilay. Sino ba naman ako para mag-inarte? Kung halos lahat sila hindi makatanggi.
Angas natural, hindi lang physical. May kagandahan, di na baloob. Sumatuta sa kula, walang labis, walang kulang o puta. Sa bayan, panalinis kaya uutalutan. Ang lalaki pagkalaman nila siya ay Rizalenya. May delikadesa kahit ilang milenya. Baka siya lumipas nilang na matigas, kundi ewan na magilas. May sarili na dilensya. Doon pa na panalo na handa akong pumusta. Swerte mo naman sakali na makatagos ka. Alam mo na dating pa lang hindi pilit pumas sa likas na. Di pinilit
Mga Rizalenya, maangas pa sa akin pumorma. Sa iba'y mas lutang ang iyong ganda, kaya nakakahalinaw. Mga Rizalenya, mga matay nang hihilay. Sa iba'y man ako para mag-inarte, kung halos lahat sila hindi makatanggi.
Sa paglumapang girl, parang anghel pero may aura na pang bad girl. And I find so hard to believe you attend with a 90 degree. Cause you're perfect, I had something na naanggal. You got my whole attention, no one can divide it. Got me worshiping you just like a divine. Yeah. Can you be mine, baby? I don't get tired. Praising your beauty even for a million times. I guess you girl's fine, pero iba ka pag tapawin niya. She got smile, pero di yung tipong vibe kila. She got sass, kaya pari ako nahila. Tigasano, alam mo na yan, di ba?
Rizalenya, maangas pa sa akin pumorma. Sa iba'y mas lutang ang iyong ganda, kaya nakakahalinaw. Mga Rizalenya, mga matay nang hihilay. Sino ba naman ako para mag-inarte?
Kung halos lahat sila hindi makatanggi.
At kawan girl, mamay, pati sila lahat di magkasabay. Ang sa akin mo si Juana, girl, she's so fine.
Nahira jud sa uban,
You know, di ba siya manamit, iba ang kanyang dati. Kala mo galit, ganun pala siya maglambing. Kay sana ay makuha, magpapala ng tadhana. At magiging asawa ko ang natatakin dala. I can't deny you amaze me, and I can't forget where you've gone. You changed my life, yeah, you gave my life, yeah, you shine brighter than the sun.
mga yang sa buwana, mga
Masa
masa
sa pumorma, sa iba'y mas tatang iyong ganda. Mga yan sa buwana, mga matay nang ihilay. Sino ba naman ako para mag-inarte? Kung halos lahat sila hindi makatanggi. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, ayo, Philippines.
Palakpakan naman natin ang ating mga sarili.
So ayan, bago pa pala kami dadako sa
Wait
aming
lang,
huling
kuya. Bago natin kantahin yung last song natin.
Ano yun?
Kanina ko po kasi napapansin eh.
Ayun nga din may napapansin din ako Sasabihin ko
Di ba?
sana
Alam mo yan.
Sige, ikaw na lang magsabi.
Ang dami palang ML fans na magaganda.
Ayun. Mismo.
Ayun yan, kita mo naman.
Ayun, oh,
dito.
ayun, oh.
Kahit sa sulok yan, daming magaganda eh.
Kaya nga
Alam mo
eh.
yan, kung magkakajowa ko ngayon, hindi ko ilo-low-key.
Yun, no?
Hindi ko ilo-low-key.
Talaga ba? Ano
Bukod
pa, ano
dyan,
pa?
papakilala ko pa sa mama ko.
Uy, papakilala sa mama, swerte. Ano pa, ano pa,
Bukod
ano pa?
dyan, haharanahin ko pa araw-araw.
Yeah. Sige nga, sample
naman yan,
sample. Sample lang natin.
Sample
Gusto niyo ba ng sample?
Gusto niyo ba ng sample?
Sigaw niyo nga, sample!
Sample!
Habang buhay na ako sa'yo, kaya ipakilala mo na ako sa mama mo. Kasi ang tulad ko ay di pa low-key, handa naman pag inalok na siya ni daddy. You know I wanna flex you in my FIG. Ganda mo pambira like Katy Perry, kaya di mo deserve ang low-key ka lang.
DJ play mo na yan! Let's go! Check! Check!
Ang
Sa mga
ingay,
nakakalam dyan,
mukha sa amin
sabay-sabay na lang tayo.
Sabay-sabay tayo ah!
para sa mga nilalaki.
Let's go! Let's go!
Na 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 na.
Let's go!
And 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Habang buhay na ako sa'yo, kaya ipakilala mo na ako sa mama mo. Kasi ang tulad ko ay di pa low-key, handa naman pag inalok na siya ni daddy. You know I wanna flex you in my FIG. Ganda mo pambira like Katy Perry, kaya di mo deserve ang ilang lang. Sa ganda mo yan,
I just wanna let you know na baby girl, di ka lang
di
paloki.
ka lang paloki.
Okay, baby, that's for sure. Like what I said, you're my one and only. You make me go pop, pop, pop. Take this one shot. Kasi nga, sigurado na ako sa'yo. At di mo na kailangan pa na nga magpanggap. Kasi nga, hindi ka itatakot.
Cause we belong together.
Oh, baby, tell me something. Lagi-lagi kang dadalhin dun sa amin.
Let's go.
Ilalayo ka sa mga alanganin. Ipapadama sa'yo pag-iisipin. Kaya
Habang buhay na ako sa'yo, kaya ipakilala mo na ako sa mama mo. Kasi ang tulad ko ay di pa low-key, handa naman pag inalok na siya ni daddy. You know I wanna flex you in my FIG. Ganda mo pambira like Katy Perry, kaya di mo deserve ang ilang higalan. Sa ganda mong yan.
Di na kailangan itago, iwanan ka pa ay malabo. Sumbahan at mga pangako, ayoko pa kayo maglaho. Malapit man yan o malayo,
Layo.
pagod man tayo mahayo.
Hayo.
Patuloy pa rin, natuto pa rin, di hayaan mapako. Sa isa't isa,
Hayaan na natin sila.
di na yung mahalaga, ano man isipin nila.
Mas pipiliin kita.
Huwag ka na dyan mataka, marahil ikaw ay iba.
Kaya napusuan kita kahit isa-isahin na makanya sa kanila. Puro saya, harapin, kasama kita sa ligaya.
Tatahalin, tatanawin, nagawa ng alaala. Walang hindi makakaya, basta ikaw lang nakasama. Pamahal sa mga pinuna para sa ako. Gusto naman
Habang buhay ako sa'yo, kaya ipakilala mo na ako sa mama mo. Kasi ang tulad ko ay di pa low-key, handa na mo pag inalok na siya ni daddy. You know I wanna flex you in a FIG. Ganda mo pamira like Katy Perry, kaya di mo deserve ang ilang higalan.
So pwede ba hayaan mo ako na sa'yo ay maipadama? Na sa akin di ko lamang ang pinakamaganda. Mahalaga ka pa sa kaya mo na.
Sa buong mundo,
Gusto kong isigaw sa kalawakan.
nasa buong tundo,
Lahat ng sugod ko'y gumaling na. Di akalain na dumating ka. Naging patingkada kulay ng bawat araw. Buhat nung ikaw na ang tagapinta. Tatanggapin ka na wala man lang pagkalilangan. Sapagkat pagdududay dinabong ko na hindi na yun kailangan. Kaya wala na dahilan para panatilihing lihim. Ang lahat tungkol sa atin dahil na ikaw ang binibining. Karapat dapat na ipagyabang. Sa iyong puso ikaw lamang magpakailanman.
naiintindihan naman kita. Kung natatakot ka sa sasabihin ng iba, pero hindi yun mahalaga. Sino ba sila? Wala naman silang paki sa ating dalawa. Nandito lang ako kaya di mo kailangan mangamba. Ipaparamdam ko sa'yo na hindi ka nag-iisa. Yeah. Ipakilala mo na ako
sa'yo. Kaya yung makikita sa mama mo.
Ipakilala mo.
Kasi ang tulad ko ay di ba low-key. Handa naman pag kinalok na siya ni daddy. Yes go, I wanna flex you in my FBIG. Ganda mo pambihira like Katy Perry. Kaya di mo deserve ang ilang wikala.
Sa ganda mo yan. No, no, yeah. No, yeah.
Sabay-sabay tayo, pasa low-key.
Pasa low-key. Pasa low-key. Pasa low-key. Pasa low-key.
Yeah, palakpakan naman natin ang ating mga sarili.
Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po,
MPL.
Kami nga po
Sa akin kami nga expected.
Once again, let's give it up for Unexpected!
Thank you.
Wow, ang galing, napasayaw ang MPL crowd. Welcome to MPL Philippines.
Thank you.
Ayan, introduce naman. Pakilala muna tayo.
Ako nga po pala si Okix.
Ako po pala si King Pills.
Ako po si Rishmel.
Ako naman po si Diggs Morty.
And kayo ay
Unexpected!
Ganon, sabay na sabay. Ano naman ang feeling nyo na nakapag-perform kayo dito sa MPL?
Masaya po kasi sobrang hype ng crowd. Isa pa, andito yung mga idol namin, yung
Mismo.
mga ML player.
Tsaka first time natin
Oh, first time namin
Makapaperform
dito.
sa
First time
ganitong
namin
ano.
dito. Isang malaking opportunity para sa amin to. Tapos
Mismo.
marinig kami ng mga idol namin na ML player.
Tsaka yung crowd
Okay din.
sobrang solid nung pag-welcome nila sa amin.
Mismo.
Maraming salamat.
Tsaka ang daming magaganda ng mga fans.
Hindi ka magaganda. Meron isa sa inyo dito na sumusuporta, ang GF. Pakilala mo naman dito.
Ayun, shoutout sa girlfriend ko, Chelsea.
Yo, Chelsea! Kinikilig si Chelsea, oh!
Paldo,
Sweet, ang sweet.
Sana all. So, nabanggit mo nga na fan kayo ng MPL. So, sino ang sinusuportahan niyo na team?
Sa akin, Onyx. Onyx talaga.
Grabe, raise your flag! Onyx. Sino ang bet mo sa Onyx?
Si Kelro, siyempre.
Ay! Kung may message ka sa kanya, nanonood siya, anong gusto mo sabihin?
Good luck, tsaka 1v1 tayo minsan.
Hinamon ang esports player! Okay, pero may
Joke
iba naman
lang.
tayo sa kanta ng Ea na Taga. So can you tell us more about it?
Yung na taga.
Siguro para sa mga babae na maaangas pumorma.
Oo, tsaka mga babae, para sa mga babae magaganda yun. Ang tanong, tagasan ba yung babae na yun?
Yun.
Yes.
Kaya yun yung title ng kata, na taga.
Yes,
Tagasan nga ba?
Bakit
Tagasan
meron
nga
ba
ba?
kayo napupusuan?
Depende sa chismis.
Bakit may chismis? Ano yun?
Sa kanya kasi yung verse niya, kasi paliwanag mo yung verse.
Taga Manila.
Taga Manila. Si Chelsea nga.
Yeah.
Ikaw naman.
Ako naman mga Rizalenya, mga taga Rizal. Ganun. Mga
Oy!
babae taga Rizal.
May taga Rizal dyan.
Meron ba taga Rizal dyan? Shoutout sa inyo.
Ayun, siya. Si Mama. Ikaw naman.
Sa akin naman po Cebu.
Cebu.
Mga ean taga Cebu.
Yo.
Mga gwapa.
Nakasibo daw dun, no?
Ayun taga Cebu, ang layo.
Di ba ang
Hello
gaganda
po.
nila? Ayun
Gwapa naman talaga mga Cebuana.
Yes.
Ikaw naman.
Sa akin naman, Davauenya. Mga taga Davao.
Oy, mga taga
May taga Davao ba dito?
Mga taga Davao. My dad's from
Wala.
Davao. Kaway-kaway.
Nilindol kasi sila eh. Kaya di nakapunta.
Yes. So, stay safe sa mga nasa Visayas at Mindanao. At syempre dito rin sa Luzon. At plug naman, bago tayo matapos.
Sige, plug mo na.
So ayun, pwede nyo rin po kami i-follow sa mga social media like sa TikTok, sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Ayun, search nyo lang po Unexpected Music or Unexpected Official. Ayun, makikita nyo na po yun doon.
Tsaka papalabas na yung MV namin na na taga ngayong November under Sony Music Philippines.
Yes, sir.
Kaya dapat abangan nyo yan.
Maraming salamat.
Alright, thank you so much. At dahil napasaya nyo ang crowd ng MPL. And before we hand it to our panel, let's watch a recap of yesterday.
Super fans, ito na. Magsimula ng tunay na bakbakan. Samahan niyo kami sa aksyon at maging saksi sa lakas ng Pinas.
Ipagtatapat na natin ngayong season to, palapitan na lang mga repa.
Alam niya na TLCH, very smart targeting. Sa pagkakatanggal kay Flap TZ, eliminated agad yung frontliner, yung setter na meron na Team Falcons.
Ito yung combo mula sa tech charge. At tuloy-tuloy na pagiging agresibo mula sa Falcons. Pero na-punish siya ang dalawa. Ito yung combo mula sa tech charge. At tuloy-tuloy na pagiging agresibo mula sa Falcons. Pero na-punish siya ang dalawa. Kuha na ang pagong. Ngayon naman kay OG itong si JP. Pero naman na yung si JP buhay pa rin. Ako tinatingnan siya si Flap. Diyos may matalikod. Nakuha na kagad ng dalawa. Isin itong kaninang rover na si Open. Pero si Carty nakuha na yung pagong. Pero si Kyle mamamatay din at tumagal na naburuan. Magiging apat pa. Inaatak sumigaw ang cavalry para sa kanilang ikalawang puntos dito at sila ay match point na.
Gagalingan namin para makapasok kami sa top 4.
Nagawa pero hindi pareho nakuha ang pagbuong.
Okay na nakuha na ni Carty. Si Atlas siya dito. Pero sabi ni Sanford, dapat pa ba natin? Huwag na nga lang. Kaya may ipit ata si JP. Wala siya patakas dito. Kiniskis na lang niya yung mukha dun sa pader niya. Huwag na nga lang. Kaya may ipit ata si JP. Wala siya patakas dito. Kinisaglit ay nakabawi din naman ng Ken. Medyo pinababa na po. Kailangan sa likod! Pero sabay pantalikuran si
Making it a triple kill! At ngayon sa game number 3, kakayanin na bang i-extend ng Team Falcons ang kanilang kalamangan at pag-stay!
Falcons. Si makakapatay siya dito. At ang patitirang Titan nahahantag. Patungo sa susunod na kabanata. Walang iba kundi ang Team Liquid.
Philippines!
Salamat sa mga sumuporta sa rin sa amin kahit na di maganda yung regular season namin. Masaya pa rin kami na nakaabot kami ng playoffs.
Supportahan nyo lang kami, bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban. Sana makatagos sa mga rookie of the season. Ito na eh, nandito na eh, lalaruan na lang pre.
Steve, dami tawag dito ni MP. At si Side, ang balik for the third time. Ang magwawagi habang si Benny nakakuha na ng killing. Ayan na nga, magsisimulan natin nila dito kay Chuck. Ngayon tayo malibang sa may madalikod. Yung pagong ay buhay pa rin. Si Kaloy ay namatay. Kasabay pa nga ni MP na King. Mapapamatay si Side. Si Benny ay buhay pa rin. Pero sasabot siya sa kamay ni MP.
The Battle of the Mind Games! At ngayon, ramdam din natin ang pag-iingay, ang mga pana ng mga minds!
Throne of Ruin. Kaya lang si Kaloy ay may ipit. Kailangan na matras pero si Benny! QT ay nakapatay! Dalawa pa ang nailista. Hindi pa pala tapos sa pananalasa ng bagyo dito kasi si Dosh siya magiging next. Triple din para sa bagyo. Tuloy na nila ito at sila ay match point na. Tuloy din Conic Charge.
The layer!
Kulang ata sa reinforcement dito ang TNC. Wala yung kanyang mga damage dealer. Mapapatay ito si Sean.
Epic!
Courtesy of 3-Mar. Si Notion naman yung nakadalawa na. Kailangan magtakuha dito ng TNC Provinces.
Hindi papayag ang Twisted Minds!
Talaga matapang kalahati yung buhay dito.
Zaida pa.
Pasok pa si Zaida sa likuran. Napatay na rin ni Sean. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang pagiging agresibo dito ng TNC. Aabutan siya and nandun yung setup. May follow-up din ba na mangyayari dito sa TNC? Hindi na ibibigyan na nila muna din si Jack.
3-Mar papasok na!
Walang tinamaan pero nandun yung Beres Rage. Kaya lang dire-diretso na ata sa
TNC Pro Team will get the final point!
Sisiguraduhin namin na babalik kaming mas malakas next season.
Which teams will find the upper bracket finals and face the lower bracket?
It has already been a lot of moments that wrapped up day number 1 and the quest to find the next champion of MPL Philippines is still upon us here at the MPL Arena. For your MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs, my name is Hans Galeria and of course I am joined by Brigida. It's been a while since we've been together, joined here at the panel. I'm very happy that we will be witnessing greatness once again because of the matchups that are about to happen.
Yep, and imagine we're back now that we're down to the top 4 teams of the season. So we've narrowed it down yesterday and we've had very competitive matches for our play-ins. It's sad that we only get to see some of them go up against each other in as early as the first day, but I guess that's really the nature of competition.
I mean, if we're talking about competition, you're gonna have to level up at some point, right? And for leveling up, you need to level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries. Because last month, 200 lucky winners received 1,250,000 diamonds.
Yep, this month we've raised the amount for you guys, so you can potentially win up to 50,000 diamonds.
That's a lot.
All you have to do is download and of course sign up for Vibe now and begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
Brie, what can you buy with 50,000 diamonds?
50,000 diamonds guarantees you both aspirant skin, maybe?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask more about you on that because you also have more data, more GG as you experience the winning power of Smart's Only 5G and enjoy it with a Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
Okay, now we list it down. You get the aspirants, you get something else, you got a lot of things, you get supervision.
Oh,
Because this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. So, yeah. Now we got that in the clear. It's pretty insane that we are here. It's your first time being here, and
it is.
It's pretty solid. It's pretty good that we're seeing a lot of people supporting all of their teams. It's quite a sight to see. But we were at a 16 basis yesterday. Now we are down to the last 4, and it is quite a scenario for both Twisted Minds and Team Falcons to fall out quite quickly as we take a look at the playoff brackets.
Yep, it's a bit different heading into day number 2 of the playoff because there will be no elimination matches whatsoever. We've only seen that happen in day number 1, which was yesterday, so we had to say goodbye to Falcons and Twisted Minds. But for today, whoever loses in their upcoming matches will still have a chance at making it all the way to the grand finals, only that they'll have to do that through their lower bracket runs respectively. So at the very least, you get a second chance this time around, Hans, because yesterday Falcons, Twisted Minds, TNC, Mpl Ph, they were fighting with no second chances.
Dude, you got no breathers in that very first day. Compared to now, there's a little bit more wiggle room, right? If they want to experiment, I think now is the time for them to do that. It could pose, some good or bad problems to them depending on how the situation is going to go. But as Brigadez mentioned a while ago, both Onyx, Mpl Ph, same goes for Aurora and TNC, will be going to the lower bracket or continue their way into the upper bracket depending on how it's gonna go.
Yep, and especially for Onyx and Aurora, who both had one whole day to rest, I wonder how they're taking all the unexpected surprises which we saw yesterday, because there definitely were a couple surprises, especially in the draft.
And we also saw unexpected just a while ago.
That's true.
So there's a lot more unexpected things that we probably have to see, and this is something that you probably didn't expect because you thought it's just me and Brigida. Nope. We also got Coach Snap here with us, courtesy of Smart Omega. Coach, we're so happy that you were able to give us time to make sure that we got things all under control because the drafts, things were going crazy yesterday, and it's pretty unusual. So I want to know, like, from the thought process that the coaches had, was there any sort of differences that you saw from the drafts of the first 4 teams that have competed yesterday?
Honestly, comparing it to the regular season, it brings back old memories from before. Double Fighters is back, funneling the jungler. I miss all that.
Yeah, especially I think for teams who I expected to really double down on the double fighters, especially Benny Cutie. He just suddenly reverted back to using marksman yesterday too. So was this something you also expected, that teams would just be a lot more flexible now that they're in the playoffs?
Yeah, they have to adjust, especially during the regular seasons. Benny has been spamming fighter heroes.
Yeah.
They're probably just targeting ban on him, so he has to go back to his original MMs.
I mean, you were just talking about TNC Pro Team. They are still in the running. Benny Cutie leading the charge in terms of having multiple MPL championships for the 3rd time straight. Meanwhile, you're looking at 5-time homefuls, 4-time homefuls, minus few, but for 2-time hopefuls, there's still a lot of players. So at least 33.3% out of the playoff population have already been, eliminated here. And Aurora and Onyx Philippines still haven't played yet. Coach Snap, you've been part of the tournament, you've been part of the league. How big of a factor is it that you are at the upper bracket, and what is the reason why these teams that we have here are so keen in trying to climb that spot?
Honestly, besides having a second life, you get to watch. You have an extra day to fully prepare for the enemies, and you get to see their drafts, all of their rotations and everything.
It's quite, you know, handful to not only play in the first day, but you're also quite unsure on what the other team is going to be picking. Because again, usually we have 2 weeks, right? But now it's compressed into just a single week. And at this point, the idea is for Team Liquid Philippines and Onyx Philippines to repeat this golden rivalry. I mean, we've seen it time and time again.
Time and time again, especially when we talk about this version of Team Liquid Philippines with OHEB as part of their lineup. It seems like their rivalry has really started to grow into something very significant when OHEB decided to join and be part of Team Liquid Philippines. I know this just happened last season, Coach Snap, but how do you feel has OHEB developed as part of Team Liquid in the past 2 seasons that he's been there?
Honestly, not to compare other players, but OHEB brings a huge amount of motivation to the Team Liquid, honestly. Especially watching his interviews, the back end, he contributes a lot.
Yeah, there's some aura, there's some swag to it, and
That's
confidence.
True.
All right, I think confidence is the perfect word for it. But I think way back when you were part of Smart Omega, Kelra was still there, or did you not reach him already?
He left when I did.
You know, I could have imagined. I want to at least imagine a world where Coach Snap and Kelra was in a single team together. What would have happened back then?
Honestly, big arguments. We probably go to the gym together here. Probably.
Hell yeah. Hey,
I like
makes
how
a lot
that's
of sense because you know Kelra's the type of player that could at least have a lot of thoughts.
Yeah.
That's what Coach Snap is gonna have, and you're currently looking at Onyx Philippines. Coach Snap, talk to me about the Sonics right over here on our screens.
Honestly,
this is a team that's quite insane in the upper brackets.
They look really chill right now, but they're ready to kill indeed.
Yeah, I think we can say the same for
it's
Team
the
Liquid Philippines.
safer.
And unfortunately, we had to cut Coach RC, but I think he's another guy you have to pay attention to. Hopefully, we get to see him again on screen. But these are the results of their matches so far.
Right.
When OHEB already decided to join Team Liquid Philippines. So for the first few matches, I'd say it was pretty even. Like Team Liquid Philippines were able to get some wins away from Onyx, especially in their first match together. But this doesn't translate all the way.
Yeah, this is a 1-1 situation in terms of the Mpl Ph Season 15 regular season, but things suddenly changed when the playoffs happened in the last season. But now, you're looking at a continuous run by Onyx Philippines.
Yep.
And it's quite difficult, for Team Liquid Philippines because it seems to be their kryptonite, Coach Snap.
Yeah.
What makes Onyx so strong against Team Liquid Philippines in their recent matches?
Honestly, the identity of Onyx, they control the early game, especially laning phases. But it goes through well. It sets the momentum for the team. It's hard to break it down.
I see. And I think when we talk about Team Liquid Philippines, the early game is one of the most important things to talk about. Especially when you see teams actually get to snatch away the first turtle from Team Liquid. Things really change for them and how they're able to accomplish the Liquid Stampede.
And that's what happened yesterday when they went up against Team Falcons. I knew you were watching a lot of those games because obviously you're a coach. You want to take note of all of the action here, but basing it on the graph, there were some moments where it went past 18 minutes, but it seems like 18 minutes is the hard stop of Team Liquid Philippines whenever they play.
Yeah. In my opinion, especially controlling objectives fight, Liquid stands out more. All through because of Sanford's hero like Yuzong, Lapu, Alice.
Yeah. especially if they go heavy on the fighter lineups, which somehow is becoming the trend. And I believe it's not just for Team Liquid Philippines. And even statistically speaking, Team Liquid Philippines seems to be the weakest when it's past the 18-minute mark. They have a 46% win rate when we talk about the 18-minute mark up. And when it's Onyx, they actually have the highest win rate when it's past the 18-minute mark. They have a 70% win rate when we're past that. So I think this is, as you've mentioned, the hard stop supposedly for Team Liquid, but maybe it doesn't stop there. It's also them having to take control of the early game as much as they can. Because Onyx, if you allow them to snowball, it could be just the same. Onyx can just end the game immediately.
You know what? I think it makes a lot of sense where Liquid kind of thrives in the early portions of the game. And at some point, for Onyx, it's quite difficult. But now, we're going to be joined, I believe, by our panel as well. And they are right over there. So nice.
Hello, boys.
Leo, hello. Meet Coach Snap. I know you've seen each other for quite some time already, but hey.
Bring it as one of the boys, by the way. I just want to put it out there.
Boys. Hi, Bree.
Hey, Coach.
It's good seeing you there, bro. But Naisu, we want to go ahead and talk straight to you. What makes Mpl Ph go heavily well against Team Liquid Philippines over the recent seasons, if you have any observation in mind?
I guess my biggest one is both these teams, we've talked about a lot of the synergy that both of them have. I think that's one of the things, and it's just this history, this golden rivalry that's built up over time, man. So they know each other really well, and really you get to see some of the best MLBB competitiveness between the two teams.
Onyx threats just come from everywhere. I think if you look at Liquid, if it's good, as Coach Snap said. But for Onyx, out of nowhere, it's Kirk. Out of nowhere, it's Prince. Out of nowhere, it's King Kong. You never really know. That's what makes him so dangerous.
I think it's fair that I toss it right back to Leo on this one. And we talk about Team Liquid Philippines this time. You talked about Onyx being quite dangerous. What can Mpl Ph do in this specific series to make it happen against Onyx?
They shan't overextend. I think Coach Snap will agree with me. If they put themselves in weird positions, Onyx will punish. Onyx is very good at that. Onyx is so aggressive. Liquid has to respect that. So wait for their moment, and then that's when they strike. Never make mistakes that Onyx will take advantage of.
Yeah, I love the idea. Do you agree with
Yeah, I
me, sir?
agree with that.
Yeah.
Definitely timing.
There's a certain switch to when they can activate the Liquid Stampede, especially against teams like Onyx Philippines.
Oh man. Now, Naisu, Leo, do you have a specific question in mind for Coach Snap before you start castings? So that at least you have, you know, something up your sleeve when you're ready.
Shoosh, I don't know, man. I would say, I'll just say this. Do you have a quick prediction here, Coach Snap? Which one would you lean towards? I'm putting you on the seat. I know it should be hands, but here, this is me. I'm safely over here.
You can't get us.
Can I send one to the lower bracket and make them win?
Are you okay?
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Who are you gonna send to the lower bracket?
The same situation as before. Onyx. Onyx wins.
Onyx climb.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I accept that. I think we're safe here.
Yeah, it's pretty solid here. Gentlemen, it's nice seeing you at some point, and I hope you're gonna chill there over. So that's Naisu and Leo, the English broadcast. We're gonna see you guys in a bit, okay? See ya. All right.
They're doing
we're gonna
handshakes.
shake your hand. Okay, just a shake hand. as
It's
per
a
usual.
wireless handshake.
Yeah, it's so. But yes,
Yeah.
that's Onyx. I'm happy that it was Naisu who asked that question, because I think
Yeah.
it would be a little awkward if I asked him and I was placed in a different situation off broadcast. He would scold me.
And again, he can't get them. And once the game starts, he can't talk to them either because they're
because
already
he's
casting.
gonna have to talk to
He's
us.
forced to talk to us.
Yeah.
And that's what excites me because like even beyond the draft, especially going in game, we get to observe everything
Right.
alongside Snap. But now that I mentioned draft, there were a lot of surprise things that came in yesterday. How much of a surprise is the Yu Zhong for you? I think that's one of my biggest questions because yesterday it just suddenly appeared and it was never part of the regular season.
Honestly, it's been a pick that I always wanted to pick, especially with the YSS meta. It's a typical marksman. It's easy to zone, especially Fedrin before. It's easy to zone as well. So yeah, I'm not really that surprised, but thank God Sanford wasn't back.
I think it's about time. right?
And maybe they did need that because like there's so much attention on JP2.
You know, I'm happy that you've been mentioning heroes because there were some heroes that appeared yesterday that we didn't usually saw in the regular season. But hey, that's for another conversation because here is Wolf together with the Howl.
So much, casters. Ang ating bakbakan ngayon is Onyx Philippines going up against Team Liquid. And I know na itong golden rivalry ay magiging close. Pero kung babalikan natin ang dalawang teams na to, meron silang sarili strengths and weaknesses. So why don't we look at our Infinix keys to victory? Let's start with Team Onyx Philippines. Pakiramdam ko kasi dito, para sa Onyx Philippines, kailangan nilang pigilan yung early game ng TLPH. What they have to do is to also deny or outmatch yung Gatot Kacha. And this is interesting kasi hindi naman natin masyadong pinag-uusapan na yung Gatot Kacha as a top hero. Hindi siya ganun ka-flashy, hindi siya ganun ka-explosive. But TLPH knows how to capitalize on this, especially in the early game, kung paano niya ginagawa ng paraan na puntahan yung kanya mga nakakalaban and then eventually converting into turtle fights. Yan ang strength ni JP na nakita natin ginamit ng TLPH versus Falcons yesterday. In fact, inago pa to ng Falcons. Pero hindi naging successful ng Falcons. Now it's time for Onyx Philippines to outmatch or deny that hero. Let's talk about the counters din dun sa XP lane hero. Pakiramdam ko kasi itong si Sanford, parang nakikita natin na sobrang lakas kapag siya yung nananaig dun sa lane matchup. And in this scenario, Onyx Philippines versus TLPH in the draft, kailangan mas mahuli yung hero ni Kirk para naman malaman niya yung makakatapat niya dun sa XP and then eventually win that battle, especially the first turtle na strike naman ng TLPH. Now looking at TLPH, they have to force Onyx to have a single carry draft. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Ito yung mga times na kapag si King Kong lang yung source nila ng DPS in the late game, kapag siya yung funneled na core, o kaya naman pag si Keldra yung marksman tapos utility jungler itong si King Kong. So parang naghahati, di ba? Minsan si King Kong lang or si Keldra lang. Dapat ganun na maging scenario para sa side ng Onyx Philippines for TLPH to win because it seems like Onyx Philippines, they are struggling kapag ganun yung mga scenarios. Now, let's look at the hero pool naman nitong si Oheb at yung play of form na nakita natin mula sa kanya. I think this is the time that they can capitalize in the gold lane dahil alam natin para kay Oheb mas marami siyang nagagawa over Keldra when it comes to the hero pool. Sobrang ganda ng ipinapakita ni Oheb ngayon sa ating bakbakan dahil sa ating mga laban dahil dun sa hero pool na meron siya playing those fighter gold lanes. And I'm sure that Keldra also uses it. Kaya lang hindi ganun ka-successful as we are seeing from Oheb. Etong Oheb versus Keldra matchup is gonna be exciting and I want to see them walk into the stage. Let's welcome our teams.
Our marshals for the series, Juvin, Chico, JJ, and Yaku Jeff. After surviving the play-ins, now Team Liquid has to face the Sonics making their playoffs appearance, fighting to get their title back. Here's Kirk, King Kong, Super Fritz, Brusco, and Kelra on it. Philippines! After winning the final clash in the Legend of Titans, they now enter the arena. Sanford, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, JB and Oheb, Team Liquid Philippines! And their coaches for Onyx Philippines, Coach Why Not for Team Liquid Philippines, Coach RC. Nasaan ang Cavalry? Nasaan ang Sonics? Laban na!
It's Thursday prime time and I'm saying that at 2 p.m. That is how insane of a matchup this is between Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid. We don't need no introductions with those players. You already know who they are. They have been mentioned by Renmar. You've been seeing them in all of these matches. But for Onyx and Team Liquid, they need to win this series. As basic as that to make it to the next round.
I guess the most I could say is paying attention to whether or not King Kong gets his hands on the Lancelot again, and how effective are they going to make that or be able to pull that off against Team Liquid Philippines, who does feel like they're also on a momentum. And it's not just them, it's also Coach RC, who's been very vocal even in his interview post-match just yesterday, that he sort of blames himself for their previous loss, and that was also against Onyx. So he definitely wants to redeem themselves, redeem Team Liquid Philippines this time that they're going up against each other again.
And Coach Nap, the chip is quite similar for these two teams. Where do they actually differ?
Honestly, just the first birth rate and turtle control, honestly, just a tad bit.
Yeah, it's so tight.
close.
It's so close, and I think that is how they've been playing from the start. The early game is of the essence here. When we go back to the Infinix keys to victory that was brought about by Wolf a while ago, he emphasized for Team Liquid Philippines, you have to force Onyx with a single carry hero. Is there an immense difference whenever there's a single carry compared to when there's dual carry compared to these two teams?
Honestly, Kenra Prince can carry as well. If they funnel it all throughout King Kong, there's only one target that you need to kill during the clashes.
Yeah, I see.
That makes it easier.
Yeah, and I think even when you look at the numbers, the Lancelot has an 11-6 win rate. I could hear the screams from all the audience.
Bro.
Yeah, they're absolutely ready. And the Yisun Shin, it's like they're struggling to make it work.
You know, you've been saying that you've been hearing things, right? That's the crowd. I think it's time for us to hear the players here. The Smart 5G Think Test.
Coach, may papatunayan ako sa'yo, Coach. Win-streak kami nung M6 eh. Win-streak kami Win-streak. Pati sa ice cream eh. Si top 3 Alpo eh. May papatunayan ako sa'yo, Coach. Hindi sa kanila. Si Kirk, bawal magalaw buhok niyan. Magalaw na lahat, wag lang buhok niyan. Game na ba to? Check ping na ba to naman? Nahiya daw si Kirk, guys. So, ang gusto niyang iparating na message sa inyo, sa Sonics dyan, welcome sa Cuneta Astrodome. And thank you sa pagpunta. Thank you so much sa pagpunta. Thank you sa time nyo and sa effort and sa suporta and sa love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much and welcome to Cuneta Astrodome. Message ko naman ya.
Bulong ko lang.
Okay.
Message ko sa fans thank you sa magpunta dito tsaka supportahan niyo kami hanggang dulo.
Yun, di ata gulong yun ah. Okay guys, so hindi daw sapat ang isang thank you. Thank you 1,000 sa lahat ng fans. Ping daw, check ping. Solid guys.
Falcons, nice game sa atin. Nagdumaan din kami dyan. And alam kong makakabawi pa kayo.
Yun.
Ganda, ano message mo kay Pew?
Boss Pew, solid ka pa din. Sobrang last pa din.
Boss Pew, ikaw pa rin ang GOAT ko. Nire-respeto kita sa player. Ba?
Tama.
Ikaw, message mo kay Flap.
Thanks kay Flap.
Flap, magkano na lang tayo. Mag-showmatch na lang tayo. All-Star PH, let's go. Pusong Pinoy. Hashtag Pusong Pinoy, Flap.
That's how it is for Carl DZ and Sanji, basically asking, Few and the rest of Team Falcons for another show match. And I think it's gonna happen pretty soon. Miracle, if you're listening to this, I know you're hearing us. Make it happen again, okay? We trust you, we believe in you, and we will also believe in whatever Coach Snap is gonna say at this point because, he's here for a reason. It's to give facts between these two teams, it's Onyx and Liquid.
Yeah, I hope that happens, although Sanji is very picky with his teammates, I feel.
Yeah, he doesn't want DJY to be his teammate.
He doesn't want to team up with certain people. So we're looking forward to that show match because I feel like even Team Liquid Philippines, I was expecting them to say a bit more about Onyx, but it felt like they kept mentioning Falcons.
Yeah, an open message, But for Onyx Philippines, this is the first time that they're playing. Coach Napa's already mentioned that there's a huge advantage when you're looking at Onyx, but in terms of them making it into the upper brackets, sure, they're already there. But what else are you waiting for them to do to get to that next level of play that they need to win the championship?
Honestly, show something new. Bring back the M-Words quality Onyx lineup.
Because they were saying that. Coach Wynot specifically. Back when I was on stage, they've been telling me that, you know, we haven't reached our full potential yet. And to you, Bri, what does full potential Onyx look like?
Full potential Onyx looks like there's absolutely no window of opportunity to turn things around when you go up against them, and that they always get to start things clean. Although there were moments that it doesn't happen all the time, it's as if when you go up against Onyx, you could never feel at ease no matter how big the lead is against them. Because they're very capable of finding these small opportunities that turn into that massive turnaround for them. And that's the kind of Onyx, I'd say, that was really terrifying back then during M-Series.
And in the naked eye, right? I think, Coach Nap, you would understand this. King Kong has mentioned that it's more difficult now to go level 15 in 9 minutes compared to the previous match. Any details on that? Why does that usually happen?
Due to the revamp with the roam item and especially the new maps, the post 5 with the roamers are much on focusing on mirroring the junglers this time. So you have no free farm at all.
Those are free farms that have been completely regarded coming in from Onyx, but for second seed and third seed, it's the third seed winning only 4 out of 17 matches. That's not a really good percentage. We're looking at third Onyx defeating Aura Philippines way back then, and it's Execration also third, getting a win against Omega in Season 7. So it's been a while since we've seen a winner that was the third seed. So statistically wise, Team Liquid Philippines is quite at a disadvantage. And, you know, detail-wise, it is very certain.
I think everyone needs to be aware that all the statistics are against Team Liquid Philippines for this season.
Yeah.
Being top 3 never really favored them. Having to go through the play-ins, which they were already able to overcome, also most of the time did not favor them. And us being in an odd season is something that oftentimes results into Team Liquid Philippines not really making it that far. So this season is really a challenge for them, and it's something they want to disprove, that they're not capable of going all the way, especially considering that now they're fighting for the Golden Road. So there's a lot of things at stake for Team Liquid Philippines. And Onyx knows that.
There's more weight, there's more bearing to this match than a lot of people would think. And, you know, Coach Snap, we've always thought about the idea of all 6 teams right in between the regular season and the playoff, the break in itself. Everything goes back to 0.
Yeah.
Is that true?
It's true. It depends on the scrim metas, honestly.
Just what does usually happen back then? Like, why is there a sudden shift? Because sometimes teams that are at the top suddenly get weaker in between the break, and then the others suddenly, you know, rise up in terms of momentum.
Honestly, it depends if the team takes a break. Sometimes goes home to the family and all, and it's hard to catch back up to the meta right now.
Yeah.
So it's just more on dedication.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what they need, together with beautiful execution, to take this series and continue on their path to glory. We are now looking at the map draw, and from the looks of it, there were a lot of pickups already happening, but dangerous grass. I think this is one of the best map situation specifically for Onyx Philippines.
Yep. For Onyx Philippines, this isn't their most played map. It's only been 2 matches, but as you could see, it's been 100% win rate for them for this season. Whereas Team Liquid Philippines, they have a decent win rate at 60%. But I'm looking at how Onyx Philippines are currently on the blue side. This is what favors them the most, but they don't have the Lancelot as an option for first pick anymore.
And look at this. It's a Lancelot and Fanny taken out by Team Liquid Philippines. Meanwhile, the Lunox, who has suddenly rose in terms of the pickings, have been appearing so far.
Yeah. Honestly, the Lunox and the Kimi is the best mages for hard carrying the team. If you're gonna funnel it out through a jungler and a mage and go through double comp fighters,
That's how it's gonna be. So the Kimmy and the Lunox, only the former is available as of the moment. And I think it could potentially be picked up by Onyx Philippines, but instead, here is a hero that we have not seen in day number 1. The CC finally coming up for Onyx.
Honestly, it's a flex pick for them.
We're at that point where,
Right.
yeah, you have to consider that the CC and whatever gets to show up might be a flex pick, but the likes of the Alice are also still possible or up there. I think Team Liquid Philippines have been paying attention to that, but this allows for the Yisun Shin to get picked up alongside the Gato at Kacha. It's this is what a lot of teams avoided yesterday, but Team Liquid Philippines gets their hands on it. But it's also probably because Onyx are confident in what they're going to be able to get in this round of the draft. They have the CC in their hands, which is such a great answer to the engages that you could expect from the Gato Kacha, and they could just throw out the curtain call. So those are the team fights that we're looking at for Onyx Philippines. Although they don't have the Lancelot that they could pair up this time around. There are a lot of options for Prince. And just as we mentioned that, they took away the Kimmy, which could have been a great pairing with the Gatot Kacha as well. And what better way to show how confident you are in the first phase of the draft, if not by showing the joy of King Kong.
They're facing confidence with confidence. Just like what Coach Snap has mentioned, Kimmy, Lunox, 2 of the best mages that we have so far in the meta. But this is a joy.
Yeah.
You don't usually see a joy anymore. But what's the idea behind this?
It's King Kong's joy.
I don't think there's any analysis for that, right? Yeah. Man, it's quite a situation here for Team Liquid Philippines because they also got the heroes that they wanted. It's the Yisun Shin and the Gato Kacha.
Yeah, they're comfort as well.
Now
They can go Alice due to the fact that Chi-Chi typically counters Alice during the matchup during lanings.
So the Alice is a pointer here. If Team Liquid Philippines, they could, potentially ban it if they want to. They still have 2 more bans, but yeah, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and that's a lot of magic already for Onyx, I feel. So they might want to look at other heroes potentially. If ever really the CC is not guaranteed in the EXP lane yet. Because again, there's a chance that it still might not be there. But what... Wow, I think that's Fuego, by the way. Shout outs to him.
I didn't even realize it was him.
Yeah.
That's how much of a rock star he has been lately. But hey, the Grok and the Esmeralda are going to be the 2 next bans here. So both teams really banking on durability towards the next 2 preceding bans that we have so far. Because from what we are looking at, it is just JP that has the advantage for that. But the Hilda will also be the addition for Team Liquid Philippines. They do not want Carl TC to be disturbed at all.
Yeah, so I'm looking at what potential options could there still be for Sanford as we head into the second phase of the draft, because we did put out the Alice there, but Coach Snap did mention that it might be a bit 50-50 if it is going to be matched up against the CC in lane. And now they take out the Yuzhong as well. So it's like they're really forcing a certain option for Team Liquid Philippines. But as you mentioned, the Lapu's still there.
He still has his Lapu. Or if he wants, he can go Uranus. But I prefer Lapu on him, honestly.
Yeah.
Any time of the day. It's the Lapu making those big plays, doing a little bit of damage as well. You already have the Harith on the other side, so yeah.
But he might go last pick. They have to see where the Chi-Chi is going. He might go Alice if the matchup is actually good.
Yeah.
They have more options.
I think that's really what Team Liquid is considering right now. And at the very least, the Farsa, regardless, it's Sanji holding it, so it's going to be a safer route for them. They also cannot, or I mean, there's no chance of Onyx contesting that since they already have the Kimmy either way. Onyx Philippines for their gold lane or XP lane. This is such a...
They might go Khalid or Highness for the roam.
And then there's still a possibility of the Alice. But Team Liquid Philippines can respond to it pretty quick.
There's so much disruption if it is going to be the Joy Khalid from Onyx Philippines. Although they just revert back to the high loss.
They're predicting the Alice XP. So yeah, Lapu is the only choice that Sanford has to get. It's either a Lapu or a Uranus.
Lapu or Uranus. The Hylos that was mentioned by Coach Snap a while ago appeared for Onyx Philippines. Meanwhile, the Granger, also a household hero for Kelra at this point in time. They have a good bit of damage in terms of magic and physical here, but what is missing, I think, should be another playmaker to join JP in those team fights.
Lapu, Uranus. I think the glue's also still available for Team Liquid Philippines. Although it doesn't, I guess the Lapu might have a bit more room.
Oh, you went confused. Okay, they went the sustain lineup. Okay.
Now, Onyx, Mpl Ph, Coach Snap, you're looking at both of the lineups. Would you say that one lineup is better or easier to execute than the other? And what is it?
For me, it's actually just countering each other's heroes. Straight up.
Countering each other's heroes. I mean, you could see that the moment they just decided to prioritize the CC as well. So many picks were limited from Team Liquid Philippines. But they gave priority to JP this time. So if it's playing around the center of the map that we're looking at, Team Liquid Philippines might just really contest Onyx Philippines this time.
Oh, this is gonna be a battle between these two teams. Team Liquid Philippines from the lower bracket or from the play-ins, they want to make sure that they can match up against Onyx. But you know what time it is. It's time for battle.
Thank you so much, panel. Hans, Brigida, Coach Snap to break down a game of one here for us in our first match of the day. It's a best of 5. It's the golden rivalry between Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines. It's nice to Leo to bring you the action.
I'm so used to how Liquid drafts and how they ran through Falcons last night that looking at Onyx prioritize their hero, prioritize the joy, and then slap that Hylos back into the metagame like he never left. I need time to get used to this. Onyx needs time to warm up here at Cuneta Astrodome.
I feel like they do. I would say, you know, both these teams worked their way up to this point already. They want to be able to go ahead and get their foot out the door right away. Man,
Hold
JP, take the comment. Look at this. What's going on here?
Wait, oh my God, Prince gets caught in the back. Carl Teasy punished his overextension.
Dude, take the Kimmy and just sit her down for a while. She's not doing too good in the mid lane right now.
That's timeout, friends, timeout.
I don't know what's I mean, I'm trying to think what happened there. He got caught out so quick and there was such a big dam that he couldn't even flicker.
He was blinded by rage. I was gonna say, Onyx needs time to warm up, but it looks like they came in already overcooked.
Don't let them cook. They're already cooking, man. I don't know. Again, at this point, it's nothing too crazy, but that first blood already, especially going in the hands of Carl Teasy, we've seen him do it before. And if he's able to go ahead and get a lead, especially on a hero like this, that YSS, it'll give them a better start into the first objective, which is this turtle coming up here shortly.
That's what they call in the business a snowball.
Yes. Well,
you can't give the goat a snowball, not like this.
Man. And also in the dangerous grass. Mind you, you saw the stat coming into this, right? Onyx undefeated on the dangerous grass, man.
And they can't let us start like that, put a loss on the record. Looking at the gold lane, at least here, Kelra seems to be bullying Oheb in the early, but with the turtle started, Sanford checking out Brusco, keeping him back. Oh, I don't think this is a smart move. Onyx can't contest. Liquid is gonna score the first turtle. Brusco gets that revitalize in, misses a few salvos from Sanji. Sanji used the force of flicker there. Close call.
Yeah, look at this too, JP just giving the information. Not level 4 just yet, but that was a better decision, I'd say, for Onyx to not contest that. Because we just mentioned the snowball potential here. And if they would have lost even 1 or 2 more members to that first turtle fight, that snowball definitely would be in full control. So they maintain it. It's nothing too big for Mpl Ph. They do get an objective. They're a couple hundred gold ahead. Where we really have to look at is how do the lane-to-lane matchups work for this. From down to the gold lane, where this is more common that we see between these two phenomenal gold laners, Kelra and of course Oheb, on a Harith and a Granger. Very standard. The rest though, you know, I mean, Phobius, I feel like, has popped up more and more because he fits in that role where it's like, all right, you need that front line, but you also need someone to help peel if you have to, especially when a YSS is in a tow. That's
no. This is what you were talking about.
Wow.
He's able to punish overextensions and get in your face. We saw it last night in the hands of 3 Martisi with TNC moving on through the brackets. Now it's Liquid who's who's moving up in the world, 1,000 over Onyx by taking these baby steps.
Hey man, it's starting, and it's not even the Baby Cakes duo that started this whole thing. You know, they got what they needed to do. They got the foot out the door, and you know, we talked about Team Liquid Philippines. Actually, the panel talked about this specifically. Getting into that momentum, getting into that stampede form, they need to time it. I think this is them timing it already in game one.
Oh no, Kirk might get another one on him, and it's the same duo who gets it. Carl Teasy in Sanford. I mentioned that Onyx can punish Liquid if they're overextending, if they're over-aggressive. Now it seems like the foot is on the other shoe.
What do they do here?
Opposite way around. The turns have tabled, and up top, Oheb pushes Kelra back underneath his turret. Dropping that Salmon Force. In comes Brusco, forcing a flicker out of the Filipino sniper. Traction pulse, flicker forward from Fringe.
No.
This young man woke up and chose violence.
What?
Sanji flickers forward, almost takes down Kelra, and then Liquid scores their second turtle, 2,000 gold up.
I mean, think about how much of a distraction that was that Oheb just accomplished there, and doesn't even go down in exchange. Yes, you mentioned Turtle, second one of the game goes to the hands of Carl Teasy. And look at him, he's locked in.
Oh my God, Kirk barely survives. He almost got ravaged once more, a third time by Carl. You know what? I stand by what we said before the match started.
What's that?
Right when we landed into the map, Onyx needs to warm up. They seem to be a little jittery, a little off.
I would say they're quite a bit off in this game one, man. We haven't seen King Kong anywhere. He's basically just stayed in his jungle because he can't really do too much. I mean, even a Joy, as quick and mobile as you are, you're probably going to get just overloaded with the damage here that we're already seeing from mpl Ph.
I don't think there's enough of a box that they can play with. Sure, Brusco can drop the Glorious Pathway, can automatically stun one target, but in the face of what Liquid brings, it's not enough. The Traction Pulse isn't enough of a deterrent to let Onyx put the pieces that they need to be in order to deal damage to Liquid.
Yeah, again, look at this pressure here. TLPH going to pop the seal just to force Kelra off this tier 1 turn on the top side. Brusco will take a little bit of damage with that Feathered Airstrike, and Carl Teasy to keep him in check. They just want this objective. They can bully Kelra out of the lane if they want to.
Very efficient use of ults. Even if they did not fully come into a fight, they got what they wanted. A clean push on the tier 1, and Kirk gets another one. Oh, it's King Kong! They switched it! Oh, they pushed Kirk off of it, and then it's King Kong will get to...
Just stay out of the lane, man.
Come on.
It's not a good lane for Onyx right now. It seems like if they are that side of the map, there's someone there to answer it. And Carl Teasy, full snowball effect now for this YSS. This is looking very Stampede-like, very Liquid-like from Team Liquid Philippines. 4.4K ahead. This next turtle should just be theirs as well. There's not really a position here for Onyx to fight yet because of just how much this lineup scales from TLPH and how Onyx needs that time to build up here. That's not going to happen even longer now because of the way the past almost 7 minutes have gone.
It's a slow march. 4 kills. Nothing really much happening. Again, not a big 5v5. It's just Liquid pressing the buttons where it matters.
Yeah.
Liquid's putting salt on the wounds, not exactly on the whole being of Onyx.
It all started with that first blood from Super Prince as he went down under that minute mark. Look at this, the fight under the turret though, tier 1 mid.
Not much.
Not much. I was expecting them to engage there or something. Whoa, Carl though.
That's Mount Shocker on the park. Gets it. The passive. Able to trigger, switching from range to close range. Range to close range. And now King Kong dodging that AOG.
Oh, here we go.
Here comes the rest of them. They punish Oheb. Under a Salmon Force, finally on the board. Onyx get one.
At least they get one on the board. It's TLPH just playing aggressive and strong and fast because of the fact that they have this kind of lead. So it's Oheb that goes down. He just admitted it too. Like, he didn't even have to burn the flicker because he was like, I'm just dead. But with that, TLPH finds themselves building up. Oh man, look at the real-time head-to-head between the junglers right now.
Oh my God. 8 minutes up on reaching level 15.
Oof. So what that means for a Joy is it's not going to be a good game until later on.
Oh, forced flicker on the Sanji. The Glorious Pathway drop perpendicular to the angle of attack. Liquid here are staying on top of their toes. Because, again, what happened to OF, that was unfortunate, but they can afford it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, that happened maybe 1 more, 2 more times. Onyx gonna close that gap.
And that gold needs to go over to Kelra, or even Super Friends to an extent. He got the kill earlier on, but you know, scaling-wise, you see it just in terms of the jungle comparison, how much time they're going to need to build up. Now, as a team, they're going to need to be able to do that too. They've been holding on to this mid lane tier 1 turret though for a while now, but nonetheless, this first Lord, I think Mpl Ph still clearly gets this one.
Onyx can't contest anything. They're down on vision, they're down on box, they're down on zoning. I'd say you're right. Get something on Kelra, work on King Kong, but Liquid isn't going to allow that. They've been slowly marching forth and building this huge lead. It's still at 6K. I hate to say it, it's still at 6K even with that free pickup on OM.
Is this one of those games where, again, you have to look at this lineup from Onyx and be like, all right, how are they going to be on the defense in the base? You know, is there a potential there to turn something around on maybe a little bit of overzealous pressure from Team Liquid Philippines? We've seen it happen before where they purposely push into the base when maybe they don't have to. And is that the time for Onyx to actually punish them and then turn this lead around before it gets even bigger?
Unlikely, Joseph, unlikely. Looking at Onyx lineup, they only have the Glorious Pathway and the Traction Pulse to keep Liquid down. Maybe you can rely on the curtain call, but that means Liquid really, really dug their own grave. So I'm not counting on it. It has to come from somewhere else. You can't rely on Liquid making a mistake.
Oh, look at this too. Even Kirk on the CC. The Holy Shield's gonna go down in the mid lane. You know, Kirk doesn't have much of anything. He's got the War Axe, that's about it.
King Kong with a cut.
He's cutting, he's trying to do something, and this might be the only choice he has here. Feathered Airstrike dropped down, they gotta deal with this Lord pushing in. What are they gonna do here?
Glorious Pathway, Brusco slowing down the bleeding. They do get rid of the Lord top lane, slowly gonna alleviate the pressure there too. On to get to keep their inhibitors, they're doing fine.
All right, they hold on to the base turrets. We've seen this time and time again, even when a team has 7,000+ gold lead, the main objective on that first Lord is really just to grab those Holy Shields down, go ahead and reset and get back to farming here. They don't want to go ahead and make that mistake or give that opportunity to Onyx to turn it around. And if you look at this, you know, you got to think, all right, yes, it can go to Kelra. Eventually, he's going to have the items here on the Granger. That's going to take some time, though. We're approaching the 11-minute mark, so he probably needs, like, I don't know, 5 to 6 minutes himself. But still, my main question is, like, where does, you know, King Kong come into this?
King Kong is struggling, tries to get his orange, does hit the retribution right, and he will put Super Friends in trouble, forcing a Mount Shotgun, throws up that boat, does survive, a salvo misses Prince, almost lethal. The Glorious Pathway to stop the rest of Liquid from driving in. Onyx do lose that Holy Shield down bottom.
See, man, it's just way too much damage overloaded right now. King Kong in trouble.
In comes the Diamond Force, King Kong, they bait OM out once more. Defensive AOG by Daddy JP, Sanford with the flicker. Onyx show their teeth.
Wow, it's Oheb now that goes down in that, and I was just saying, you know, it's so much damage that Mpl Ph has. Well, I guess Onyx has some too.
I think Onyx has more damage if you put it late in the late game. If you give them equal amount of net gold, then yes, Onyx will dish out more easy, reliable damage. It's just Liquid now has a better position. Like, later is later. Now is here. This is where we live. 7K up.
Live in the now. Think about that. After that one kill, again, that they got, it doesn't matter if they're 6,500 gold behind. They'll start up the Lord here.
They are missing battle spells. Sanford does go down. Kelra gets one stack. Kirk traded out for. Glorious Pathway not going to slow down Brusco's death, despite the revitalize. 2 for 1 the trade. That's what you get with a 7K gold lead. Onyx reeling, backing out of that Lord pit.
Yep, that is a clear example of the economic lead that Mpl Ph has right now. They're still fighting back, though. You got to give it up to Onyx. Despite the odds, they're fighting back. They're trying to get back into this game. Part of that, again, is hinged on King Kong. He's got to go ahead and farm up. We saw the breakdown earlier. I think he's doing what he has to. They're not going to contest this Lord, though, so they'll be back on the defense. Again, they hold on to the base turrets. The Holy Shields all went down, but there's potential. We're starting to see the potential of a turnaround here for Onyx.
In the recent change in Project Next, past the 8-minute mark, more passive gold was given to players. And I think that's what's allowing Onyx to stay close to it and get kit on the heroes that would otherwise not in the old patch. But still, you got to look at the map and realize the world's not going to stop spinning.
Yeah.
Liquid will also still get stronger, and the map will get so much worse, and you can't just close that 4,000 gold lead gap between Carl and King Kong by drinking your vitamins and saying your prayers. It's not going to work out. Dude, wake up call, reality check. Look at the map.
Yeah.
Those turrets are unmolested. Liquid own the map. It's all red.
Hey, man, they don't have anything in their favor. They are going to have to deal with this lore, though. There's a concealed push in. They're going to go for King Kong. He jumps on out, but they're going to fly under the turret.
Sanji with a fed airstrike hidden in that dangerous grass pixel brush down in the bottom lane. Brusco gets hit with a boat from the mountain shotgun. Carl Teasy wants to take him down. The Goat gets it. He's got like King Kong taken out by Oheb.
Oh, can they end it here? Lord's with him.
Left to defend. A Lord standing. AOG by Daddy JP. Counter falls. Liquid Stampede through the World Champions. Game 1.
Team Liquid Philippines, a quick game, a dominant one. Started from the early game with a quick first blood all the way here, 14 minutes in. Let's go ahead and get ready to throw it over to the panel. I'm sure Coach Snap, along with Hans and Brigida, have a lot to say about game 1.
It's a sea of blue at the Cuneta Astrodome as all balloons are up. All their voices are screaming because that is a statement win from Team Liquid Philippines. Third seed doesn't matter. We are out here for blood.
The comfort in the Gatot and the Yi Sun Shin, and maybe even include the Farsa, because those were the 3 heroes in the mid. It was too obvious from Team Liquid. Even when Onyx wanted to play just as aggressively, because you would expect them to do so, considering that they had the Kimi in the mid lane, and the Kimi oftentimes really does dominate the mid lane. It just resulted into an early first blood for Carl Teasy, and they just kept snowballing from that point.
And we're talking about the guy, the man, the myth, the legend, the GOAT himself, Carl Teasy, being the MVP of game number 1. Just 100% kill participation, 918 GPM. That's probably the highest that we've had all playoff long. And not to mention that this guy got level 15 in under 10 minutes, which Coach Snap said that was difficult. And Coach, I'm gonna give the floor to you. What exactly happened here? Because there is a lot that we need to unfold.
Honestly, Carl Teasy just snowballed out of the GG kill. He just went through Kirk.
Yeah.
Killed him around 2 times. Then when Joy took over the side, they killed him again. He snowballed throughout the whole game. He gets to dash in whenever he wants. There's no threat to him, honestly. He's just too snowball.
Yeah.
But Brigida was talking about 3 heroes, right? When do the other 2 come in?
Meaning Gatot and Phobius?
Yeah, or maybe even Sanji and Oheb, because they came late into the party, right?
They came late. They just controlled the map, honestly. Oheb just farmed up the objectives and all, late them. Then during the late game, Oheb finally shined.
Yeah, and I can't believe that the hero of which Carl Teasy clearly snowballed off was the first pick, CC, from Onyx Philippines. So
they had a plan in mind.
It felt as if they had their plans completely read out by Team Liquid Philippines, and Team Liquid Philippines came into this draft just so prepared because we saw it. Like, there was mad respect out of King Kong's hero pool. Both the Fanny and the Lancelot were gone, and since they did not pick the Yi Sun Shin, which again doesn't really work out for Onyx Philippines and is somehow expected, Team Liquid Philippines had everything under control. Although we did say it was a confidence pick.
Yeah.
It was the joy of King Kong. You were mentioning it earlier too. Maybe there's a reason why we don't get to see the joy as much anymore. So, do you think it can still work, Coach Snap?
Honestly, it still can work. If they build their mid much stronger, honestly, with a faster pace of heroes like a Khalid or a Hilda against a YSS or an assassin that Carl's pick, it can cancel out his rotation. Hylos is too slow to control the pacing of the rotation.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too farm heavy for Onyx,
Yeah.
and you want them to be lightning fast, quote unquote, in terms of their rotational speed and the amount of pressure that they can provide. Because Team Liquid Philippines, to be fair, did not really do that right off the bat.
Yeah.
It was them who tried to do that,
Yeah.
but it just backfired.
Dude, in just the very first minute, like their tools weren't really meant to do that just yet, but because they did that, they were immediately punished. Although there wasn't really a death, they missed like what, a few minions, a few cannons, and that kind of snowballed as to what Coach Snap was saying. And man, 14 minutes in, I'm not gonna be surprised if Carl PG's there, man. Like I at this point, just show it already. Just because of how well he has farmed, he can do whatever the hell he wants in this map in game number 1.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Chi-Chi pick was actually really great.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the Phobius pick this time, but the Chi-Chi only works when he gets his War Axe against Phobius. So they made a better rotation. YSS plus Phobius, keep killing the Chi-Chi, and there. He became useless. Kirk Hero became useless, honestly.
Yeah, because the Howl, they put so much emphasis on Onyx, you're supposed to counter the EXP lane hero.
Right,
yeah.
And if you get the CC, it's not like you counter it because you prioritize the CC. And again, it's a flex pick still, but most of the times the CC does get the upper hand. So Team Liquid Philippines read differently into that. It's like, even if we can't directly win the matchup, and if we do somehow give them the upper hand in the EXP lane matchup based on the hero, then we could take it through a different route. Maybe just adjust our rotation so we don't feel how behind we are in terms of the matchup. Sanford actually got to get out of his lane a lot more than we expected to. And it's a surprise how Carl TZ seemed to be just so focused on the EXP lane, and Sanji, JP, they just took care of Oheb.
It's like a unit versus a unit, and at that point when Kirk was slowly lagging behind, that meant that the rotations were a bit cancelled for Onyx, and that was when Mpl Ph took advantage. But now we're gonna listen to Wolf with his analysis.
Thank you so much, casters. Malaki ang focus natin dun sa ating mga junglers sa ngayon. Pero bakit hindi natin tingnan din yung ibang mga roles? This is the more you know, because we have gathered a lot of stats during the regular season. Pinagkumpara namin at ina-analyze namin yung mga kaganapan. At etong mga pangyayari, makikita natin yung feature dun sa ating mga mid laners as well. In the last game that we saw between Mpl Ph as well as Onyx Philippines, nakita tayo ng kakaibang focus dun sa may mid lane kung saan etong Kimi ay pinrioritize ng Onyx Philippines, but was then countered by Mpl Ph using this Farsa. The strongest suit para sa dalawang teams natin is kung paano sila nag-a-adjust. And with this Kimi priority, biglang nalugi itong si Mr. Super Friends. Pero di namin natin masasabing mahinang player si Super Friends. Dahil yung hero pool efficiency ng Onyx Philippines ay nagre-reflect naman sa lahat ng mga players nila. For example, you have 11 wins with this Lancelot. And then eventually, marami silang mga one-off games like the Pain, you have the Edith, the Badang, yung Alice, and even itong 1-1 na bihira natin makita mo natin sa Onyx Philippines, but when they do, it is going to win. Actually, 5 lang yung mga heroes, or 6 lang yung mga heroes dito na wala silang panalo. Interestingly, kasama dun yung Glue, which I felt like is also a very strong hero pool mula dito para sa Onyx Philippines. And I'm excited to see more of their hero pool. So, dapat siguro dito para kay Super Fates, hindi siya mabigyan ng mga heroes na malulugi siya. Utilize natin ang efficiency ng hero pool na side ng Onyx Philippines, and lalo pag kinompare natin yung pwede nga naman natin makitang flex mula dun sa CC na first pick ng Onyx Philippines. So madaming mga related na mga heroes dito, and hopefully ay mas marami kayong natutunan mula sa Onyx Philippines. And of course, sa sarap panalo with Nor, masarap din ang magkaroon ng bagong kaalaman. This is the more you know. Maraming salamat, and I hope that you actually learned a lot, and I hope that there will be more heroes that we're going to see from both of our teams. Ano nga ba pipiliin nila? Back to the panel.
Much love for Wolf, and at the same time, that's the more you know. Thanks, much love to Nora as well. From what we saw in that, statistic in that graph, we had a lot of heroes for Onyx Philippines that got them the victory. In a very few, quite double handful of heroes that experienced losses. But didn't really matter in this specific game number 1 because I felt like it was Onyx Philippines being backed into a corner during the draft itself.
Yeah. Off cam, we did talk about what could have changed, like what could have been a bit more different. So depends on where Onyx decides to put themselves in the next draft because I still feel like blue side favors them.
I mean,
we'll see what their first pick is gonna be.
And we will also see the Alamat Awards because it is back. Who will rise to become legends of MPL Philippines Season 16? Watch the awarding tomorrow on October 24. Coach Nap, just a quick nudge because you're technically here already. Who's your MVP?
Light.
Oh.
There's a lot of people who are saying that.
It's just Coach Snap you're asking, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I guess. You can say something else though.
I'm okay with that.
You don't want to say it? You know what? I'll just go say it. You can secure your playoffs ticket now. Head to the Mpl Ph website and join us at the Cuneta Astrodome for the MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs. Coach Snap, I'm going to bring you to the seat again. Finalists.
Finalists.
He did not see that coming.
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah, I know. I think we have enough time. We have like 5 minutes. So
Let's make it wild. TNC Aurora.
the ones who are meeting the second match.
Yeah.
So you're telling me they meet later on and then they get a rematch.
They meet again.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe there
That's
is
a
a world.
wild prediction.
Yeah, that
I like it.
who knows? Who knows? I mean, we can't say for sure because like there's just so much things happening so far in this season.
W's in the chat for Coach Snap. He's such a good sport. He answered us through that. Because if I were to ask Brigida, we would probably reach the 5-minute mark and we still haven't found an answer just because of how many explanations she has.
I have
Right,
one
Coach?
answer.
What is your answer?
As a Liquid girlie, Team Liquid Philippines will be the other one.
See, she had a bit of hesitation. You saw it. You saw it. But hey, yeah, you can defend her at the comment section, but please don't hate us in Snap. But you are looking at the fans here at the Cuneta Astrodome. Put your game face on and make your smart power pose.
Wow.
You know, we've been doing this for quite some time now. And it's so fun because we have more faces to, you know, as contestants.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. It's a Thursday. It's a
weekday.
It's a weekday. It's only 4 o'clock.
What?
But look at how much people are attending the second day of the playoffs.
And I believe there are some people who even arrived here wearing their uniforms. Guys, please don't cut your classes. I hope you just
I hope it's a vacant.
Right,
I hope it's a vacant.
Huh? I hope it's a vacant. Yeah. Oh man. This guy means business.
Okay.
This guy means business.
So, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Okay, don't let go of the pose.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's the winner. He's the obvious winner. Congratulations, dude.
I love the yellow bandanas I'm seeing on Onyx sides.
Yeah.
They look like Minion
They look like
cosplays.
Oh, I thought they looked like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
That too.
That too, right? It's either Minions or Ninja Turtles, depending on how you're gonna take it. But hey, it's been a pretty wild ride, and we haven't even reached the halfway point
Not yet.
of the playoffs and of this series. Because for Onyx Philippines, we've been talking about it off cam. What do they have to do in that one? Because that was a snowball that was dealt by Team Liquid.
Honestly, it's probably playoffs jitters. Probably a warm-up game. I
Yeah.
hope it's a warm-up game.
Even our casters
Yeah.
mentioned it. Onyx might be taking a bit more time, or they might take a bit more time, since again they did not play yesterday, and it's been a while since we last saw them. But we're expecting that they came into the playoffs with a couple of things up their sleeve, because we ourselves know for a fact, teams already know for a fact what their strong points are, that they perform best when there are assassins, and teams are directly answering that now. So should it come to a point that this consistently is the ban, or will be the bans for Team Liquid, they definitely have to show us something else.
You know what? I agree. Because based on what we saw yesterday, there was a composition of Team Falcons before that didn't really work well because one, they were reactive, two, they were playing a bit more on the defensive side of things.
Yeah.
But then game number 3, they had to fight fire with fire and they were able to do it. So I think it's more of the playmakers that we are looking at here as of the moment. And in fact, we're looking at the M7 spotlight, which are Team Falcons. I don't know if you guys are, watching a lot of MPL MENA, but they are going to be making it back. And if you know, Boyet, one of our Filipino imports, is going to be the first Filipino to make it into the World Championship.
Are you personally friends with Boyet by any chance?
I used to always play ranked games with him.
Really?
Before he went pro.
Oh, so how do you know Boyet? Like, what's his personality in general?
What's the vibe?
What's the vibe?
He's really straightforward, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, and he plays really aggressive.
Oh.
He likes trash talking.
Oh.
He's that type of person.
You know what? When he was back in MPL Philippines, you saw it.
Yeah.
Right? He was a very vocal person, quite opinionated, but I think that's what his team needed. Some direction, some leadership in order for them to get back into the M7 World Championship.
Yeah.
And whoever is going to be going there from the Philippines is going to be meeting Boyet as well.
Yeah, especially when you're on a Yisun Shin, it feels as if you have a bit more of the leadership role because things have to revolve a bit around your farming and your rotation. But it's actually Team Liquid who
Big first pick.
take first pick.
They're choosing it with a 75% win rate.
Yeah.
At this moment, Coach, do the sides still matter? Because way back in the previous meta, right, there's always blue side winning.
Yeah.
But now, is there some sort of parity already based on what we've seen in terms of the games?
Honestly, it depends on the hero comp and what you guys really prefer. Do you like counter pickings?
Yeah.
Do you like... Usually blue side, they build their comp straightforwardly. They don't flex that much.
Yeah.
They pick like util and straight up carries right away compared to the red side where they just counter picks. They pick better matchups.
Yeah. And overall, it's not that big of a difference
Yeah.
anymore. It's like only around a 3% difference between how blue side wins a lot more or a bit more than red side.
We're going back.
Again?
We are going back to a place where Team Liquid Philippines is yet to still be undefeated after that Game 1 victory against them. So we might see a bit more of the adjustments here, especially for Onyx Philippines, where they are going to be switching sides, kind of prioritizing 2 heroes already, and they have a chance to quite pick up the Lancelot if it's not going to be picked up by Mpl Ph. But the problem is Carl TZ can also use that.
Yeah, and the thing is, if they're confident that Onyx, or they have an answer to Onyx picking up the Yisun Shin, then there's no reason for them to ban either of the 2 heroes anymore in this part of the draft. Not unless they still badly want to limit the options there. Because for sure, Onyx have tried and practiced making the Yisun Shin work.
They have the 2 same bans as well with the Arnett and Baksha.
Yeah.
It's quite similar to what happened in game number 1.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's a change. It's the CC being taken out. Probably an idea by Coach RC. They want to remove the flexibility of Onyx Philippines, just like what happened in game 1.
Yeah.
They're thinking to ban the Lancelot.
Ban it themselves, really?
But he'll just go YSS.
Yeah. So that's the thing. People already have this impression of the Yisun Shin not working for Onyx.
Yeah.
So they're gonna leave it open.
They're gonna trade it. Probably 3rd pick core for Onyx.
Yeah, he's not giving it away.
Yeah.
They're letting the Yisun Shin.
YSS.
Yeah.
You go get the YSS, bro. I am sticking to what I did in game number 1.
I mean, they can still prove us wrong.
Yeah,
you know,
they can
if they
prove us
wanted
wrong
to.
on
They
this.
can. The Katot is also still available, so they can deny that from Team Liquid Philippines already. They don't need to rush the Yisun Shin. So maybe they can look at other options as well. If they want to speed up the pace, as mentioned by Coach Snap earlier, the Kimi is also still an option, I feel. Oh, but they already picked up the Yisun Shin.
Here they go. What's the idea behind this, coach? Because again, it's pretty quick. They denied JP of the Gatat Kacha, and then a Yuzong started popping up.
No, because
The typical counter.
yeah, and Coach Snap, you mentioned the Yuzhong works best because it's alongside the Yisun shit. So now they don't give it to Onyx. Not that we're sure if Kirk is gonna use it, but this is just so much pressure from Team Liquid Philippines already, and they also get the Lunox.
The draft from Liquid is really straightforward right now.
Yeah. Oh.
They're not even going for flexibility because that is what they tried to do in the regular season, and it's been an up and down battle for them beforehand. But man, the Valentine is going to be wrapping things up.
Might as well just get the use on and
Yeah.
have another user on their team.
It's again, it's a morph skill, so you get the Black Dragon form for yourselves. I think essentially it can do what the Yuzhong does for the Yisun shit if they go that route for objective takes specifically, but are they really gonna contest early on? I think that's what we're gonna be looking at. Now, Onyx Philippines definitely might be needing a bit more of the front or the crowd control eventually, but they have to be cautious about that because it's a Lunox on Team Liquid Philippines side. So they already have answers to how they're going to deal with the tanky heroes that can show up from Onyx Philippines.
It's definitely hard for Kirk to go Esme or Uranus against Yuzong right now due to the Lunox pick.
Yeah, not even the Alice, because the Alice was countered by the Yuzhong yesterday.
So just say, let's just, you know, fight fire with fire. If you are, you know, Onyx Philippines, don't go for a little bit more tankiness. Just go with a hero that could make plays potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Kirk, given the situation, the
do?
Arlott was already banned.
Yeah,
and there are a lot of other heroes that have been taken out as well. He needs something else here.
There's only Lapu if you're gonna fight fire on fire. Maybe I don't think Blue is a good pick against a Lancelot and Lunox.
So the Lapu is the priority so far.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be the Lapu though? So far for XP lane heroes,
The Batang works as well.
Badang XP.
Yeah.
It's been a while though
It's been a while.
since we last saw that.
That's a hero that you could or, you know, probably didn't practice during scrims, but you know, those are the type of heroes that you don't really
he doesn't
use,
have
right?
a choice.
But, yeah, he's gonna stick with Lapu here.
They went the safer
Okay.
route.
Yeah. Team Liquid Philippines, they need their gold lane, assuming the Glunox is in mid.
Yeah.
Which is likely gonna be the case anyway.
I think he just goes his Granger, honestly.
because we've seen it, you know, just...
Yeah, might need a bit more range also for a Team Liquid, since everyone has to be quite close up to their opponents. And of course, if you do have a bit more range, then that's when you can utilize the zoning best, because you could like complement or like supply some layer of poke against Onyx. But they go Ruby!
They went Ruby Gold.
They went fighter.
So you mean fire with fighting fire with fire? Okay.
That's a pivot that Team Liquid Philippines is usually doing a lot of times in our playoffs.
Like, I wonder if Kera goes fighter as well.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a brawl match.
I Twisted TNC yesterday was already enough of a brawl match, but I wouldn't mind seeing another one today.
We can see one more.
You can see what's Kera hovering.
Oh, is he actually?
He wants it.
He's pressing a what?
Is that gonna? Is that?
He's looking at an X-Borg.
It works on MPL Indo. I think Alter Ego played it before.
Yeah, they seem to be thinking really hard about this though.
He's hovering it.
He's hovering.
He wants it.
Come on. Come on, Kera. You're gonna press it.
Oh, it's not!
He went the same pick.
He's gonna go for this Moskov. Moskov kind of dipped already in terms of the, you know, in terms of the pickings. But hey, if it's Kera using it, there could be a potential win.
But we were so close to seeing an X-Borg. I mean, that was really
Golden X-Borg.
exciting if you would ask me. But this is, I guess, Onyx just trying to really stick to what they're known for and trying to stick with comfort, I feel. was already, to some extent, comfort that they did try to make work in game number 1, but I don't think there would or there should be any jitters this time around. This is where they should really start fighting back against Team Liquid Philippines.
And that is exactly what they're going to be doing. Coach Snap, thank you so much for your info. It's Onyx and Team Liquid Philippines once again. Nice to Leo. Time to get the ball rolling.
And here we go to game 2. About to jump into the land of dawn. Team Liquid Philippines, man, after a dominant game 1, does Onyx lean towards the comfort to bring game 2 under the belt and bring it to a 1-1. It's me, Nice to and Leo to bring you this one. Leo, what are we feeling? Is this the adjustment that Onyx Philippines needed? Because let's be honest, man, they started off on the wrong foot in game 1, and it quickly snowballed out of control.
That was a wake-up call, and I think Onyx should have been jolted up into form, and their draft speaks to that. I like how this draft is adjusted to be able to fight back. Again, I'm looking at a Valentina. Usually when it's picked that early, I'm a little iffy, but it can steal, and I'm offended. It can steal a Raging Sandstorm. It can steal a Black Dragon form. Prince woke up today and chose violence, and with this hero, he can wreak havoc.
He can, man. After the early first blood on the Kimmy in the previous game, I think Super Prince is one of those players that if he picks the Valentina, regardless of what order in the draft, you're like, okay, you know what, Super Prince. We've seen him do, respect, right? We've seen him do some crazy things on the Valentina just across the world in general. And he's got his pickings in terms of what ultimates he wants to go ahead and take from Mpl Ph. And he's been pretty on point with deciding on the right ultimates for the right situations. Now looking into this too, you've got to be able to go ahead and point out the fact that this is a matchup where Oheb on the Ruby, that fighter gold lane, man, it's been popping up time and time again now. We've even seen the fighter versus fighter gold lane just yesterday. So Oheb versus Kelra here is going to be interesting because especially as the game goes on, that crowd control, that little bit of extra crowd control that this lineup that Mpl Ph has might be deadly, especially for Kelra. So he's going to have to be like locked in. And again, that's why he has the Purify to kind of alleviate some of that pressure that he's got to deal with.
That might be. This is Liquid's MO. They want a team fight. They want to secure what they start off in these team fights, and they need crowd control to do that. Oheb, by picking a fighter gold lane, helped do just that. Black Dragon form here by 40. Where's he going? Straight to the turtle pit, helping Carl TZ secure, and Onyx looking to punish post-turtle.
Oh, they want to go.
Bravest fighter coming through in a stolen Black Dragon.
Oh, and they're going to go. They take out Carl TZ, and SOD comes through too. They want this purple buff to capitalize more of the punishment. They're going to find it out anyway for this one.
Oh, the Sigma gets kicked out. King Kong can't commit. Grab the purple. He takes out 40. Sanji very low. Gets pushed back as JP holds the fort and keeps that purple in the brush for Carl to collect. Onyx, great recovery despite missing out on the turtle, up by 500 gold.
Great response there, and again, that was Super Prince that took that Black Dragon form from Sanford, and he was like, you know what, we'll go ahead and use this, because Sanford used his just to kind of get out of there and then help secure the turtle, but it was Super Prince that made that happen where they get the 2 kills under their belt, so really they get this minor lead in their favor. King Kong gets a kill. Brusco himself, and I gotta say too, with the YSS in the hands of King Kong, getting an early kill is much better already than what we saw in the Joy, the previous game. Like, just because, again, Joy, when she falls behind, you're in this position where it's like you're just scrapping what you can, and he was, I mean, at one point he was 5,000 gold behind Carl TZ. Well, now he should be able to go ahead and control the pace on this YSS, hopefully leading into the next objective.
King Kong on a Yushin Shin, King Kong on a Haya, King Kong on a Lance. I would put my top 3 junglers of the season. But King Kong on the Joy, despite that being his hero, especially if you watched game 1, questionable. Better shape for the Super Fam right now, going into the second turtle, 30 seconds in, same spot.
Same spot right now too, and you know, this has been a hero of discussion as well. Sanji with the Lunox, man. I know even our panel, a couple times throughout our series last night, were like, what, why? Like, they didn't know how they felt about the Lunox.
Ruby, especially in the regular season. There was a time where that was all the hotness, but now it makes sense. Sanji's undefeated with his Lunox.
Yeah, he's one of the few players that has that kind of stat point on that hero. And you can make it work. Again, it's great for going ahead and taking out some of the resources, whether it's battle spells or ultimates from the opposing team. But then you can't deny the amount of burst potential that Lunox can provide as well. So the second turtle is up. You still got both gold laners on that side of the map. So Onyx will hold this one here. King Kong holding on. He's just going to continue to farm up. I'm not sure if it's Mpl Ph that's going to go ahead and be the ones to try to get Onyx to respond to this.
Both teams have an equal chance to get it. Full contest. Sanford going around, looking for targets in the back line. Carl Teasy with a retribution. JP very low, gets the hell out of Dodge. A stolen Black Dragon form by Super Prince, zoning them out. The flicker from Kirk. No one falls. Close calls, though, on both sides as Liquid takes their second turtle.
Okay, a whole lot of nothing in that fight. It looked like it would break out into a fight, and then I guess just Onyx didn't have the positioning that they were looking for.
Oh, went with a steal.
Yeah, a little bit of steal there. But, you know, still, you got to look at this gold lane and how this is going to transfer over here. It is Kelra that has that bit of a lead because of the fact that Oheb has been traveling up. Oh, hold on, Kelra.
Sanji got eyes on Kelra. Nowhere for the gold standard to go, but down.
Hey, goodbye gold, you know, goodbye gold lead that I was mentioning. You know, I was going to say Oheb has had to go ahead and rotate towards those objectives. Well, then you just call in Sanji. You burst down Kelra. All he has is that Purify. You can't escape those two heroes. So now some pressure there too. Is actually going to get the tier 1 down to the bot. Super Prince taking some damage from Carl Teasy with that Thorn Rose. That turret, tier 1, does fall now. So Mpl Ph taking the first turret of the game.
What happened to Onyx? It feels like in game 1 they were too proactive. And now with a hero like Valentina and the way that they're rotating, they can't help but be too reactive, and that keeps them both on their left toes. It's like a world championship dancer not knowing how to cipher.
2 left toes?
Left feet.
I was gonna say, it's kind of like wearing 2 left shoes, you know, at this point, because...
That's how it goes, yeah, that's the idiom.
I like it, I like the idiom, you know? But Onyx, I think what I would like to see them do is come up with a quick adjustment to this, man, because TLPH, they've done this time and time again, Leo. They get this bit of a lead, 2,000 up, and then next thing you know, you're down 8,000 gold against the Stampede. That can't happen here.
That seems to be Liquid's new flavor in the playoffs. They're very deliberate. They take it step by step. A cerebral approach to the game that we've yet seen them take so far in their career as world champions, as MSC champions, as defending champions of the league.
Prince, go ahead and use the brilliance here. That's going to be expended. They do grab the purple. Brusco giving the information, but it's Carl Teasy that's just starting up this third turtle. They may secure this one too.
Oh my God, Black Dragon form keeps King Kong at bay, holding back the rest of the Super Famine. They're not done. Forcing a defensive AOG out of Brusco. Down goes Super Prince. Kurt's gonna follow through. 2 free kills for the Cavalry as they take 3 for 3.
Oh, and again, they're gonna go for this tier 1 mid. They want to continue to get the space advantage on the map. They're gonna dive.
Oh my God, the GOAT wants to take down the beast. Carl Teasy, a little too hot underneath that tier 3. Close call, get the hell out of Dodge.
I think Carl Teasy just likes doing that, man. He likes to go ahead and put him to the limits here. Sanji?
Uh-oh, SOD used defensively. Point blank, but there was backup there as Carl gets another.
As I just mentioned, Carl Teasy likes to touch the limits, and look at that. He was right there at the right moment to grab Kelra.
That is his #1 hero, despite all of the success on the Fredrin, on the Baksha, hell on the Akai every now and then. Carl Teasy says, my #1 favorite hero is still Lancelot. That is
Lancelot.
me.
Has he ever cosplayed Lancelot? Like, who have we ever seen Carl Teasy? Would he ever do that?
Nope. Carl Teasy has only ever worn eyeliner. That is as far as
as far as it's gone.
Yeah.
Hey man, maybe, you know, this Halloween.
Super Marco though, that's a different story.
that is a different story right now. But again, TLPH, as I was saying, when they get that kind of lead, you see it already. It's ballooning even further. 5,000 now up. More turrets down, pressure on this side of the map. Vonic, they're kind of struggling to really be able to find a moment here. Carl Teasy picks up a brute force breastplate. He's going into that defensive hybrid build, working really great for the Lancelots in the current meta.
It's a bruiser Lancelot.
It's a bruiser Lancelot.
You can get away with so much, deal, you know, a
lot of damage.
A respectable amount of damage, and leave the opponent thinking like, how do we kill it?
I'd still call it big damn, man. Like, I mean, it's like you saw the amount of damage one Thorn Rose did to Super Prince or any of these, you know, squishier members of Onyx.
That's the 5K gold deficit. They do find Daddy JP forcing a defensive Raging Sandstorm. In comes Sanford. Oh, so ready to defend his dad. Not his real dad, but you know,
his dad.
In-game dad. But that's a push down bottom. That was all for that tier 2.
It was all for that, and they knew that this load was over. They're gonna go for Sanford.
He's a half dragon getting caught by 3 members of the Super Fam. Jumps into him, knocks him up, hits the petrify, and in comes the backup. Down goes King Kong, down goes Brusco, and it's all according to plan as Liquid decimate the Super Fam. Prince caught out behind enemy lines. Sanji gets him. 3 for none. Going for the Lord.
The Super Fam gets run over by the Stampede. And with a dragon or not, Sanford made that happen. Again, confident enough to just say, hey guys, we got this. OHEB got there in time. With this Ruby, the crowd control's insane, and then they just capitalize off of it.
Joseph, that's the 6K gold lead you're looking at. The 3 members that Sanford was tangoing with did not have enough damage output to stop him on those warrior boots with the Oracle. I don't know if that blade armor was built already when he engaged, but it was just too much. Like, he survived.
He survived.
It was enough with the shot.
The Shaw Essence, man, the Petrify, everything. Like, he didn't need the Dragon form, like I was saying. It's just, they're overloading right now. This is just a perfect display of what we're always talking about with the Liquid Stampede. And they seem to almost refine it in a way for the playoffs. I don't know. It's so clean here. I know we saw a little bit of a rough patch for Mpl Ph in the regular season, but now look at this.
Oh, look at that. A flicker. Raging Sandstorm. Animation cancel. Plus the glorious pathway. They take down Daddy JP straight out for King Kong and Calara. They're still inside the base. Down goes the turret. The Lord marching with them. This is a stampede of unprecedented intensity as Liquid go for the base. Super Prince left. The Cavalry are at match point.
Are you kidding me? 11 minutes game 2? Mpl Ph is locked in today. I think the Super Fam, they're dealing with some whiplash here, man. They've got to be able to come up with something to deal with this. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down this quicker game 2.
Bro, Team Liquid is just aura farming at this point. My goodness. 10, 11-minute game. It was a stampede. Successful coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. And just when you thought that Onyx Philippines was starting to fight back, Liquid says no. We gotta shake that opponent away from here.
Hey, I legit thought that it was not gonna end as fast as 10 minutes. And I could not believe they took that 18-minute hard stop too seriously. Like, they've been ending games so fast, and this guy, I am speechless. That Yuzhong, who we thought should have went down in that moment up top. It was a Yuzhong that was able to sustain fighting against 3, buying enough time for the rest of his teammates to make it, and he did not die.
I would say that it wasn't the pivotal point. It was the play that placed them even higher in terms of the lead, because for some reason Onyx Philippines was, you know, fighting back. They've been getting kills every now and then. In fact, they got a kill over Carl TC, which is the best case scenario in minute 1 to minute 2, because you would be able to at least stop them from getting the first and the second turtle. Still, in spite of all of that, Mpl Ph was taking control of the first 2 turtles of this game.
Yeah, I just gotta say, they already got 1 out of 2 suggestions that we had in the Howl. This was them denying the Gatot Kacha. Fusco had it for himself, but for some reason, it feels as if the EXP lane is the struggle for Onyx so far. It's the jungle and the EXP lane that we get to see them being a bit more hesitant towards what picks they actually go for in the draft. And as much as you really want to allow Kirk to have a great time in the laning phase, I feel like Sanford's completely past that. He does not care about laning whatsoever. All that he's after is to get to show us how powerful these picks he's going for are when it comes to the team fight. Because that's where you get to see him activated the most. It's in these objective takes where the Yuzhong shines the most. And even in game number 1, if you would recall, it doesn't feel as if he cares about the laning matchup or winning the lane.
It doesn't matter. All he wants is to outplay and join team fights as much as possible when he's isolated. When you think he's all alone, that's where the rest of the members of Team Liquid Philippines comes in. And I also have to mention OHEB, the stability of this Ruby all throughout the 10 minutes and 53 seconds of game number 2 was just superb. There was a lot of rotations that went in their favor just because OHEB was there. And he didn't need to stay in that specific lane. You were talking about laning matchups. Not even Sanford, not only Sanford, even OHEB doesn't care about any of that.
Yeah, he need not pay attention to Kelra. There were so many times wherein he just left Kelra alone in the gold lane. He was there, I believe, even in as early as Turtle 1. He was trying to help everyone with that unlimited amount of crowd control that he had. And even we thought that Kelra would have joined because the SOD actually landed during Turtle 1, but he didn't. He decided to farm instead. And I believe that this is Team Liquid Philippines being a lot more unpredictable in terms of what kind of approaches they have towards playing the game. Because this isn't a Yisun Shin lineup wherein you put the Ruby as a fighter gold so you get to really prioritize around the Yisun Shin. It's a bit different. It's a Lancelot that they actually chose as their jungler. But it's not like they only rely on the Lancelot for their damage, because if you look at all their heroes, they have decent amount of damage individually that they could actually provide early on. And Sanji feels as if he's also one of the quote-unquote cores that they're trying to activate. And granted that he just has such great positioning, Team Liquid Philippines had no problems in letting him do his thing.
This is what Coach Snap was talking to us a while ago about, especially with Wolf and the Infinix keys to victory, wherein you can't let another carry be a carry for Team Liquid Philippines. But unfortunately for Onyx, that's exactly what happened for the Cavalry. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you're looking at a team, and I remember one word that Coach Snap kept on reiterating during his time here, which was safe. It was a safe option. It was a safe pick. And those kinds of safe picks, it seems like it was already telegraphed by Team Liquid Philippines right from the start. It was as if there was an idea that was plotted by Coach Wynab and Coach Hayes, but RC had a lot of possible branches and avenues to put a possible stop to it as well.
I agree. And so for the second time around, we have Carl Tizzy as our BPI rich guy. And I completely agree with what you're trying to say. I feel like Onyx Philippines are in some sort of dilemma right now. OHEB being too deep in his hero pool is causing so much problems. Onyx Philippines, I know for a fact that they did try to explore so much of what they could do, and we saw that multiple times in the regular season. But what they got out of that was either failed attempts or situations where it was a bit too clear that they need to work on a few things before it could really work. So Team Liquid Philippines, on the other hand, have such a massive hero pool that I feel Coach RC is really able to capitalize on that. And Onyx are feeling a bit more limited. Because they, for sure, can make a lot of heroes work, but what suits their playstyle might be a bit different when they need to actually make it work.
Or perform. And that is the kind of strategy that isn't given to them at all by Team Liquid Philippines. Now, looking at a head-to-head matchup, this is what you were iterating a while ago, Brigida. KDA at 5, sure, there's one for Kirk. He was joining a bit more, but the XP, that is what Sanford is all about. He didn't need to join more of the activity that was happening in the laning matchups. All he wants to do is to get more of that experience, courtesy of the team fights. And in fact, even when the KDA is there, where initially in the first 5 minutes you were supposed to lead, it is Sanford leading in terms of gold by 20.
Yep. Even just by looking at like that, what you mentioned, gold and DXP, that already sums up what Sanford was prioritizing in this match. Although some would argue that the Yu Zhong on its own in the laning can also be just as aggressive.
Correct.
It just feels like he chose not to
he
use
didn't
it that
use
way.
that as an option.
Yeah, it could have been one of the ways or one of the approaches that he did, especially in the early stages of the game, just to put a bit more pressure on Kirk, not let him have the best time, even without Carl Tizzy helping him just yet. Again, that's another thing. Not even Carl Tizzy had to help him this time. Like, this was just all
Correct.
Sanford managing Kirk in the lane. So it's such a problem for Onyx Philippines now, because I think Kirk as the EXP lane and how he's able to make things happen in his lane is one of the most important parts of Onyx Philippines and the strategy we know of them for the longest time. Remember when he was always on the Hilda EXP lane? He was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
He was always out of his lane. He was always trying to make things happen. So Onyx, they definitely need this time to figure out things out.
And we have the time to power up your dandruff-free scalp as you supercharge with Clear. You know, Brigida, I was talking to Renmar just yesterday, and I was talking to him about, you know, how about our Clear winners going outside when it rains, they apply Clear
I heard
to
that.
their hair. Would you say it made sense?
Yes, but
Why do I
only
feel
if
like
they
it's-
had extra clothes. Because you wanted them to use Clear out in the rain.
In clear day.
Oh, really?
Oh wait, it's not clear day because
It's not.
it's raining.
It's not.
You know what? I'm gonna remove my thought out of my mind.
Renmar has a lot of
and
suggestions.
throw that away into the sea. Yeah, hopefully Renmar is gonna help you out sometime in the future.
He actually did say one time that he hopes to have a Clearhead super fan of the day who was bald.
That's fun. I agree. Because like when the lower thirds are there, right? It says clear head. Clear head. We're talking about a bald guy. That's supposed to be the case. Clear, I hope you're not listening to this, man. Like, we're just joking. Of course, we want the people with really good looking hair. But
No,
hey,
'cause-
we also respect the people who are bald. You have beautiful, shiny heads. But yeah, you know what? Let's just toss about the Odin. man.
Yeah, I
Odin,
think he has something for us.
You know what you're talking about, Odin.
Magandang hapon, MPL Arena. Your very own Odin is back here on the side. Pero hindi lang ako mag-isa dahil kasama ko lang naman ang kampyon ng MDL Philippines Season 6 AP Rock World Era. Make some noise for our champions. So welcome to MPL Philippines. Ipakilala nyo naman ang mga sarili nyo bilang kampyon. Starting off with you, Nibor.
Libor po, tas explain po ng Rap World Era.
Matt, jungler ng Rap World Era.
Mareji Romer ng Rakul.
West po, gold lane ng Rap World Era.
Vin, mid lane ng Rap World Era.
These are very familiar faces, not just to me, but the whole ML community dahil marami na din naman talaga kayo napatunayan sa MDL at sa MPL na rin. And to you, Sir Matt, congratulations! Hindi lang championship ang nakuha mo this time around. Kanina, nagkaroon tayo ng MDL Philippines awarding sa ating Super Fan City and you also bagged the finals MVP. Ano yung tumatakbo sa isip mo getting all those awards?
Siyempre, unang-una nagpapasalamat ako kay Lord, pati sa family ko, pati sa sumusuporta sa amin. Kasi di ko naman makakukuha lahat yun kung wala sila.
At matagal ka din talaga namin nakakasama, Matt. Ang dami mo nang napatunayan din with your career and this is your first championship. And speaking of which, kasama din natin si Nibor na nakuha ang kanyang first championship sa MDL. Bilang first time mo rin sa MDL, ito ba yung in-expect mo na outcome nung pumasok ka?
Opo, in-expect ko po na magka-champion kami kasi yung mga kampi ko malalakas din naman po eh.
At parang all-star talaga. Hindi lang parang dahil lahat ng kasama ko dito ngayon ay na-awardan sa ating all-star lineup kanina lamang din sa MPL Festival with the MDL awarding. And for all of you, since first championship nyo ito and undefeated streak kayo sa MDL, no match loss, walang natalo sa inyo, what makes AP Rough World dominant this season sa MDL?
Siguro po yung chemistry namin, pati teamwork. Sabay yung banding namin, as in close na close kami sa isa't isa. Lahat ng ginagawa ng isa, ginagawa ng lahat.
Wow! Nabuo yung chemistry nyo, pero bigyan lang natin natin ng background yung mga nanonood kasi itong mga players na to, iba't ibang teams yung pinagdaanan nila sa MDL, Vin. Hindi rin kayo magkakasama before. Ano ba yung mga bonding na ginagawa ng AP Rough World? Natatawa ka ni Bor.
Lagi po kami naglalaro ng bilyar. Kami-kami po.
So yun yung recreational activity nyo para hindi kayo mababad lagi sa mga scrim, no?
Opo.
And ano ba yung sikreto or maipapayo nyo sa mga aspiring na pumasok sa MDL or even in the pro scene? Reggie, ikaw talaga yung gusto nilang pagsalitain. Anong advice mo sa kanila?
Tuloy lang po nila hanggang sa makapag-champion.
O, diba? Katulad ng ating team na AP Rough World Era, nagtiyaga talaga sila and now they are called the champions. And you are here now at Mpl Philippines. Alam natin na lahat ginugolden na makapasok dito. West, I'll give the mic to you now. Ngayon na napapanood mo ang ating laro dito sa MPL Arena, sino ba ang dalawang teams na pine-predict mong makakapasok sa championship?
Mpl Ph pa rin po tsaka Onyx.
Okay, so this is the matchup they are looking forward to seeing in the Grand Finals. Maraming salamat. Palakpakan natin ang AP Rough World Era. Kaya naman ibalik na muna natin sa loob ng Land of Dawn kasama ang ating panelists to witness Onyx Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines.
Much love to Odin and of course our MDL Philippines Season 6 champions AP Rough World Era. They seemed like they were facing detention while they were being interviewed by Odin because all of them were like, gusto po naming manalo. In English, we want to win. We basically want to win. But hey, they're champions. That's aura for you. If that's their way to, you know, muster up aura, then let them, because they're champions anyway.
And I don't blame them. If it's a bit overwhelming to see the amount of people that are here right now at the Cuneta Astrodome. And I mean, MDL for the longest time, this is also one of their dreams, right? If you're being part of MDL, this is also the place where you want to be. And them being a champion, who knows, brings them a step closer to being here. But I think what we have to focus on right now is how Onyx gets to turn things around.
Yeah, you were talking about champions, and this is a battle of two champions with one getting 2 games over the other. Onyx Philippines, they're at a wall. They're currently facing a wall right now, and they want to surpass it or break it because so far, when we looked at it in terms of the draft, there were some improvements. There were heroes for Kirk that have been, you know, that have supposed to work well for them. It's just that they can't execute it enough because in terms of the execution, DLPH is making it happen. They're no longer going with the fundamentals, which is the laning phase, and just going with an all-out brawl, which is the idea for the Stampede of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I don't know if Onyx are willing to not stick so much to the fundamentals anymore. Because I think that's one of the biggest contrasts we see between how these two teams are trying to manage the patch and how they're trying to make it work in their respective lineups. Team Liquid Philippines, it's so obvious that they're exploring, but Onyx, it's like they know what works, so they're trying their best to stick to that. But what if it's already something other teams have completely read out already?
Yeah, like their way of branching out has already been, you know, read by Team Liquid Philippines. And for a team that has lost to Onyx in the recent matchups, we're gonna be going back to yet another dangerous grass situation. And man, Bri, I'm telling you, this dangerous grass seems to be the bane of Onyx's existence. They are yet to win a victory here, but looking at this, the bans here, the first 2 and 3 for Coach RC, there is the CC still, but for Onyx, that's a Lunox taken out.
Yeah, so there is still a high chance we see the Lancelot being prioritized, but we'll have to see how.
Let them play the hero.
How are they gonna shake it up a bit more?
Take it out. Look at this.
They took out the Yuzhong too, and yeah, even the Lunox.
They had to shake that. They had to shake that
They
draft.
have to shake that draft a bit, you know, because even earlier they already had their backup, which is the Lunox, or which was the Lunox. Now it has to be something else. So Lancelot get prioritized for Team Liquid Philippines. a bit more expected. The Gatot might come in again. Not unless the Juicin actually gets open.
Yeah, the dilemma
for this
here,
game.
the dilemma here for Onyx Philippines is that they're not, or they were a team that was known for not being too comfortable with the YSS pickup, and
Yeah.
yet they picked it 2 straight times, maybe to prove a point, maybe it's all part of a bigger plan here and a bigger scheme of things. But the Zushin is gonna be the first time that we're gonna see it for Super Friends.
Yeah.
They're gonna try to play a little bit more aggressive in the early portions of the game. And honestly, I think they're gonna need a little bit more of that. But the trade is just too big. They're leaving an Alice and a Gatot Katsa in the hands of Sanford and JP.
Yeah, and this is something they sort of should have seen coming because they took out the Lunox. Not that they don't get to benefit from it at all, because they'll also be able to pick up the Uranus for themselves either way. But this Alice Gatot is already looking to be something very terrifying for Onyx Philippines to deal with, because this is just so much backline access.
Right.
And I wish I could just stop at the Alice Gatot, but there's also a Lancelot who could literally just try and reach the back lines through the punctures. So now that we see what Team Liquid Philippines or how good their zoning potential could be, this gives a bit more room for them to consider their other damage dealers too. Those who are a bit more dependent on positioning, those who are a bit more dependent on farming even. And Onyx Philippines wants to limit the amount of space that they're already able to create, so they take out the Juicin. The Farsa is also not available, and even the Kimi gets denied from Sanji at this point. So the options for Sanji in the mid lane.
Would you say that the Kakura is still an option? For Onyx specifically, I would say, because
they already have
a lot of back.
though.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we're talking about Sanji at this point.
Because if it's a Juicin Kagura, then I feel like it's a pretty even matchup, at least in the laning. But if it's a Kagura, then there's a clear-cut picture that you want to deal with someone from Onyx lineup, and maybe not. You could make things a bit awkward for the Harith, but
Yeah.
ideally you'd want to burst down the Yi Sun-shin. So,
A way for you to do that without the Lunox, the Kimi, the Eve, and the Farsa.
there's a Selena Novaria option for Sanji that he can consider. But if it's long, drawn out team fights that we're talking about,
then they're gonna have to need a hard carry coming in from Oheb, because there needs to be some sort of, early to mid-game damage. The balance needs to be there. Sure, there's Carl DC, but the concept of having a heavy carry is there, and there it goes. The Selena and the Claude covering both bases here for the Cavalry.
Yeah, and we did say a bit more of a farming-dependent hero to compensate for the damage that's needed for Team Liquid right now. Wait.
Yeah, this is gonna go to Brusco.
Okay.
This has to go to Brusco.
Yeah, because there's a Harith, so this cannot be a Yi Sun-shin in a different lane. A Baksha Juicin in the mid lane. Okay.
It's quite a contrast, if I would say, but they're gonna have to make it work.
A Baksha, Juicin for Brusco and Super Friends. I feel like this suits their playstyle so much if they really want to make King Kong, or if they really want to enable both King Kong and Kelra. JP and Sanji have to do a really good job at stopping the tempo that Onyx Philippines wants to establish. And it's not impossible that they're able to do that. They're on momentum currently.
And they're also missing a bit more of crowd control, but for Onyx, would they want to extend this? It's up to TL to find out.
Thank you, Brigida. Thank you, Hans. The question is, can the Super Fam take Game 3 under the belt to survive a little bit longer here on this upper side of the bracket, or are they going to get sent down? Like, what's it?
Welcome
Coach
to
Snap
Mobile
mentioned he'd like to
Legends.
see it, Leo.
He did.
He did,
but truth be told, Game 1 was a reality check, a wake-up call. Game 2, you're on the edge. Game 3, this is for real.
it's for real, but they, if you also look at it in the way, it's like Onyx they were overcooked in game 1. Game 2, they were trying to cook, and now like what's the dish, man?
There is no time to have fun. You can't shake that thing anymore.
You can't.
You gotta play for reals.
You have to. And this is where it all starts in the early game. You're taking a look at just how both these teams have performed on the heroes that they've drafted into this game 3. OHEB hasn't won yet on the Claude, which is interesting because over here, Kelra, this is a winning, it should be a winning matchup, I feel like, for him with a Heron.
Oh, here we go. Onyx. They dogpile on a Sanford early on. He is able to gleam on out of there as Carl Teasy checks in, dashes on through, punctures on a King Kong's purple. He's trying to go for the steal. Does he get it? The answer is yes! The GOAT has committed Grand Theft Purple at 1.5 minutes.
He just walked in there and took it, man. He saw it. He looked King Kong in the eyes when he did it.
What up, young blood? Welcome to my league.
Hey, you remember the opening video of yesterday? The game's chasing him now.
He's the big dog.
He's the big dog. He's the goat.
Yard.
It is, man. It's his pasture. I think that's where goats are. I don't think they're in yards. I think they're on pastures.
That's true. Oh my God. Onyx have just gotten their buff stolen away from them.
And with that, this is going to delay things a little bit. It's nothing too crazy. Again, a lot of this, what we've been seeing so far with the current meta shifting into this, post-Project Next, now that we're weeks into it, these objectives, these first turtles can still be secured here, but this is going to be a little bit harder to do. Look at the zoning here.
Massive presence from both sides. A Crimson Beacon, plus a throw of ruin. A lot of damage coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. But JP falls first as Carl Teasy focuses on the beast. King Kong is slain underneath tier 2 up top, and now Brusco's gonna fall. The Waltz might just be enough, but the Unite gets him out of range, and the Gleam might get him down, but Sanford pays the iron price. Oh, they overextended, they stayed too long, but Liquid secures the first turtle, up by 500 gold.
I don't know, it's like Sanford just couldn't let that go. He's like, no, you have to die.
Oh my God, what? Second time around! Carl Teasy takes down King Kong!
And are they gonna take his purple too? King Kong can't even play this game. He's got no buffs. He's been bullied out of his jungle by Carl Teasy.
Killed twice.
Twice?
In 3 minutes.
What are they, okay, he's gonna get his orange, and it looks like, and we have JP staying here on the purple buff. Do they just want to continue to force King Kong with false hopes, thinking he's gonna get his buff and then they kill him?
This is tough, man. This Yusin Shin is currently a negative aura. He has aura debt.
Hey, I don't know what he's gonna have to do to get that back. It looks like he is actually gonna get his buff, so a little bit of a hope here for King Kong. He grabs it, but he's falling further behind, 2 levels behind of Carl Teasy.
Oh, shocker. They want Sanji, and they're gonna get Sanji. First kill for Onyx on the board.
Okay, they get something. They needed that. Onyx needs to get some control over this game without it slipping out of their hands. I know it's still early on, but when your jungle, especially in the case of a YSS, does fall behind Lancelot's Carl Teasy, that's not going to be very fun. That's not going to be a great place to be here leading into the next objectives.
All right. Slow rolling into the second turtle. Lower quarter. Folks, there are 3 kills aside right now. 1 on Kirk, 2 on Brusco for Onyx, 2 for Carl, and 1 for Sanford on Liquid. And the Cavalry's first to the scene. They are just giving it all they got. Turtle now at a quarter of its health, a 5th and 8th, a 10th, and they get it.
They get it. Easy turtle for them to take. Again, not sure how much they are up here at this point, but it's Mpl Ph leading this economy. Kirk will take some damage. He's got the Consecrate. Again, this Uranus is tanky enough to go ahead and play that front side, but again, eventually you might find yourselves in Onyx's position to say, hey, we gotta go for a fight. We gotta be able to get this, we gotta get it in our favor. And how do they do that? It's allowing King Kong to recover, which I think he started to do. He's still behind in Carl Teasy, but the rest of the team, they can shine. Brusco himself, tanky enough, has been able to do some damage here.
Oh my God, the Unite stopped Carl Teasy's free reign over Puncture on Puncture and Puncture. Up top, I guess this is the safest spot for Onyx to be in. Because again, that still is a Uranus. You mentioned how it's a blunt instrument. Yeah. It can just force itself into favorable positions. Look what Kirk is doing. His teammate Ryota, watching from the back, knows that this is the most effective way to own that part of the map. It's just buy time, give Kelra time to snowball onto that Howard. He's looking good against OHEB right now.
That's what he needs. Again, this Claw takes a lot more time to build up to where he needs to be able to pump out that damage with Blazing Duet.
Oh,
Carl? Okay, he's gonna not find that connection. He's in trouble here.
That's a Zaman Force. It's a full-on goat fight as Carl Teasing gets taken down. Kelra serves up a kill to King Kong. JP tried to save Carl with that Revitalize, but it was too little too late.
Okay, there's some life. Are they actually gonna continue to put pressure on this bottom side? OHEB and JP all by themselves against 4. We still got King Kong in the mid going and farming up, trying to catch up still, but they are going to go ahead and focus on this.
OHEB with the Blazing Duet just to clear the waves. Him and JP doing everything that they can to slow down Onyx's comeback. Look at the top lane though. 40 doing his own fair share of cutting, letting that wave crash into that tier 1.
Okay, they clear this out. Third turtle for the game is up. Onyx is in a position to actually contest this though. We'll see if they can. King Kong still wants to grab his orange buff. Mpl Ph on the other side, they'll go ahead and get in position here. Unless Brusco gives a call, they'll just start this up, getting the turtle in their favor. And it looks like maybe King Kong is like, guys, we might as well just set up for the first Lord if we can.
What happened already happened. OHEB gets a bolt thrown at him. That is Liquid buying time across the map. Turtle still standing. Down it goes. Carl Teasing with Retribution. Kirk putting Ionic Edge stacks on a JP and Stanford. Sanji spacing out Kelra. Quick slam on the Sporty. Gets that Throne of Ruin. No follow-up.
Yeah, no follow-up here. This a whole lot of focus on this side of the map, though. After that third turtle is secured for TLPH, they'll go ahead and just put pressure on these tier 1s now, looking to open up the map a little bit. JP charging up that Unbreakable. He will go ahead and connect on King Kong, but again, it's just pressure. To keep King Kong under that pressure is what they have to do.
Oh, wow. Liquid stampeding through multiple lanes and fronts. 7.5 minutes in, pushes tier 1 down bottom, up top, after taking that turtle. They deserve this 2K gold lead. I think it's just about to get worse.
I would say with this lineup that Onyx has, if they're able to go ahead and hold on and secure that first Lord, they're going to be in a great position to hopefully push things down their favor. Kirk's going to take an arrow, but he's fine. Again, tanky enough, has some magical defense here most likely as well. Kelra now getting the items he needs. He's got a second locked in, the Strontium Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. They might force a fight. It looks like they want to in the mid, but they're still less than a minute away from this Lord here. So Carl Teasing will grab his buff. King Kong doing the same. He's catching up, man. He's only, what, maybe half a level now behind Carl Teasing?
It's less about the levels. It's more about the gold. And 2,000 is still 2,000. I think a good chunk of that is on the difference of our gold laners. And oh my God! Carl does it again. 8.5 minutes in. He wants to take down King Kong. Thorn Rose. King Kong able to trace on out of there. Going into the mid-game post-laning phase, I didn't think Carl would do this. He is brazen. He is bold to do that in front of King Kong.
I think he's just trying to make a statement too, man, against King Kong. He's like, hey, I'm going to be here all day. And if we end up seeing each other later on in the playoffs too, I'll still be there.
Hey, Carl has been here since day 1. Oh wait, that's Rockhart. That's
Rockhart.
That's a different Carl. Carl has been here since season 2.
That's true. That's true.
That's why he's the GOAT.
He is the GOAT. That still makes him he's a day 1. Is that day 1 or is that day 0?
Close to it.
Close to it.
2018.
All right, Lord's up. First one. Carl Teasing's going to start it up. King Kong is going to have the information, though. That's what Kirk and Brusco can provide this, so still TLPH will have to take this in measure. They do pop the conceal. They're going to blitz the Lord here.
JP intersected by Brusco. Carl Teasing with the retribution, and they're trying to get damage on the 40. Daddy JP does get out of there. Zaman forced by Kelra. Unideal. 40 holding the line. Still alive. Flickers on out of there. Kirk unable to finish the job as Carl Teasing dashes through that wall. Liquid get away scot-free.
Okay, they end up getting the Lord here, but I will say, you're seeing how they're approaching these fights. They don't even want to go and just force front themselves against Onyx because of the amount of damage they're actually able to pump out. So for TLPH, even though they have this lead, this 2,500 gold, they got themselves the Lord, they know they need more time. It's not their time to burst down yet. They do land an arrow on Kirk, but it's that Uranus, man. It doesn't matter how many arrows he takes. He should be fine for the majority of this game, while OHEB is the one that they're waiting for. He's got to get those items, that Trinity that he needs to be able to pump out that damage. But they will walk with this Lord. Now coming up toward the top side, looking to take down also the tier 1, possibly tier 2 in the mid.
Oh, Phantom Execution, plus a Thorn Rose on Kirk, puts him at an 1/8 of his health, pops the Consecration. They're looking for it. Blazing the wet by Oheb. Not enough time to sit underneath those bullets as he tried to give King Kong and Prince a leg shower. They're going to be fine. They do push up top, get that push in mid as well. The map slowly turning blue.
Turn blue in their favor. Arrow to check things out, but ultimately Onyx doesn't lose too much. Holding on to the tier 2s in mid and bottom. Some damage here from Oheb though. It might be, he should be able to get this actually, yeah, rather quickly.
Oh God.
JP will hold down at that angle that they might take. AOG's defensively out, not to get caught by Onyx.
Onyx are slowly getting choked out of their resources. Liquid hitting double time on taking these outer objectives, because this is what you expect, right? You can't effectively freeze if they're within turret range. So they want to hold out and use the second Lord to eventually break on through. They want to do that all simultaneously. You don't want to go in half-cocked. So Liquid, 3,500 gold, happy with the discipline play that they have to do, because again, I don't think Oheb is fully ready yet.
Yeah, he's not there. They are going to still put pressure on the buffs here. Looks like that was taken too, so King Kong buffless for now. Carl Teasy feeling really good with his. He'll grab the purple, but this is what I'm saying, man. To Onyx, it seems like they're in capable form though to fight. If they had to fight, I feel like they still would be a threat to Mpl Ph, and it's more so if Mpl Ph just taking their time with this. Because I mean, you can see this even with the blade armor over here on Brusco, man. It's one of the things that's like, it sucks to be Oheb when he does Blazing Do It, because he's also having that damage returned to him. So eventually, too, he'll have some of that defensiveness to deal with on his own.
That's what I'm saying. He's not ready yet. He has his Trinity. That's a Swift Trinity, but nothing else. Brusco catches an arrow. Liquid are not playing with Burst. That's not their MO this time around. They want DOT, and that's why they're taking their time. Lord gets pulled out by Carl. That's a down, started up. As Kirk dances around the area, Kelra taking that flank. Sanji knows where he is.
Oh, he does. They're going to jump in. Oh,
thrown up. Rowan catches Prince off guard. Plus a blazing duet. Nowhere for Brusco to go as he pops at Revitalize, only to die. 2 members stuffed out by Liquid.
I guess they decided they were ready to go there with an opening with Sanford utilizing that flicker, thrown a ruin, and now he picks up a winner crown to be even more deadly on this Alice here. It's working so good for Mpl Ph. You know, they had to play the patient game. This isn't one of those games where you just have all these kills and deaths on both sides. It's been a macro game for this one. And right now, Onyx trying to hold on a little bit longer. King Kong, though.
Oh, no. Carl Teasy's had King Kong's number this whole time. And more than his number, he's had his buff. Another orange buff taken away. Liquid approaching the 7K gold lead. Lord marching up top, bottom lane building up that wave. Mid, say goodbye to that tier 2.
Yeah, this is a potential for Mpl Ph to go ahead and get towards the base. I'm not sure if they're going to get the base turrets down, even with this kind of lead. They've got to choose that opening, that window right. Well, Kelra taking a ton of damage.
That was what, a second underneath an arrow? Oh my God, the push up top. Liquid have broken into the base.
They broke into the base. Look at this placement here for Sanji. He's going to throw an arrow out from that dangerous bush. Dangerous grass here, playing a part for Mpl Ph. They know what's in sight here. Now Onyx staring down a potential sweep defeat to get sent down to the lower bracket here in the playoffs. Again, no team going home today, but still, this has been a dominant series so far for Mpl Ph, and it's looking to be the same way in Game 3.
This is unreal. We are moments away from the 3-0, and I can tell you now, on behalf of all the Sonics, members of the Super Fam all around the world, the millions and millions, this is not the Onyx we ended the regular season with.
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm not sure, man. I think a lot of teams were, or a lot of their fans and everyone was wondering how would that time in between the regular season up to the playoffs play out for a lot of teams. And you know, it seems like, at least for the ones we've seen so far, they've really refined that play. But I feel like Onyx, there's something off here. From 3 games in a row, there's the synergy that we were talking about even leading into this matchup just doesn't seem to be there right now. And there's so much pressure that they're dealing with from Mpl Ph on their side of the map, on just how quick they're playing and fluid Liquid is being. It just seems like Onyx can't catch a break.
It's enough for that Ruin and that AOG to shatter lines. Add more, literally, the straight lines that an Abyssal Arrow draws. So Onyx really can't catch a break. It's a lose-lose either way. Even if they do have strong heroes like Isun Shin, Harith, and oh my God, they catch Carl! but he survives! No one can take down the GOAT!
You know you're down a lot when you have four guys going for a Lancelot. Yeah, Lancelot can escape a lot, but man, Carl Teasy, I don't even know if he sweated that one.
Joseph, it went from bad to worse. Literally, you hit the boss with your ultimate attack. Damage indicators 99999.
And what happened?
And then he just shook it off. Life bar didn't even, well, life bar did move, but you know what I mean? Like, Carl shook that off.
You go into another phase, basically.
God, this is a heartbreaking moment for Onyx.
Again, with this Lord up, there's not much that they can do. King Kong up, clearing that wave up top. There was already a good push from Oheb too on this bottom side. They're just going to go for this Lord.
Super Prince already spent that Crimson Beacon. Carl Teasy out. AOG defensively. They crash onto Kirk. 40 gets him. Even underneath the Zaman Force, they can't take this as Brusco tries to hold the line. Gets the Immortality pop. Liquid taking the step by step as 40 gets popped by Prince. And now they got their eyes on Brusco. Rolling away. He's just buying time, distracting the cavalry as Sanji hits him with an arrow and ends him. 2 for 1, plus the Lord. Liquid are eating good.
Sanji lined that up perfectly. That's a moving target, and he led it correctly. Lands the arrow there. Look at this. That's 77 arrows thrown out there. He's got a great percentage on this one. And a lot of them have gone to these tankier members of Onyx, but so far, it's proven to be a point here. Now they're going to go down the mid.
They jump Kelra, forcing a Zaman Force from him. And he can't use that defensively, at least not immediately, as the Lord marches through the top lane. Liquid are once again in their base.
Waiting for that wave to push down mid. The Lord should be cleared by that time, so Onyx has found themselves to be able to defend, at least to stay in this game. Almost the 18-minute mark. 8,000 gold behind. They're going to have to do something near to a miracle to be able to turn this one around. Just the way that it's been playing out, they haven't been able to contest any of these objectives. They're just punishing Mpl Ph when they decide to stay a little bit longer than they should. And it's been a phenomenal game and series so far for Team Liquid.
Joseph, you know what kind of miracle we're looking for?
What are we looking for?
Liquid to slip up. Right now, a huge chunk of what Onyx is hoping for is Liquid to overextend. Sure, 40 might be their best way to kind of bait stuff out from the cavalry, from Super Fam. But if they can find Oheb randomly, like he's on sprint, likely not gonna happen, but if they find him lacking, if they catch him sleeping, then maybe. Sanji has a lot of dashes, but if Onyx can get Brusco on him, if they can somehow, some way, like hit him with a boat, with a Mount Shocker, that is the start. But again, you're just hoping that Liquid makes a mistake.
That's what you gotta hope for if you're Onyx here and you're super fan rooting for them. I think a part of this too, man, is, you know, we're gonna have to see Kelra pump out that damage. He's got the items. You saw it just a little bit ago on this Herod, but it's more so of being able to actually get a position that's favorable for them in these team fights. That's the big missing picture here. Because even so, like, Oheb might be the squishiest target, but he's also got the immortality now. And he's probably ready to go ahead and switch over to the item swapping if he really needs to. But part of his job is literally just to get the Blazing Duet off, man. And yeah, he's going to take some blade armor damage and everything else, but that will do enough damage to then let Mpl Ph capitalize off of it. So there's so many things that I feel like Onyx has to worry about, even if it's Sanford jumping under JP or these arrows even landing. So in this situation, they have to decide, do we actually just give up this Lord and hope that we can defend with our one base turret left? Because I don't see a favorable team fight for them here. Kirk's going to give them the information, but they might not be left to a choice. They might just go for the Hail Mary play here.
Yep, they have to. I don't think completely just giving up the Lord is an option for Onyx. See, that's why they sent Kirk already to try and dance with Liquid. Whether it be Sanford, whether it be Carl, Kirk has to do his best.
Okay, let's see if they can do it. JP's going to hold down that dangerous brush here right behind the Lord. Arrows are going to be thrown out. Conceal's going to be used too. JP, who's he going to go for? He's going to go and zone out King Kong. Won't land the Unbreakable, but Sanford does.
A flicker thrown of ruin takes down King Kong. A kill served up to Oheb and Carl. This is very, very bad. Liquid are up 7K and they have taken out the Retribution Order from the Super Fam. All has gone sideways as Onyx try to scramble to recover. They close the gap and seal off the exit from Kirk. It's gone from bad to worst with the T.
It did, but King Kong got destroyed, but they also stopped doing the Lord. Can they hold on? Can Onyx keep them from securing this? TLPH look to want to get more kills, but now they might potentially lose this Lord take for them after taking out King Kong.
Carl's still here. He's just waiting for his second retribution, and he got it. Kelra drops the Summon Force. This is the Hail Mary play. He drops the Ruin. Sanford trying to stop the forward momentum of Brusco and Kelra. Liquid delayed the Lord, but they got it anyways.
All right, they get a big beefed up Lord now to get ready to march towards the base here of Onyx, potentially ending this series in a sweep. This is going to be so difficult for Onyx on the defense. With this kind of lineup that they have here, this is the time for Kelra to drop down that Zaman Force, pump out the damage that he can for Super Prince as well. They're down some crucial battle spells though. No Flicker available here for Super Prince or Kirk. You got a little bit of time on this Purify from Kelra, which is going to be crucial for this, but the Lord is already making its way up top. A sliver of health on that mid turret. It's going to be gone in an instant, and TLPH is looking to stampede this victory into this series with a 3-game win.
Here we go. Brusco starting up early with the Revitalize. He knows the damage, and look at Kelra at the bottom. He pops Sanji, serving up a kill to Super Prince, and now Brusco gets the Immortality pop. Mount Chakra from King Kong. Brusco falls. Yeah, blazing the wet from Oheb. Down goes King Kong. The GOAT finds him once again, and Kelra follows up. 3-0! 3-0! A Liquid Stampede takes TLPH to the upper bracket finals.
Clean as ever. Team Liquid of Philippines sweeping the Super Fam in a dominant fashion from game to game to game. There wasn't much of a chance for Onyx to adjust here. I mean, yeah, it took a little bit longer in game 3. But I'll tell you what, it started with Carl Teasy being all over the jungle of King Kong. It felt like King Kong couldn't even move in his own territory.
Something is amiss. Luckily, Onyx PH aren't eliminated just yet. They get the drop to the lower bracket, take their bout a day, lick their wounds, and assess what went wrong. 0-3. Who'da thunk?
Who would have thought? Again, they take their bow here, Onyx Philippines. They've got some time to adjust. They'll go to the lower bracket. But let's get ready to throw it over on stage. It's been me, Naisu, and Leo. Let's hear from our winners, TLPH.
Let's give it up for our match winner, Team Liquid Philippines! Wow, naghihiyawan ang mga super fans ng Team Liquid Philippines. Congratulations! Para ano kayo? Parang happy-happy! Ayan, gusto kong tanungin si JP since birthday niya kahapon. Happy birthday, JP!
Thank you po.
Ayun, so ano mga naging preparations nyo laban sa Onyx?
Ano lang po, yung sa kahapon po namin parang may in-adjust lang po kami tapos nag-review ng mga game.
Grabe, na-sweep nyo eh. So talagang nag-prepare kayo for this playoff?
Yes po.
Ayun. So ako naman, pwede naman kahit sinong sumagot ah. Curious lang ako, ano yung mga naging ritual nyo before the game?
Unang-una po, syempre, i-review namin yung ginagawa ng kalaban namin. And also, may ritual po kasi kami sa bootcamp, which is the day before the match, nag-movie night po kami para yung utak namin makapag-relax and makapag-banding kami.
Para bonded kayo. Kasi grabe yung chemistry nyo this match. Wow! Kayo, meron ba kayong mga pre-ritual? Mga ritual?
Ano po, lagi na po nagka-coffee before game.
Before game. Sila coach.
Wala, inawa lang namin yung aso ni Carl, si Cookie.
Ah, yun ang swerte. Bahawak nga niyan ha. Baka maswertehin din ako. Eh si Carl naman, may ritual ka ba?
Ako po, wala po, nagpo-focus lang kami kung sino yung kalaban, ganun. Enjoy lang namin.
Tsaka syempre, wag natin kalimutan si God. Alright, thank you so much. And once again, you may now take your bow and walk off to victory. And that concludes
the first match of this day. Over to you, panel.
Brigida, I don't know if you saw it, but Carl TZ, while he was giving high fives to everybody, he was like, he was biting his
What,
lip.
he still had that game face on?
He was ready to go for 5 games, but Team Liquid Philippines, all preparations came into play in this one. They swept the 2nd seed, and they're bringing the first team that made it to the upper brackets down to the lower brackets in the midst of elimination.
They've been defying all odds so far, making it past the play-ins, beating 2nd seed, being 3rd seed. They've been doing so much when in fact, people had probably much more expectations for Onyx heading into this match. And how devastating is it for you to do this for 2 games out of those 3 using King Kong's best hero?
That's... If I was King Kong, I would be offended.
Yeah.
I would be completely offended. Number 1, you get denied your best hero 3 times in this series. And not only that, you get defeated twice by the only one, Carl TZ. And that is quite an insane feat to take note of. You're looking at the MVP highlights right now. Man, this has already been a struggle right from the start for Onyx Philippines, just because they can't get their foot going. Because sure, they were a little bit tanky compared to the previous two games. They were able to prolong it for quite some time. But King Kong wasn't able to catch up on time because he died twice in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like Onyx tried changing a few things for this game. Draft-wise, even rotation-wise, I feel like there have been much more rotations towards the gold lane compared to the EXP lane, because I feel like for the past 2 games that we've seen them play, there's been so much emphasis on Kirk, but I feel like they've shifted towards Kellora a bit more in this game, and the backshot pick has helped them a lot to do that. We did talk about this while the game was ongoing, that the backshot actually helped them amplify their rotational speed and allowed them to do things that they were struggling to pull off in the first 2 games. And that was a step forward for Onyx, but that's about it. It wasn't enough to deal with the Stampede, because if they were taking things 1 step at a time, Liquid, they were stampeding all over Onyx Philippines for the entirety of this series.
And I have to say, you gotta give props to Coach RC for these past 3 games that have made Team Liquid Philippines, specifically made an easier way for Carl TZ to play. Not only did they ban out the heavy carries that would be meant for King Kong, it was Carl TZ trying to at least play some mind games towards the rest of the members of Onyx Philippines. And thus, we've reached the later portions of our game where usually it's Team Liquid Philippines that struggles. You know, in like the 15 minutes and beyond for Onyx Philippines, that was their moment. That was their opportunity and window to shine. And unfortunately for them, sure, there were enough durable moments for them to withstand the pressure. But if King Kong was the one that is being targeted by the rest of the members of Team Liquid Philippines, specifically Sanford and JP. We saw that in that last play towards that Lord Clash where it was quite impossible for him to get out of that specific situation because all ultimates, all skills were for King Kong alone.
Yeah, they also had all angles covered. If they probably had one that could have been a potential escape route, Sanji has it covered too. And Sanji on the Selena, we should not look at the numbers, the KDA, because that is not what matters in this game for Sanji. It's the way he just kept making his presence felt. As the Selena, throwing out arrows, making Onyx feel like they're in very awkward positions majority of the time, and that has helped them so much. Imagine having unlimited ways to gain vision against Onyx Philippines when in fact that already helps you so much, because this is a Yi Sun Shin lineup no matter what you say. This is a Harith that needs to be somewhat covered by Onyx Philippines before they're actually able to throw out all their utilities. But they're not able to do that
Right.
at all. I feel like there were glimpses or there were moments where they nearly were able to pull things off, but Liquid are also so quick to acknowledge that this could turn sideways for us. So they just decide to disengage whenever those kinds of moments come up. And that's something really commendable for Team Liquid Philippines as well.
Which comes back into the draft where Coach RC picked up a Claude for OHEB. I think that wrapped up the entirety of the composition here for Team Liquid. Because if it wasn't a Claude, if it wasn't a hard carry hero in the late game, this would have been a totally different story because they wouldn't have enough damage should they pick up the Granger, should they pick up something else. You know, and I think the fighter, they understand the concept of when to pick a fighter gold lane and when to pick a gold laner in the best possible scenarios. And we continuously see that all throughout these 3 games because it was a manifestation of everything that they have learned so far. So this was just an immaculate showcase of talent and strength and preparation from Coach RC, Carl TZ, and the rest of Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah.
My oh my.
I have to say, Team Liquid Philippines, in a span of 2 days, have shown us completely different versions of the Liquid Stampede, of Liquid Philippines as a whole. And Onyx Philippines, it does feel very familiar, but the things we look for them in the most are the ones lacking. Like their individual presence, their laning. I feel like we should see a lot more of that come back so we could see them get back in shape gradually. Because laning should never be taken away from Onyx Philippines. Right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Now let's get right on lane because up next, it's Wolf with his solo analysis.
At kung hindi ninyo narinig ang mga sinasabi namin dito sa panel, let me just remind you of what happened in that game. Because it looked very simple from my perspective. Ang TL Ph ay nakapaglaro ng MLBB whereas itong Onyx Philippines hindi man lang nakatapak sa Land of Dawn. And that started with the draft. I think yung better drafting ng TL Ph ang nagbigay sa kanila ng chance na manalo ng early game ng sunod-sunod dito sa ating series. And also, TL Ph, ang ganda ng draft order nila na parang na-checkmate nila in many ways. Itong side ng Onyx Philippines, napakahirap laruin ng mga laro ng Onyx Philippines because not only were they outdrafted by TLPH, they're also giving away yung signature gameplay ng TLPH. Yung Onyx, binigyan sila ng chance na maglaro ng early game, makuha yung first turtle, magkaroon ng comfortable game ito si Carl TZ. Sanford was given so much comfort this game as well at nag-profit ng ganun kadali lang ang side ng TLPH. At idagdag pa natin dyan, additional na seasoning para sa TLPH, yung jungle diff. And I'm sure that this is actually a painful message to hear kung ikaw si King Kong. Pero dito sa series na to, I think madami tayong pwedeng bigay na kaso. Jungle diff ang nakita natin. Hindi lang sa 1v1 ng RTZ versus King Kong, but also as a team. TLPH moved as a unit. Maganda yung kanilang pag-invade versus the jungle of Onyx Philippines. They constantly were aggressive and controlling the river. Tapos nakita natin yung crescendo mula kay Carl TZ na sunod-sunod mula sa mahinang kanta, palakas ng palakas. Naramdaman natin na kayang-kaya niyang talunin itong si King Kong in many ways in this game. At pinakitaan tayo ng jungle masterclass ng The GOAT at Carl TZ. Yan ang mga dahilan kung bakit nanalo ang TLPH dito sa serye to at kung bakit sila nasa upper bracket finals. Alam nyo, excited ako makita pa ang TLPH pero mas interested ako kung ano nga ba yung communication sa mga to. Paano nila hinahype si The GOAT? Paano sila nagsha-shot call? Paano yung information na nagbibigay sa TLPH sa napaka-dominant na series na to? Panoorin natin ang kanilang mic check.
Pre, hero na goal dito, hindi Lord Hero na tayo na ito, pre. Pampupok lang ako. Tara. G, mag-hero pa na kumasok. Wala ka. Wait lang, isa pa. Pwede yung sushi na. Pwede nyo ba? Pwede. Back siya. Tingin niya. Walang gulang. Sushi. Nice call. Nice call, nice tingin. May pero pa pala. Okay lang. Ano yun? Malalang natin Prime yung na mid, pre. Pre, kayo magkakamali Wag na. Tuloy mo, magkakaretry na ako. Dito, tapusin mo yung apat dito. Mag-actually, mag-aap na sila. Kaya ito yung run. Pre-harapan niya. Don't carry-harit. Let's go. May balik ako, pre. Gusto niyo? Tara. Tingnan. Super pin. Super pin. Hero.
unusual is it?
Yeah.
Right, to see Team Liquid Philippines so composed against a team that has beaten them all throughout the regular season. It doesn't happen ever so often.
Yeah, they were very, very locked in.
Right.
Like their comms were on point. You could see it in their facial expressions. They were just set on doing what had to be done. And that's why it was a sweep that they handed over to us.
You know what? They gotta be awarded something, man. They gotta be awarded. And because of that, we were recently nominated for numerous titles during the Esports Awards.
You guys can vote for Team Vitality for Esports Team of the Year, Kirk for Esports Breakthrough Player of the Year, Team Liquid and Team Falcons 2 for Organization of the Year.
We also have Team Liquid for Content Group Mundon has also been nominated for Esports Publisher of the Year, and Mobile Legends Bang Bang for Esports Mobile Game of the Year and Esports Game of the Year. I'm trying to match up what they were saying a while ago, all right? But hey, it's pretty cool that we've seen a lot of people, and thank you so much, guys, for being here and being part of history.
Yep, we're so thankful for the amount of people here on a weekday.
And we also have amount of performances.
Yeah, that's why they deserve.
Who do we have? Bark, Unexpected, Nobita, and Ace Banzuelo live at the Mpl Arena. Sony Music has got us covered with performances that will surely hype up the crowd. We saw Bark shake that thing. We saw Unexpected pass on low-key decisions and
they
low-key
pass on
turns.
low-key
What else are we gonna see from the next two performers? I don't know.
That's
but
tomorrow and wait,
no,
is it?
no, it's on
Saturday and Sunday.
There you go.
So we're saving 2 for the weekend, and I'm expecting a lot more people to come in during the weekend.
You know what I realized? It seems like the curse didn't work today.
That's true.
It seems like the curse didn't work today.
Yeah, I was trying not to say it on broadcast because it felt really weird, but it is what it is. It's a 3-0.
Well,
it feels so weird to experience that.
Well, it depends on our next match if the streak will continue for you personally, because it's Aurora heading up against TNC. That is a 1 going up against a 5 on the other side. That's pretty interesting.
Yep. We will be diving into the statistics of this matchup later on, but 1 versus 5, I think it's pretty given what people would assume would be the outcome. But based on what TNC has showed us yesterday, I don't think it still can be a clear-cut win for Aurora just yet.
We're about to find out more of that on behalf of Coach Snap. Bring it up. My name is Hans Galudia. See you guys in a bit.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto to plato, sarap panalo!
You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Contact Arctic Aircon today. Let our team of experts provide the perfect solution for your cooling needs. Stay cool, stay comfortable with Arctic Aircon, your trusted air conditioning rental and services provider across the Philippines.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangang gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong pen. Focus! Ganito ba? Ay, naku! Bibi! Gatot Katya? Need help? Injection!
Wala ako.
Ito na lang!
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bibi! Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go!
Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-set up ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi. Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you! What's a navigator?
Navigators safeguard the lighthouses across the Nexus Sea. It is a responsibility that we must uphold.
Dad?
I'll always be with you.
Target acquired! Frontier Justice! Ready, go! For all the Laylas out there!
Layla, now!
You should have never tampered with the lighthouses. Because I am a navigator! I'm gonna be the best navigator ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG, bro!
Don't worry. Be unleashed with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
Contact Arctic Aircon today. Let our team of experts provide the perfect solution for your cooling needs. Stay cool, stay comfortable with Arctic Aircon.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangan gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong pen. Focus. Ganito ba? Ay, naku. Bibi. Gatot kacha? Need help? Injection!
Ano pala ako?
Ito na lang.
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bibi! Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go! Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-set up ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi. Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you! What's a navigator?
Navigators safeguard the lighthouses across the Nexus Sea. It is a responsibility that we must uphold.
Dad?
I'll always be with you.
Target acquired! Frontier Justice! Ready, go! For all the Laylas out there!
Layla, now!
You should have never tampered with the lighthouses. Because I am a navigator!
I'm gonna be the best navigator ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void. Defensive mode engaged. Go claw! Stand clear.
Observe. Do you fear the dark? Ha!
Cleanup sequence initiated. Kerplunk! Absorption test. Go claw!
Be silent. Night falls.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Animal test 6308.
Close your eyes. Observe. Close your eyes.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Stand clear. Animal test 6308.
Be silent. The long sleep beckons.
Installation chamber deployed. Stand clear. Annihilation mode. Left attack! Animal hypostasis emulation.
Observe. Close your eyes.
Hunted mode engaged.
Kerplunk! Go claw!
Be silent. To dust.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Chew on this! Ding dong! Animal test 63.
Observe. Close your eyes. Be silent.
Insulation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust.
Kerplunk! Look, a rainbow! Absorption test.
Close your eyes. Night falls.
Kerplunk! Ding dong, water bomb! Chew on.
Observe. Night falls.
Go claw! Look, a rain... Animal test 6308.
Be silent. Observe. To dust. Close your eyes. To dust.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Go claw! Chew on this! Absorption test.
Observe. To dust. Be silent.
Defensive mode engage.
Splash attack! Animal test 6308.
Close your eyes. To dust. Observe.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Nefer, head of the Curatorium of Secrets. You may have heard a few rumors about me, but don't let that trouble you. Fact or fiction, I assure you it won't impact our collaboration.
The neighboring nation of Rio has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander through Nodcry on a misty night. The march of the wild hunt will be sure to drag him into the darkness.
Yeah.
Installation chamber.
Chew on this! Look! Stand clear! Swirl! Mark 2!
Close your eyes. Observe. To dust.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amusement. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Animo test 6308.
Close your eyes. Night falls.
Absorption test. Stand clear. Absorption test.
Be silent. Observe. Night falls.
Ultimatum protocol.
Animal test 6308.
Be silent. To dust.
Go claw! Look! Stand clear. Enhanced animal module 75.
Close your eyes. Hear the dark. Be silent. Observe. Do you hear the dark?
Cleanup sequence initiated.
I dance for you, my dear.
Close your eyes. Night falls.
like that.
My depth of field is not on point. I did not expect my hand to be so close to your face.
I was gonna say, like, you know, I welcomed it though. It's fine. We welcome all our viewers from watching, tuning in around the world the same way. I hope you have a hand on your shoulder.
No, I was literally like right here.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
If you want to overreach, hey, you can overreach, man. That's fine. That's, you know, we're at the point here.
I was trying to show them like how big this place is, and instead I'm just...
Hey, it's okay. The place is massive, though. I do have to say, people are still welcome in. It's great because we have the Superfan City. Cité, sorry, the Superfan Cité outside.
Baby.
But we also have something more, and we've been using a lot of this, man. It's the Sip water. Sip purified water. It's filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches my thirst like no other. Ali's Uhouse Sip Na.
I was gonna take it,
dude.
But
that was
that was 100.
Yeah, thank you. I'm getting better at Tagalog.
Hey,
something
else we need besides hydration is a cool spot. No funds to shell out for air conditioning units that you will only use once. Well, no worries, because Arctic Air Rental has a wide range of packages that will surely fit your budget.
Thank you so much to Arctic. You can also get them because they're great for indoor events like this here. This is your indoor functions. You have outdoor affairs like we do out there for the Superfan City. Arctic Aircon Rental is here for all you guys to keep you and your guests comfy. That's what it's all about. Also, by the way, speaking of comfort, man, I'll tell you what, Go Hotels. That's where we've been staying.
I'm so excited to rest.
Hey, I know who else is super excited to rest. He's not here, but he's over there. And let's go to Go Hotels. Let's hashtag Go Explore More. Thank you to them. I actually got the opportunity to go ahead and talk to some of them earlier today. They had an interview with me, and I told them, you know what, guys? A+, because I have a hard time fitting on beds, man. Like, I'm quite the large human being and quite, you know, lengthy, but I fit on their beds perfectly. I love it. Hey. And also, yes, hey.
At 6'9",
6'9", man.
350 pounds,
I'm telling you.
Great lodging.
It is. You know what? Also, the last game. I don't know how I'm tying that into lodging, but 0-3 on it. The Superfan they got sent to the lodge, man.
It's that weird jump that feels the same way as this weird reality we live in, because who'd have thought this? All right, I expected for Onyx to take the dub, right? They're fresh off of a nice 2 weeks of rest.
Yep.
And they're going up against Liquid, who went almost all the way against Falcons. And look, Falcons got one off of Liquid, bro.
Yeah.
Falcons got one off of Liquid. You'll see it happened yesterday.
And Onyx didn't.
Not a single game.
I think a lot of the Superfam and the Sonics out there are wondering the same thing. Like, what the hell happened here?
What the hell-y?
What the hell-y? I mean, okay, I predicted personally Mpl Ph would move forward, but I didn't expect a sweep, man.
Not like this.
Not like this. And if you missed the match, guys, I'm telling you, like, there was something clearly wrong with the way that Onyx Philippines was playing.
I thought you were gonna say, if you missed the match, you didn't miss much. Because this feels like a Twilight Zone type-ish. Like, what were we watching?
Like, where are we?
You cover up those names, and it didn't look like King Kong, Calrock, Kirk, Superfans, and Brusco were playing. So
yeah.
I'm still in disbelief. Hours into the experience, I'm still in disbelief.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. You know, they're going to have to go ahead and adjust. Now, I know we had Coach Snap earlier on the panel stand with Hans and Brigida, and he did mention that he kind of predicted that he would see Onyx go down to the lower bracket. I'm not sure who else predicted that. Maybe some of you guys did over at home too. I know you didn't, right? You predicted Mpl Ph.
I is wrong.
Yeah, you predicted they would go down and then make their way up. But again, you still have that second life. So it's not over for Onyx, obviously. They're down there in the lower bracket. We'll be waiting to see who they're going to be playing against, of course, between our next matches up here. But definitely, if you are a fan of Onyx and you want to see them potentially go forward to defend that world title of theirs in M7, dude, I'm telling you, they're going to have to do a massive adjustments before their next matchup. Hopefully, they're able to go ahead and figure out what didn't work, because there was a whole lot that didn't work for them today. Or maybe it's just the fact that Team Liquid Philippines is so locked in and ready to move on forward. It could be that. Could be that. But we'll let our panel talk about the next matchup here. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Hans and Brigida.
Thanks a lot, Naisu and Leo. Right now, action is about to resume once more here at the Cuneta Astrodome at Pasay City for your MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs. Still, the upper brackets are what we are looking at, and this is obviously the matter of consistency. Just a while ago, you know, I was about to say Wolf because Wolf was on the other side. Naisu and Leo we're talking about Team Liquid, and I think that's enough.
Yeah.
Team Liquid just made sure that they can take care of business, and it's quite weird to say that given that Onyx had preparation time, all the rest days, all the moments of watching, and yet it's still not enough to beat the Stampede.
Yep, it really seemed like they got their revenge against Onyx. They never won against them in the entire regular season, and the way they did their revenge was so dominant. I feel like if they do meet a second time in the playoffs, that definitely will be turning into something. But Onyx has to go through the lower bracket first before that even potentially happens. But today we are about to find out, I feel, another team who might go through that route.
Yeah, this is the team that Onyx is going to be going up against. Whoever loses against the Phoenix Fire, going up against the Northern Lights, will it burn even brighter? Will Aurora just continue to shine like they did during the regular season? There's a lot of questions that are going to be answered all throughout this series. It's a story of consistency, a story of how they've adapted over the last week in terms of our break. Because again, we talked to Coach Snap a while ago during that first match where he really emphasized on the importance of having the breaks, and it really paved the way for a lot of these bottom-seeded teams to even make their way here. And now, the 5th seed DNC is going to be facing the first, the top of the regular standings, Aurora.
Honestly, whenever we talk about TNC, or if we look at TNC and the way that they've been able to grow in the past few weeks, because I feel like we all had this identity we assumed for TNC when they headed into the season. Considering this is Chaknu, this is Benny, this is Zaida, Trimar, and Lancy, we had this picture of TNC just being that very flashy team, I feel. That very much suits them being a Phoenix. Always on the rise and always being or eager to look for fights, but I feel like throughout the entire regular season, TNC just realized that maybe that's not the way to go. I know we've always talked about, or even in the English desk, we've always talked about, this feels like maybe a different Benny. Like, this doesn't feel like the old Benny, the bagyong Benny, quote unquote. And this doesn't feel like the old Chaknu, quote unquote, exactly, right? So maybe that's also what they discovered and understood, that maybe there's a different way to go about this. Because so far, this stability that TNC is able to show us is what's working for them so far. It's just that they enable certain players to be the flashy guy, and it's not like all of them all at once.
You know, you were talking about stability, and I think we can see that based on the lower thirds that are currently displayed on your screens right now. The first seed, 100%. There were no other opportunities that the first seed and the 5th seed go up against each other. Because on a regular, number 4 should be winning against number 5 given the situation, but it didn't happen at that moment. It was TNC making waves at that moment, but going up against Aurora, you were talking about TNC being a team that makes some flashy plays, makes some crucial moments for them to take over and potentially take a series, just like what they did with Twisted Minds. But with Aurora, they are so fundamentally gifted this season. It's like they understand that they have to control the early game. Master the Basics and Dexstar have manifested this time and time again, and their experience overseas has definitely helped them to get in shape this far into the competition. And Light, we've said that for quite some time now. The addition of this guy has been tremendous for Aurora.
And it's not like he's adjusting. You don't feel how he needs to change so much of his signature playstyle or his identity as a roamer.
Dude, don't forget to look at it.
And the signature staring contest doesn't change though, but that's the thing. Like Light, he just felt like a perfect fit again for Aurora. It's the way that he's just able to blend in so well for them. And Chaknu, it wasn't, or it didn't happen in a snap of a finger.
Correct.
But I feel like, again, as mentioned earlier, he's slowly finding himself and the kind of roamer that he has to be for the Phoenix Army.
Well, look at this. Playoff appearances. These 6 players still yet to look for their very first Mpl Ph championship. This is Dominkite's 4th season, US 6th season. Khaled has been here 4 times, Lancy had 5, Trimar had 5, and Chaknu, the uncrowned king, still, after being teammates with Kelra, who already won his championship in Season 14, he wants to change things, not only for TNC, but also for himself. This is a personal vendetta, a personal goal towards what he wants to make, which is to reach that top and represent us in the international stage.
Yeah, 9 playoffs appearances. It's no joke.
It's no joke.
9 times of you making it into the playoffs, but failing to get that championship title. So I'm pretty sure, like, even all the Chaknu fans out there badly want to see him take it.
Just like how Keller was.
Just like how Keller was, but it's different now. Like, he's the one who needs to do a bit of catching up in terms of that. But even yesterday, you see it. Like, once, if you would call them the old gods, like the veterans, are really in that position where they have to go all out. And you can see how hungry they are to actually redeem themselves. Because getting into playoffs, also, for TNC as a whole, is already a major feat. And yesterday we saw it. So I won't be surprised if, again, that rest you mentioned has helped them develop a lot and prepare for this playoffs. But going up against Aurora is a difficult task. Like, we have to put it out there.
Right, we've seen both sides of the coin here. Right from the start, we've at some point taken note of what was happening. And you're probably wondering, why is there a fishbowl here? Why have we not even made a movement out of it before I, of course, took it and then got it for myself? But hey, you're going to have to go with who is the best player this season.
So you already chose yours.
My pick is Super Prince.
Oh, okay. Wait, should I pick mine first?
Yeah, you should pick yours. You should pick yours. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Who's mine? Who's mine?
Mine is Super Prince. And yours is Zaida, who's actually gonna be playing today. I'm in a bit of a disadvantage because Super Prince and Onyx just lost a while ago. But all right, I'm gonna be starting. Super Prince has been very consistent. You were talking about flashy. You were talking about a captain that goes into command. He's usually shy. He's very bashful when he is outside. But when he takes control, when he takes over the reign, that led to one of the most dominant M-World performances in history, which is none other than the M6 World Championship.
I see. But if it's about consistency, then I think Zaida would be the best example because it's not all the time that you get to see TNC play from ahead. And Zaida, regardless of the situation, even when they're behind, you could see how well he performs as a jungler, how stable he is. And when you let him get his hands on those high mechanical heroes, he's able to deliver just the same. So Zaida has been a very standout jungler for a lot of people, and I think they would agree that he could potentially be considered, or he is actually the best player of this season.
And I would also agree to disagree because of the option that Super Prince makes low mechanic heroes look highly mechanical. But yeah, I guess we're going to be tossing this one.
It's up to them to decide who won the debate.
To decide. No Aurora players from where we picked up on this, but it's so nice to see hundreds of people celebrating Aurora just like this in the MPL Festival, which never really occurred before. And it's so cool that they're all here dancing, celebrating, cheering for their favorite team.
And they have so many props.
So many.
And they're all so colorful. I mean, it's not too colorful. It's still in line or according to the theme of the Northern Lights. It's that kind of blue that suits them, but it's just so nice because you could see, like, all sorts of people joining in too. Like there were some who are a bit more old. Right?
Like, young at heart.
Mothers and some are just like, I don't know where could they even come from, because this is playoffs, so I won't be surprised if some even flew all the way to Manila.
I mean, during the regular season, we've seen a lot of them, right? There's a lot of people who like really commit to watching the games even during the regular season. And man, I always get reminded of how thankful we are that we are doing this just because of everybody else putting in the effort to watch us, coming in from different places, and somebody coming even from the States just to watch here because they want to experience live. It's like, what? And we are here just yapping like it's a regular day, you know? So sometimes we are absolutely reminded of how thankful and grateful we are to be in this position. And I'm sure the players and teams also feel the same way. Aurora being in a position where there were some signs of blacklist from this squad. You are probably talking about why there are some people who are young at heart who are still supporting this team. That was because way back then, they were one of the biggest fan bases to ever make it here into the MPL. And now getting their players, it's like the people who are young at heart grew up with them here in the esports scene.
Yeah, whenever we get to talk to them, whenever we hear our hosts talk to these people, it seems like they have a common answer, but they all stay.
No wonder that the common answer is quite different for Wolf in the house.
Thank you so much, casters. Ito na ang ating ikalawang playoffs match sa ating round 1 ng upper bracket. Alam naman natin na gustong manalo ng dalawang teams para makapunta dun sa upper bracket finals. And in order for them to do so, they have to follow our Infinix keys to victory. Magiging mahirap to para sa TNC dahil top seed ang kanilang makakatapat na Aurora. Pero pwede nating simulan yan dun sa draft. And this is interesting kasi yung dalawang teams natin ay may kanya-kanyang strengths when it comes to drafting. Nakita ko yesterday for TNC na yung kanilang mga power picks katulad ng Lunox na properly placed into the draft. Sabay meron silang mga counter picks na ginagawa. Doon natatalo yung kanilang mga nakakatapat. Hindi pa nagsisimula yung laro, parang panalo na agad ang TNC. And same can be said with the Aurora. All throughout the season, the draft has been important para sa Aurora sa kanilang pagkakapanalo. Dahil doon sa kanilang mga balance or mga safe na picks kung saan kahit unahin silang mga heroes na madaling counterin, mukhang hindi na-counter kasi naban na pala nila o kaya naman nakahanda sila for the lure. And for both teams natin, meron din naman sila kailangan gawing in-game. Para sa Aurora, they have to take control of the map and the war of attrition versus TNC. Kailangan nila maipanalo yung mga maliliit na mga resources na eventually ay nakuha nila para manakaw dun sa kanilang kalaban that eventually gives them the advantage. Late game din naman ng mga pre-lord setups ang pwedeng ipanalo ng Aurora dito dahil kapansin-pansin para sa TNC, yung mga struggles nila in the regular season is when the late game comes, dun sila natatalo sa mga lord setups. Now for TNC, they have to be active and aggressive in the early game rotations. It is what they did in the previous series. Kapag nakakuha sila ng advantage sa early game dahil aggressive si Chakno, pati na rin itong si Lancy, mas napapaganda ang laro para sa kanila. And they also have to look at Trimar as the key dito sa ating laban. Kapag aggressive at comfort mix ang nakukuha dito ni Trimar, panalo ang TNC. Kaya nga naman yan ang kailangang sundin ng ating mga teams para sa kanilang pagkakapanalo. And speaking of victory, you can experience victory as well with the Infinix GT30 with GT triggers and MLBB certified 120 FPS. Enjoy ultra smooth gameplay and outplay the rest. Ang pwedeng gawin dito ng dalawang teams natin ay mag-focus din sa kanilang mga comfort. At kung makikita natin kung komportable nga ba sila, meron ba silang aura ng winning moment para dito sa teams, panoorin natin na pumasok ang TNC at ang Aurora.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, our marshals, Joshua G, Chico, Patrick, and Yaku Jeff. Can they continue their match streak in the playoffs? Give it up for the Northern Lights, Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Light, and Domenkite, Aurora Gaming! For how long can the fire continue to burn? The always rising 3 Dreamer, Zaida, Lancy, Jack New and Benny Cutie, TNC Pro Team! And the coaches. For Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. For TNC Pro Team, Coach E2 Max. Phoenix Army or Northern Lights, sino ang pupunta sa upper bracket finals?
This is a battle of power against order. It's the Order of the Northern Lights that have managed to activate these 5 players towards them getting the victory. Aurora looking to take care of a 13-match winning streak, but going up against them, the fire that continues to burn. TNC Pro Team looking to at least burn even brighter. If they have not win a single series since Season 9 in the playoffs until now.
Yep, it's so hard to find stats that won't entirely favor Aurora. But for TNC, I don't think that could be completely at a disadvantage either. Because I feel like these are the points, or these are the things they were able to really take into consideration, which they greatly improved at, as we could observe from their previous matches. And I think it's great that at least for a start, the graph shows how aggressive they still can be in the early game, because this is something you have to take away from Aurora. Even during their last matchup, this was highlighted by the Howl in their previous matchup too, which was to survive Aurora's early game. But what better way to deal with it if not by taking over the early game completely and not just surviving it, because that's something completely different. And TNC, it's not like they didn't come off a win yesterday too.
Yeah, it's momentum, but it's a hard-earned victory for TNC Pro Team. It's like the Twisted Minds were going head-to-head against them, fighting at least a punch with another counter-attack. But for Aurora, they have been watching, they have been lurking, they have been at the skies, looking at the Phoenix as they fly. And that is a story that's to remember. But now, we're going to look at the big test.
Mic check, Saida. Okay lang kaya yung matcha ko doon? Grand Finals daw, puno daw dito ah. Scan ko. Kasama kaya tayo doon o manonood? Alamat Award, thank you sa mga fans namin dyan, lalo na sa mga dumadayo pa dito. Grabe, oh. Grabe supportan nyo, dahil sa inyo, lumalakas kami. Si... Shoutout din sa mga TNC boys, mga matcha lover. Iba talaga aura ng Aurora. Shoutout sa mga Aurora fans, pengi kami unti sa inyo.
Shaknu, and obviously Benny Cutie. Now I'm wondering where the Aurora side went. They're probably still in the Northern Lights, but hey, they're gonna go down in just a bit. But Shaknu, just like what I told you guys, they are very thankful to see thousands of people that are here united in front just to cheer their hearts, their voices, their lungs out. And the same could be said for both of us. But hey, Brigida, from what we talked about a while ago, it's order versus power. Going back to the Infinix keys to victory, order is what Master the Basics and Dexstar take advantage of. In spite of a 12 number or a 12 hero deficit, because Aurora has only picked 41 heroes compared to TNC's 53, they're still able to pull it off because they don't need to branch out to execute what they want to do. That's how precise and concise the game plan has always been.
And it's not like you don't or you can't consider them versatile despite that number, because they can still switch between different strategies, different play styles, which basically revolves or depends on what Demon Kite gets. And it's like, it's very low effort for Aurora to show how versatile they are, how masterful they are of the current patch, of the current meta. And TNC, they need to show us how they could turn all these experiments into something that can really take over this fundamentally near-perfect team, which is Aurora.
They're on completely opposite sides of the bargain. For TNC Pro Team, this is a squad that thrives in picks that you don't usually expect, and yet they would still make it work. But now, we're going to be seeing Expanding Rivers for the first time today, and that is a map that Aurora loves to play in. 7 wins, no losses, still undefeated are the Northern Lights, and that is because of how quick the rotations are, how nimble their movements have become for them to just surprise their opponent, and now they're gonna look to surprise TNC.
Yes, this is actually their most played map. Of course, granted their win streak, it's still on 100%, but this is their most played map at 7 games. The next is already Clouds, which is at 5 games, but this, as you've mentioned, is one of the best maps to play in if you're Aurora. Also, mainly because of Dom and Kite.
Right.
So, they clearly, TNC, one of the best things they've shown us so far is their respect towards the Harith of Dom and Kite. It's not just the mechanics that you have to respect, but also, again, the capability of it to just farm up so fast, considering that we are in Expanding Rivers. And you could say the same for other powerful gold laners out there. So, compared to the first series where we did not see the 1-1 be banned as much, it's different when you're up against TNC, because this is Benny Cutie, and whenever Benny Cutie gets his hands on the 1-1, there's a very high chance that they just take control of the game, and that leaves so many options open for Aurora. All the first picks we've seen recently from the Gatot, from the Dusin, from the CCs, from the Lancelots, everything's still there, but they're banking on the stability of Mr. Consistent for now.
This is what Mpl Ph, I believe, did in some of their games. They tried to pick the CC first because it gives you a little bit more of that flexible option if you are Coach Master the Basics. And we are still, not yet sure at this point if it's going to be going to Dom and Kite or even to Edward, because either way, this is what you were pertaining to, Brigida, that they have been fluid in making something happen in spite of a single pick. But for TNC Pro Team, they're going to stick with what has been comfortable for them right from the start of the playoffs. Chaknu, regarded yesterday as one of the best Gatot Kacha users we have here in Season 16 in Zaida. I don't think there's a need for introduction in that. If he can perform in his best with the Fanny, much more with the Isam Shin.
Yeah, and this is what Twisted Minds avoided yesterday. They never let Chaknu, except for that one time, get his hands on the Gatot Kacha, but now they have it. So at least, similar to what happened earlier, Aurora still has the CC. So they have answers. They could just throw out the curtain call and not result in an immediate commit from TNC. But here's where the Lancelot CC combo comes in as well. So you have no ways of making things a bit more awkward for the Lancelot, because I feel like the CC is also one of the considerable soft counters again for the Lancelot. So it's also the Grok that they decided to prioritize for Light. So there's so many layers of interruption already. If you're Aurora.
And that's kind of like the disadvantage for TNC already, because the ideal scenario for them was to ban out a hero that relies on comfort and stability at the same time. It was the Harith and the Baksha, almost picked up by Aurora until it wasn't, because they banned it out. So the same thing could be said even for Coach MT, because those heroes are heavily pinpointed or targeted towards the other members of TNC. So Valentina is going to be the pickup here for TNC. But if you're looking at the lineup here coming out from Aurora, there are heroes that we have not seen all throughout the day. Looking at the order once again for the Northern Lights.
Yep. The Valentina, clearly a great response to having the Grok. We could already expect at least not just the AOG, but even the tech charge. And a Valentina taking the tech charge sometimes can do plays by herself. We've seen it multiple times, and they could come in from very awkward or weird and surprising angles, which is why I like how they're already deciding to take out the Novaria from Yue, because this is potentially one of the biggest threats to TNC's game plan for now.
So Lancey has to step up big time. We've seen some clips right over social media. Lancey has to prove himself right over here because he has been under criticism for quite far too long from a lot of people outside of the game, even from the people who are designated to be, you know, some of the best that we have in the business. So for Lancey's, the Valentina, he has some options here depending on how it's going to be going, because you still have 2 picks if you are looking at Aurora. So Valentina would have a pickup necessary, but look at both teams digging deep in the bag. That's a Novario for TNC and Aurora taking out the X-Board.
This is starting to make me think, what if they're planning to take a page out of what we saw from Team Liquid Philippines earlier too, which is to double down on the fighters and potentially put another core elsewhere, like not necessarily in the gold lane.
Right.
I mean, the Lunox is still available if you look at it right now for Aurora. Although I'm not entirely sure if we've actually seen Yue on one. So maybe we could also look at other potential options. The Kimmy's also still there if you think about it for Aurora. And we are yet to see the magic damage from Aurora too, so that might be one. TNC take out the Alice though.
They kind of want to avoid some sort of like wombo combo, but I honestly believe that they would have been the ones to take it at least. The Gatot Kacha and the Alice combo would be great, but they probably had other things in mind. They're worried about facing the Grok with a tech charge as well, so that's probably a problem that they don't want to worry about anymore. And Lancelot, CC still going to be there. There's a good amount of damage potential from Aurora, but what I'm looking forward to is a Dominkite hero, because there's going to be enough access towards that back lines with a Gatot Kacha alone, but the follow-up damage also needs to come from TNC here, not just Saida here.
Dominkite. Following his best pick, Harith, it's clearly the Granger, but even that one's banned out. So next to that is the Moskov, with I believe a 5-2 record so far. But we get to look at that later. For now, TNC on their 4th pick, still looking for their gold laner too.
Dude,
what?
Do you know that this is where the power picks usually come in?
Yeah.
Right? So it's I think it's a toss in the air on what the pickup is going to be like. But hey, the Lapu-Lapu. So based on what we saw a while ago on the left side of our screen, all 5 of our most used heroes have been either picked or banned, with 4 of them being part of the 2 teams lineups.
Yeah. I'm wondering what Dominkite's really considering at this point. Yu has never touched the Lunox. The Ruby hasn't been successful for Dominkite so far.
So he's had his hands on fighter gold lanes, but
it didn't work. Even the Roger one time. So maybe they will revert to the traditional marksman. The Moskov is still there. Oh, but they go Kimmy mid.
Oh. Okay, so they're gonna go with the CC gold lane.
So this is why they took out the X-Borg as well. It's not necessarily the Ruby. They already had the gold lane all along.
Yeah.
But of course, it's really a flex pick, so we could never tell. Edward on the Uranus. Look at how tanky this lineup is for Aurora.
That's a lot of front line.
Okay.
Yeah, so with that being said, there's going to be enough space, enough room for Demon Kite to roam around and do whatever the hell he wants in the jungle. It's just that for Benny Cutie, the hero that we are looking for him is, I don't know.
Is he going to go fighter?
He has a high tendency of going fighter gold lane.
Yeah, but you need damage. You need a way to deal with all this.
There you go. You talked about damage, right?
I really like the way he played the Obsidia yesterday. Very aggressive. Never knew you could use it to ambush players just by hiding in the bush and using the Hunt of Bone.
And that was one of the best, if not the best, Obsidia gameplay that we saw in the entire season. Because a lot of teams are 50-50 towards this Obsidia. But and yet, it's, you know, TNC making it work against Twisted yesterday.
Yeah. Definitely the late game, the wave management for TNC is what I am going to be paying attention to, considering that they might need to be a bit more farm heavy in their lineup. Aurora, on the other hand, being this very tanky lineup that you see, they can afford to make their presence be felt early on.
The Northern Lights looking to showcase everything against the Phoenix Army. Naisu, Leo, gotta take this away, boys.
Take it away, we shall. Welcome to the second and final match here for day 2 of the playoffs here, MPL Philippines Season 16. Once again, to join you guys watching and tuning in from around the world, it's me, Naisu and Leo,
Welcome
to take you in on the action.
Legends.
It's Aurora versus TNC Pro Team. Leo, Aurora has been dominant all season long. TNC, they went some distance yesterday. Do you think they have the right ingredients here for game number 1 to go in the belt in favor of TNC?
I think they're favored just going into the draft. Looking at this lineup, all you gotta do is win that first 1 or 2 turtles, and then don't even think about the third because they drafted an Obsidia. Benny Cutie needs to farm up. Sure, Chagno's hanging around here, but that's what the CC's built for. Dominkite is gonna hunker down. Like, I love how they alluded to it and then just went full on through. Oh no, Lancey! Forced to use the flicker. See that? All this while, Dominkite's just chilling. See that?
He's chilling, man.
I'm not even afraid for him.
He's
just a little.
He's just a little. He's staying there too. But again, he knows that he can go ahead and get some of that health back again. This is CC. Not to mention, you've got the Brave Smite emblem there too. You're going to be able to go and heal back up. Now, one of the things about it is, again, if you guys missed the performance of Benny Cutie on the Obsidia yesterday, he had a hell of a performance. Again, it was one of those things, a topic of discussion when he locked in the Obsidia. We haven't seen, I feel like, that good of a game from anyone just yet, except for Benny Cutie last night. So maybe if he's able to go ahead and replicate the same thing here, you would be able to say that, yeah, Benny's damn good on the Obsidia, because this would be against a team that is Aurora, who's been #1 and really kind of unstoppable for the season.
And this map is the perfect place to do that. Chagno comes through that safely as Light runs into him. Edward, again, either side of the map, you send 2 members of TNC to take care of Aurora. It's not going to happen. Turtle down to a 10th of its health. Oh my god, Demon Kite falls, and 3 more secures it. TNC collapse on Aurora. Where'd that come from? I'll tell you now, that's what you call a Phoenix Flash.
That's the Phoenix Flash we saw yesterday as well. Man, talk about a move. And that's 2 kills. That's a double for Zyda. Again, Zyda, one of the most competitive junglers in the season. I think a lot of people would definitely put him top 3 right now for all our junglers in MPL Philippines.
I definitely would. Maybe only slightly behind Demon Kite, and then before today's first series, King Kong. We're gonna talk about that. Right now, TNC are almost 1,000 up. Again, 2 free kills and a turtle. Sure, say what you want about winning the side lanes, but TNC have the main arteries. They took that major objective, and they're bullying Aurora right now. Big fights belong to them, sure. Oh my god, Light commits it, and the tech charge, and the pulse. I mean, that's a roamer.
That's a roamer right there. Zyda's waiting here patiently. 3 Mars here too. Are they going to go for some type of counter punch? It's Light that they do the brunt of the damage. He's fine. He's tanky enough on this Grok. But that's the thing. You know, if TNC wants to maintain the lead that they're going to be able to build, they have to also just watch out for those setups, because Aurora knows that they can go ahead and get those pickoffs if they want to, especially with a tech charge in the hands of Light. Again, this Grok in conjunction with having a Kimmy in hand is tough to deal with. It's a lot of crowd control that can be thrown at you in different ways, even in some of these fights, in some of these close areas.
It's both burst and DOT. If the Grok catches you the right way, next thing you know, there's magic and physical damage coming your way. You don't even know how to build items. TNC, now they lost the lead.
Yeah, they lost
the lead. It goes to Aurora now. It's this fundamental understanding of the game's economy and tempo and pacing that has led Aurora to become #1 in Season 16.
Look at this zoning that they're doing. Whoa, Edward taking a ton of damage.
A flicker tech charge takes out Zyda. And Chagno in the back tries to save his roamer. Save his jungler, but it's not gonna happen. Lancey overshoots. AOG by the Mamba. Catches Edward, but he doesn't care. He's gonna put stacks down him via the Ionic Edge. Down goes the Gatot. as Demon Kite takes care of the turtle.
And they'll get the objective. They got the kills. Benny stayed to farm. That was a great team fight for Aurora. Notice how they decided to go about that fight, even waiting on some of the entry points that TNC went with. But then again, a great use of light, using that tech charge. And then they disengaged when they had to. They still fought for the space and objective, and then they won that battle. So now Aurora is the one with nearly a 1,000K gold lead. Oh, Edward is going to be able to get away.
He's fine. Mr. Consistent, didn't even sweat it. That's 3 Martin Zaida, 2 of TNC's best on his butt. And he just turned around, showed him his.
He showed him his.
Yeah.
He is Uranus.
I like that.
You like that?
I like.
Hey, he's got the Oracle already too. You know, that's about all he needs right now.
And the Warrior Boots.
And the Warrior Boots to be tanky enough and just relying on the Ionic Edge and then the whole passive and Consecrate. He's tanky enough, man. And the problem about this is if TNC decides to put too much into Edward or, you know, throw themselves at him, then they're going to be wasting those precious resources that they need as he continues to build up more physical defense. Because when you look at the lineup over here for TNC, that's the majority of it, right? They have very little magic damage, who's mostly going to be from Lancey, and he's been holding on to the tech charge mostly.
It's little to none. I'll tell you that much. That is the traction pulse thrown out by Yue. Just to zone out the bottom. 3mar and Demon Kite going 1v1. And for some reason, 3mar is walking away.
Oh,
he misses the full combo, and in comes the rest of Aurora. They take down 3mar. Light going 3v1. Light might have got caught out. Demon Kite dealing the damage. That's a full-on lane switch. Mount Chakra both thrown at. That Demon Kite still going to continue pressuring that turret.
Yeah, look at this. Also the push up here. Still Edward just doing his thing. Again, you're kind of left to make a decision here if you're TNC. Where do we put our focus on? We're starting to slip away from that lead that we did have for a little bit for TNC. That's what they're thinking. Now Aurora almost 3K ahead. They're going to go ahead and start with the next turtle. Oh.
Traction Pulse forcing a flicker away from Lancey.
Jackson was there. He gives the information, but I think they just got to give this one up. I don't think they have any room to actually contest this. And now on the run.
Oh my God, Lancey, tech charge back. And that was post-turtle take. Yue dealing a lot of damage on Zaida. The flicker, the tech charge, Zaida falls once more. The only thing TNC can do is send Benny over to the long lane and say, Benny, just farm up. Just farm up, Benny.
Just farm Benny and now run, Benny.
Oh no, I think he threw out the HOB. No one to save him, 4 members of Aurora. He gets blinded by the Northern Lights. Aurora approaching a 4K gold lead.
Oh man, if there's a Phoenix Flash, what about the Auroras? What do they have? Don't they? Oh no! Chaknu!
Chaknu? What was he doing trying to stay underneath the orange?
Okay.
Aurora commit Grand Theft Orange. Lancey here gets caught out. No tech charge on this proc. The AOG jumping in. Hit crack him open. The clap back from Aurora. Chaknu falls over for Roamer. Call it supportal combat as Edward holds the line. 4 members of TNC can't crack this Uranus.
And now Aurora is playing around Uranus. They're gonna go ahead and continue to put—
Zaida! Zaida again!
As I mentioned it!
Off of Edward. Uranus shouldn't be that painful.
Well, he's dancing all over the place right now, man. Edward's feeling darn good, 3-0-2.
Someone check on him.
He's got the blade armor now as well. I mean, Edward, he fears nothing with this physical, dominant lineup that TNC brought to game 1. What is going on here? Lancey, too, he's been holding on to all these tech charges. Oh, they're going to be forced off the tier 1 turret. They'll disengage off of it, get back to base, but TNC, they got to scrap for something here. I was talking about Benny on the Obsidia. He's had plenty of time to farm up, but even Aurora decided, hey, that's enough, Benny. You're not going to be farming anymore.
Last night, this Obsidia did well to put a ribbon on it and end Twisted Mind's dreams of making it further in the playoffs. But TNC that whole game looked good. In this one, they're struggling. How does an Obsidia that's not fully farmed up yet perform? Like, they are on a clock, Joseph. They literally cannot get to a certain time without holding the line up until that time.
I'll tell you, man, the part of the problem, too, is if you just, you keep Benny there and he's got to farm up. It's weird because when we saw that performance on the Obsidia yesterday, he was allowed that opportunity to just come online. And then remember, he got early kills. Like, he was able to snowball himself on the Obsidia. This one's different where it's like his team's falling apart all around him.
You know what this feels like?
What's it feel like?
It feels like applying for an entry-level job that requires 5 years of experience.
It's so weird. It doesn't make sense, right?
It doesn't make sense. Like, what am I going to do? The rest of my team's falling apart. I can't help them. Where do I go?
I'll never forget that. You know, fresh grad coming out, applying to jobs, and you go down, you scroll down, and it's like, yeah, we need 3 years of experience. You're like,
where do I get this?
Like, where do I get that?
Exactly. So where does he find all the farm? Where does he get the stacks? The map is shrinking.
Oh, man, that's, you know, for Benny in that case, it's almost like you do just have to kind of wait for your team to get back in form. You know, you're falling further and further behind. I mean, you look at this and you're like, man, we're facing down a massive deficit already at this point in the game.
All right, fortunately, they have a Gatot Kacha to hold the line. They have a Mount Shocker to provide vision to see exactly where there are hostiles. This is a dodge that I'm not so sure that TNC should be taking.
I think they want to take a risk.
At less than half health.
They're going to take the risk. They actually get the flicker out. Benny's still alive. He's trying to get the space. They're going to disengage. Lord resets, though, and no one goes down the exchange, so it looks like it's going to be a reset unless they do get the vengeance out here.
Kite wailing away with them yo-yos, puts Chakno at a tenth of his health. Surprisingly, no one falls. Aurora may have been holding out. I think that's all they wanted out TNC. This is scarier than expected. Joseph, I would have expected people to die.
Yeah.
But Roro were smart enough to know we don't have to fully commit. TNC are putting up smokes and mirrors. They're not really ready to fight. They're just forcing us to commit.
And now, what they did is they got all the ultimates that they needed down, the battle spells too. The TNC, they went in hot. They ran out so quickly, man. The fire ran out.
It's a stroke of genius. Again, they could have forced themselves to fight and get kills. I think TNC were expecting that. But Roro one-upped them and said, no, sir.
No, sir. You don't have enough experience here.
Exactly.
And with this, man, I don't know, Rora, they're going to get that Lord. It is that first one to go ahead and push it in the base. But with this kind of lead and this kind of lineup, they could potentially force a fight that TNC's not ready for.
That's what this lineup is so good at. Non-committal engagement. See, they can just throw attraction falls and check. How do they react?
Yep.
All right, we go in. And they can just say, we don't go in, we can go again.
We can go again. And the trick to this too is Light, once that flicker's available, he might try to make a play. So the Lord charges in. Holy Shields were still up, but it is expended now in the bottom, the mid lane, and top. Top still holds for a little bit longer, but they'll do some damage on these mid-base turrets of TNC. Lancey's holding on to his tech charge again. Do they want to go ahead and try to force a turnaround here? 3mar already using that Bravest Fighter. He's going to be fine. They hold off for now. TNC with the defense for now.
And this is such a lethal juxtaposition of these two lineups. Rora, they can play hard and fast with their ults. Like, they can just throw out attraction falls and say, yeah, we're fine. We still have a tech edge waiting, a curtain call. The exit plan for Demon Knight is still safe. He has that Phantom Execution. While TNC, they're so ult-reliant. Rora can count. Mount Shocker check, Bravest Fighter check, IMU check. They have nothing left.
They have nothing left, man. Ult-reliant, but at the same time,
start of it, dog.
Yeah. I mean, even looking at the items here, you still need plenty of time. Lancey did pick up a Divine Glaive, so he's got that. You can see there's some damage being pumped out now from Benny Cutie, but he's still far away from what we saw, the shades of that Obsidia last night, where he was just dominating. So they definitely need that time. I think even in a sense when Chaknu and 3mar get a little more tanky, a little more durability in their hands here, they'll be okay to go ahead. But, you know, mind you, when that Lord came up earlier on, even if they were down 5,000 gold, dude, they chose to fight it anyway. Now, if they choose to do that again by the time the next Lord is up in less than 30 seconds, and they've bought themselves a little more extra damage, a little more durability, then they might be in a position to actually beat Aurora in a fight.
Yes, but no, because Aurora are now up 8,000 gold.
It's 8,000 gold, man, but I'll tell you what, we've seen turnarounds before. And if it depends on how TNC plays that fight. I think the biggest factor is Chaknu, for the most part, hasn't been able to get those setups on the AOGs we're looking for. And even to an extent, again, the setups aren't just in their favor.
I don't think it's going to happen. Aurora just so good at dispersing and regrouping. And look, they can try to contest, but just the fact that Zaida doesn't know what's happening in that Y brush and how Aurora are holding these choke points, Wouldn't even dare come close. Free Lord for the Northern Lights.
And they had to clear out that minion. They kept Benny up top. So he's got his orange buff here. Again, itemization-wise, Benny, he doesn't have much of a choice. He's just going to have to defend, man. He's going to have to pull something out of here. I think a big part of this is Lancey. You know, our panel talked about Lancey, especially for this matchup, especially what we saw him do yesterday. And I think this is a moment where he steps up. A big tech charge in this base defense could actually change, I feel like, the game here. It's one of those moments where, again, this lineup, you can't count it out completely. Lancey, yeah, he's got a little bit of damage. He's about the only magic damage over here, but he's able to set something up. That's where then, you know, Benny Cutie unleashes. He's getting closer. He's got his Haas Claws, Corrosive Scythe, and he's building into what? His fourth item. Probably defensive he's going to need.
All right, with this Lord and the rest of the waves crashing in, 10K up, I think Aurora are going to be happy with just a bare base. I don't think they can end it now. Capture Pulse, thrown over. Light spends that enhanced basic attack. Chagnu blocks off from the exit point, the rampart. Bottom lane inhibitor falls. See how Aurora's taking it slow? Yep. They know that they have to do this. They have to take the discipline route towards the end. Brave is fighting by 3mar.
Oh, 3mar jumps in. There's an AOG already too. 3mar, though, he's in trouble here. Can he escape?
Plus attack. Charges Lancey falls. Cleared up 4 in light. Turret still standing. Benny Cutie almost bites it. Oh! The Mamba falls. Yue gets a double. The base is going to be up next. Mount Chakra by Zaida. I don't think they can clear the waves. 3mar. Less than half health. Look at the base. Traction Pulse. Thrown out one more time as the next inhibitor, the last one, falls. 4v3. TNC are holding on. 3mar in the middle of it all.
Oh, 3mar, he takes the brunt of the damage. He was trying to clear the waves, but that's it.
It's over. TNC get wiped out as Aurora blind them. The first game of this best of 5, 1-0.
A valiant effort to defend there. TNC facing down nearly a 10,000 deficit. But Aurora will take first blood in the series in this best of 5 to maintain that spot and go forward to the upper bracket. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down game 1.
Aurora picking up where they left off in the regular season, bringing it all the way to the playoffs, and that momentum made it methodical. Their approach was supreme against the Phoenix Army in game number 1.
And what did we say about expanding Rivers and Aurora? They just go perfectly
They're a perfect
together.
combination.
There's a perfect combination. And to think that this wasn't even a gold lane for Domeng that had to farm so much.
Yeah.
But it still helped because everyone just kept grouping up, kept helping each other. But I also feel like there was a lot of disconnect we saw from TNC in this game. So many signs of hesitation, I'd say. So it felt a bit different from yesterday. And okay, let's give it to the Grok guy. Light once again secures another MVP. I wonder how many he already has, if I'm not mistaken.
One thing's for sure, Grok, you rock.
Yeah, he's top 2. He's top 2 in total MVP counts.
That's crazy.
So that adds another one to his record already.
Just clean. Their approach to this game has always been to never give up on the early portions of the game. Just when we thought that TNC was going to have the early game momentum because Zaida had initial 2 kills.
Yeah.
As you're looking at the MVP highlights, that's a double kill brought about by Zaida and a turtle taken by 3mar. You would expect that Aurora would at least, you know, press on the brakes, try to cool down a little bit, look for another strategy and approach to this game, but it did not happen. Instead, they went for the fights consistently. They went for continuous aggression, and that is what led to TNC realizing that they don't have enough damage yet to at least suppress or contain Aurora from fighting back.
Yeah, they were always winning in numbers. And I think this is what we could attribute to them choosing or flexing the CC into the gold lane. Because all the while, Benny Cutie was taking his time, and he needed to take his time because he was the one they were going to depend on for the late game damage. He did not find the ways to farm. And even during this moment where right after the objective was already secured, it was an immediate rotation from Aurora, I think all 5 of them, towards Benny Cutie in lane. Because they knew that he was gonna farm. They knew where TNC positioned themselves majority of the time. And there were very little things that they had to do it was just them completely aware of what the lineup demands of TNC and taking advantage of that.
That was a lot of demands from Aurora, just, you know, chiming it up one by one. It even reached the point where it was like an audition situation coming in from TNC because they had no front-to-back composition because it was immediately broken by Aurora.
Yeah.
The idea was to at least keep Benny Cutie alive, just like what he did in, you know, some of the games that have happened yesterday. But the Obsidia, this is the reason why it is a risk to pick this hero against Aurora, because they know how to counter it by just consistently pressing on the gas and never stopping. And that is what they did. Like after that first turtle taken by TNC, it was Aurora taking the driver's seat.
Even in those small windows of opportunity for Benny Cutie, he couldn't even land his ultimate because it gets dodged by Aurora.
That's crazy, by the way.
Yeah, that could have been a way for him to escape, I feel. If he just was able to keep his distance, move away, have easier or faster movement away from where Aurora was coming from, but it still doesn't guarantee that he gets to survive, because that was 5 or 4 members of Aurora already chasing after you, completely utilizing the expanding rivers. So it's equally terrifying for Aurora to pull off a lineup like this that barely needs to go through farm.
Yeah. And in addition, you know, what I've learned from Renmar yesterday while he was here at the panel was that expanding rivers allow Aurora and all of the other teams to pick up the slower heroes because aside from the flying clouds, it gives them more room for movement. It gives them more durability. Thus, we're seeing the Uranus and the Grok that are short. At some point, would be a little bit more on the slower side of things, but they can make the biggest plays possible, especially when the turtles have spawned and the Lord has spawned as well, which leaves Chakno and Trimar wondering, where are we gonna find the backline exactly if they're not there in the first place?
That's actually true. It's not just the farm-heavy heroes who benefit from what expanding rivers is able to provide. It's also those annoying heroes who you just don't want to face.
They piss me off.
Who you don't want to encounter, but just because of expanding rivers, you always see them standing in front of you. And
it's like the people who are going for jogging at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And then those who came out of club at like 4:30, they're gonna be meeting each other. So that's like the worst situation.
Yeah, they're complete opposites. Obviously, it's Edward, and looking at the lineup from TNC, I don't think there's enough crowd control to just really limit what Aurora could do. It's just Chakno, Lancey occasionally when he has the tech charge, but that's the thing. I feel like he has to use it defensively a lot of times. And that's where we, again, mentioned the hesitation or the lack of coordination come into play for TNC. And this is not the way you're supposed to play against Aurora, because, again, fundamentally, they're so clean, they're near perfect. Again, BPI Rich Guy, we have to give it to Demon Kite.
Right.
That lands a lot. I don't know if it's just because we weren't able to see it being contested as much earlier. It was always in either Carl TZ's hands, and that was only a 3-game series too. But yeah, it felt like one of the flashier Lancelot games so far today. Maybe it's because we had very little of those too.
You know, for TNC, I think the idea for them was that Zyda can play both. So he was, or I'm talking about Coach Edomax here, he was willing to let one go just to take the other. And it's just the concept and the understanding of Coach Master the Basics as to how Zyda is going to be playing. Let's give him a hard time. There were a lot of times in this game where they were just looking for Zyda and the game is ended. But now you're looking to join another opportunity. It's the new season of the MLBB Rising Open, an in-game mode designed to provide players a platform to engage in competitive gameplay and earn in-game rewards. Gather your squad and jump into action, just like what our teams have done right over here. For you guys, it's in the MRO.
Yeah, and you also can get access to the new Aspirant skins. They're now available if you just participate in the Aspirants Unite themed draw event. The first 10 times draw using diamonds is 50% off, so that's a huge discount. And every 10 draws you do in this themed draw event guarantees an epic or higher quality skin. I promise. I did it once. It was the first 10 times draw. I got like 2 or 3 epic skins.
So come and join now. You gotta be part of those. Get your epic skins if you don't have any. If you don't have any epic skin at this point, why? I suggest the game still haven't started yet, so we're still in the middle of a break. Go ahead and do it now. Grab your popcorn, grab your dinner, whatever you need to grab. Grab your friend, grab your girlfriend, grab your boyfriend. I don't know what else. Give me something else. You know what? Yeah, you can think. You can think still. But for now, it's just toss to Odin. Odin. Yeah.
The Northern Lights are shining bright, taking Game 1 against TNC Pro Team Aurora Sumadingay! Grabe ang energy na dala ng ating Auroras, and right now kasama natin from MLBB Rising Open. Ipakilala nyo naman ang inyong mga sarili, your IGN and your role.
IGN ko po is Seno666 and yung role ko po is Jungle.
My name is Justin po, IGN Teen. Explain.
IGN ko po is Dan, role Goldling.
IGN ko po is Stan, tapos role ko Mage.
IGN ko po Sabo, role ko po Explainer.
IGN ko po Wiz at role ko is Rome. IGN ko po Malos and my role is Jungler.
So meron tayo ditong 7 nagagwapuhang RG Boys, MLBB Rising Open Boys. Tan, talk to us kung ano nga ba yung MLBB Rising League at paano nyo natutunan ng tungkol dito?
Nakita lang po namin siya sa ML, bigla po siya nag-pop up, tapos na buko po yung interest po namin. Tapos may nakita po kasi kami doon na makukuha po kami ng 10k Dayas, tapos pupunta po kami sa bootcamp. Yun na po.
So na-excite talaga kayo sa mga pwede nyong makuha. And how about you, Seno? Narinig ko na hindi lang isang buong team to. Dahil 7 kayo, nahati kayo sa 2. And how did you guys form your group?
Nagkakilala lang po kami sa RG. Nakalaban ko po yung bossing namin, si Basilio. Kaso hindi po siya nakapunta since yung location niya po is tiga, Cebu. And malayo po. And ayun po, sa RG lang po kami nagkakilala. Then nabuo po kami.
So mga win streak kayo sa RG, kaya kayo sumali sa MLBB Rising Open?
Sakto lang po.
Sakto lang. Ilan na ba yung stars mo?
400 star po.
Ano ba yan? Hindi pa ako maka-40. Kayo, Tan, paano nabuo yung team nyo na 4?
Nagkakalaban po lang po kami sa BetG. Tapos nag-decide po kami mag-form ng team. Ayun lang po.
So, nagkakilala kayo sa different event and nagkaroon kayo ng team to join MLBB Rising Open. And tell us about your experience dito sa MLBB Rising Open. Ano ba yung mga naging proseso at paano kayo naglaro dito sa MLBB Rising Open?
Mga na-experience po namin, pina-experience po ng Aurora Bootcamp na ma-coach kami ng mga coaches doon tulad nila Coach MTB and Dexstar. And pina-experience din po namin yung makalaro yung mga pro players po.
Ano yung best experience para sa inyo?
Yung pag-guide po sa amin about sa draftings and pagtatrata po sa amin sa kunyari na magiging pro. Ganun po.
So, pangarap nyo talaga maging pro. They stayed for 3 days sa Aurora Bootcamp and I believe marami kayong natutunan from MLBB Rising Open. Sino ba mag-aakala na makakapunta kayo sa bootcamp? And right now, nandito kayo sa Mpl Arena. Anong gusto nyo sabihin sa ngayon na naglalaro na Aurora Gaming?
Good luck na lang po sa kanila. Sana po manalo po sila.
And with that, palakpakan natin ang ating mga players from MLBB Rising Open. Kaya naman, ibalik na muna natin sa ating panel for Aurora Gaming and TNC Pro Team.
Do you see them?
Yeah.
Do you see them? That's why they're here. It's because they won MRO season a lot, okay? But, you know, at this point, why are you not joining the MRO yet?
Yeah.
You have a chance to go here for free. You're gonna get interviewed. If you have social anxiety, I'm sorry. but we're gonna have to talk to you. Odin is gonna have to talk to you either way. But hey, we are happy to see all of you guys.
Yeah.
We are happy to see all of our RG boys make it into the dream destination, which is to be part of the pro scene.
Yeah, and they said it themselves. You get so many prizes and opportunities if you join the MRO, so you should join.
You're gonna be part of that test. Right here is a big test.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Game.
Welcome mga Ebot, Egalal.
Yan, thank you sa mga pumunta ng mga fans. Sana mag-enjoy kayo.
Ayan, maraming salamat sa mga pumunta dito sa playoffs. Tsaka enjoy kayo.
Kaya buko.
Wow!
Di mo ko kaya, boy.
Uy, Chuck, no? Namaigchikan pa nga. Para na-chain yung puso mo yan. Hello everyone! Solid yung Mpl Ph. Galit na galit. Sobra na yung bitaw nila ya. Message nga pala namin sa laban namin kahapon. Sobrang solid yung laban. Sobrang sumakit ulo namin. Solid din. Ay, shoutout din pala kay Bosinyo. Salamat sa pagpunta kahapon. Solid din talaga si Bosinyo manood no? Obviously, talagang papanoorin ko rin. Buti hindi natin siya pinahiya. Pinagtatrash talk yung kalaban, binanatan. Okay na ba yan? Si ang pinaka-mic check. Pag nasa mood siya, gusto niya siya mic check. Saida. Okay lang kaya yung matcha ko doon? Grand Finals daw, puno daw dito Scan ko. Kasama kaya tayo doon o manonood? Alamat Award, thank you sa mga fans namin dyan, lalo na sa mga dumadayo pa dito. Grabe, Grabe supporta nyo dahil sa inyo, lumalakas kami. Shoutout din sa mga TNC boys, mga matcha lover. Iba talaga aura ng Aurora. Shoutout sa mga Aurora fans, pengi kami unti sa inyo.
Dude, I'm so happy that we're getting extended clips of the mic check. I don't care if it already happened once. I wanted to watch it again, and we had more. We had more players because they're doing a double mic check now, and we had Hito being a performative male right at the back.
How sure are you that
What?
he just doesn't genuinely like matcha?
Who?
Hito. And
I'm pretty sure he does.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he does. For Jacknu,
I
it
don't
makes
know.
sense, yeah. I don't think he's the type of person to like matcha. Benny Cutie, maybe.
We can confirm later on.
Yeah, because there are a lot of, unks in the league, or maybe dads in general that love matcha.
Really?
I don't know. But
Okay.
people are like in the comment section, maybe.
Yeah, you guys can.
I start to wonder
us.
if Leo and Naiso actually like matcha. I've never really asked them. Yeah, do they?
Do you think they like matcha? If I were to take a guess, maybe.
They like whey protein, though. That's for sure. They like whey protein.
Okay,
and that's where
we confirm that later too.
I'm gonna confirm that and end this conversation because
Yes.
we're gonna be moving forward to game number 2 in a best-of-5 series between Aurora and TNC. It's Aurora leading a game after quite a clean approach as a response to TNC's early game surge.
Where
we
are
were
we
at the
going?
expanding rivers, and you're right. Where are we going?
Expanding rivers.
What was your favorite part of the trip, Brigida?
The part where they didn't get the first 2 kills, but still turned things around.
We're about to find out if they can replicate that, or will TNC have another response for it, because now they are at the blue side. They can pace things for themselves. Although they lose the opportunity of getting those power picks at 4 and 5, or should I say at 2 and 3, because it's going to be dependent on Aurora's response in their first 2 picks.
Yep. So far, it's again very similar in terms of bans, except for the CC, I guess. Aurora, now that they're on the red side, will not be letting go of the CC, though the Fanny is still up there. I feel like Aurora will be banning that eventually, but now TNC take away the Uranus as well. So I'm assuming this is the Fanny, right? Like the last ban from Aurora.
It has to be.
But that opens the 1-1 for Benny Cutie. So they don't ban the Fanny.
Dude, this is a test of character for TNC. Just imagine if they're completely baiting Zaida to pick up the Fanny because they're willing and they are ready to have a plan for it. And that is going to be either boosting or decreasing the morale of Zaida and the rest of TNC if this wouldn't work. So, you know, for TNC, they're thinking twice about it on whether or not they would pick the Fanny because it's quite nonchalant that they banned out the 1-1 just to leave the Fanny wide open.
And the thing is, Demon Kite uses the Fanny as well. So, although yesterday when TNC did go for this draft, Twisted Minds had a fairly great response with both the Kalea and the Hilda already prioritized. Though they didn't win that game, it could have went really well. So TNC will be playing it safe. And since it's not all the time you get to open up the Lancelot for yourself, then they will be prioritizing it here instead. But Aurora can deny the Gatot Kacha then. Not necessarily show up what jungler they are gonna pick up here. But
it's either the Fanny or the YSS.
yeah, so that can be safe for Red 3 if they wanted to. So Gatot Kacha still there.
They call me a hero because I saved my
Piece of
nation
shit.
from falling apart.
For Aurora, they found a way to no longer waste the ban on Zaida.
Yeah.
I think that's what they've been trying to do. They were okay in putting up a trade, giving the Lancelot to TNC, but the Grok and the Yi Sun-shin remain. So whatever the jungle may be, as long as Light's Grok is going to be right over there, it's A-okay. There's still a potential way to replicate what they did in game number 1.
And I feel like they don't mind even if another Valentina comes through for TNC. And they might even like it that way. Because they can play just as aggressively as earlier. And in game number 1, they still have a chance of getting the Gatot Valen combo, but I don't think that's the way to go if you're TNC and you want to get a better start. Because it was unsuccessful for them earlier on. So they get the Lunox instead for Lancy and the Gatot. And I feel like this is a better pickup. Still iffy because there's a Grok, but at least you get more to expect in terms of damage. And TNC now can go full-on fighter lineup again.
Yeah, they can go fight. In general, they don't need to be reactive in certain situations because that is what happened in game number 1. Although for Lancy, there's gonna be some additional pressure for him yet again. If for game number 1, there was a scenario where he needs to land those tech charges. This one, he needs to be the second point of offense. And that is where it's heavily going to matter because you're going to be facing a front line of a possible Grok. And nope, the Uranus is gone. So there would be a secondary frontliner here that will be utilized by Edward. Not to mention the Ruby that could still be flexible. But I think basing on how things have been going, Dominkite's going to be using it again.
And I like it because they sort of denied it from TNC as well. It could have worked really well. We saw it earlier.
Right.
So now it is looking like a gold lane. Ruby, if you were gonna ask me, this is likely gonna be Dominkite's pick. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see X-Borg being considered again for the upcoming bans if both teams might go heavy on the fighters. The way it's looking right now, even Aurora might just go that route because they have the Yi Sun-shin and they're trying to build around that. And fortunately for Yue, there's still a lot of mid-lane options out there. And it's the Lunox that they're going up against, so I feel like he has a lot of room to decide. But TNC will take away some of them though.
You know, one thing that I thought about because of this Esmeralda ban is an Angela. I don't know why it's possible, but given the lineup that Aurora has, they already have durable characters in Ruby and Grok, and it's really going to be a matter of how Demon Kite or Dominkite is going to be hard carrying that damage department, which is why they're going to be needing for a bit more sustain when you have TNC on the other hand that's going to look for the backlines constantly. So Yue is going to have to be careful for that and consider that with his hero pick.
I guess you only also have to be cautious. There you go, the expert ban. I guess you only have to be cautious about the fact that TNC has burst damage.
Right.
So they might have immediate ways to deal with the Angela if ever it does come through. Other ideas that come to mind, though, are the likes of the Selena. I feel like that can amplify the rotations of Aurora a lot and just live up to the name of being disruptive.
Yeah.
Because it's a Grok and a Ruby that you already have. And I think that's one of the remaining options if you're Yue. Because even the Farce is taken out. I did feel that this would be out of the picture because it would have been too perfect if it's a Grok, Farsa, Yi Sun-shin together.
That's too much.
In a single lineup. Although TNC does have the Lancelot, but it's still, as you can see, mad respect for Yue. So, unless they want to save it for last, Edward might show his XP lane hero here. I guess a bit of backline too would be helpful.
Because they already have the Grok and the Ruby as well. But
they get the Novaria.
That's what you were talking about. This is a backline specialist, if you would call it. But hey, you're looking at TNC trying to do it again. Benny Cutie. It didn't work last time, though, in their current playoff route, but they were still able to make it here, which is a really good sign, meaning that they could run it back, hopefully get a better opportunity. And again, another Yuzong from TNC. You're looking at 3 or maybe even 4 heroes from the Phoenix Army that are looking for Demon Kite and Yue constantly. So if you are Master of the Basics, you're going to have to answer with damage as well. You got to fight them with everything that they've got.
Yeah, and as mentioned, still a very reliable way to look for the backlines.
Yeah.
Especially paired with the Novaria. Like, that's going to be huge for them. Constantly being able to reveal the opponents, increasing the hitbox, and maximizing the passive that the Lapu Lapu has. So essentially, if you look at it, it looks like a very aggressive XP laner, but you could help it be a lot more tanky through that. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from both teams so far, especially TNC. This feels like a lineup that can allow them to be very aggressive and similar to what or how they were yesterday. But this is an Aurora that has all their eyes set on activating Demon Kite, and that is something that they fundamentally mastered, and TNC has to find a way to deal with that.
For TNC, they have to put their foot on that gas, never stopping aggression, because Aurora has a ticking time bomb in Novaria, and now it's game number 2. Leonaisu, go get him.
Thank you so much, Hans. And bring it up real quick. You were wondering about matcha or whey protein. How about matcha or whey protein flavored like matcha?
I'll chug that.
You'll chug that? I will too. Let's jump into game 2 here for TNC and Aurora. We saw the index, man. I do gotta say, the index is favoring the early to mid game for TNC with this lineup here, and I have to agree with our panel. Benny Cutie, and I'm sure there was viewers too that saw yesterday's games. This is a Cho Benny Cutie. It didn't work the way they wanted to yesterday. We had a lot of questions on some of the way that it was utilized. Maybe it's going to be better here, Leo.
I'd like to think so too. Glass half full type-ish, but looking at Aurora, they have so many comfortable heroes. And again, Demon Kite is just getting better and better on these fighters.
Yeah.
That I think there's a wombo combo with this Novaria on everybody.
Yeah.
Bravest fighter, Landshaker, echoes. I'm offended, echoes. Tech charge Rampart, echoes.
Just everything is echoing at this point. And that's what I'm worried about for TNC, because this lineup, especially again, Benny Cutie, I feel like his job to be able to find a mark or find that back line is going to be very difficult with this kind of composition that Aurora brought to the table.
All the more, you know how I know that Aurora are confident that they're fine, that they shouldn't worry. Not a single Purify surge. Oh my God! They dogpile a 3-mar this early. They answer back in kind. Edward helps to serve up a kill as Demon Kite. They draw first blood. Shackle's gonna be up next. Mount Shark are thrown at the Mamba, and the Mamba falls. Demon Kite smiling with 2 kills to start.
Oh, I don't think Zyda, he's a little bit too late to the party, man. Double kill already in the hands of Demon Kite on this YSS. Mind you, you saw the win-to-loss ratio here. Demon Kite and Edward both monsters on these heroes.
There's a big echo as Zyda threads the needle, takes that turtle, and look at this kick, serving up a kill. Down goes Demon Kite just like that. They even the score off camera, though. We almost missed it. Kite takes down Lancey. How'd that happen?
Yeah, good question. And just as I was saying it, you know, Aurora had a great exchange up top, but then they get immediately punished. They decided to fight for that turtle. They probably didn't have to. Honestly, they could have probably just given that one up and then readjusted from there.
That's what surprised me. TNC, again, very characteristic of how they've played ever since the Season 16 playoff started. Oh my God, a kick. I'll talk about this later. They find Kite. Oh man, my optimism or their naivety. No purifying makes no difference to me, but they seem to be suffering.
They are suffering, man, and this is already a better start for Benny Cutie. Now 2 for 2, I'd say, being able to find the right way the Dragon kicks. Definitely off to a better start, but I think even so, TNC is going to have to take this lead that they have themselves and scale up as quick as possible. And I'm going to reference the index again. It did lean towards that early to mid game for this lineup, and it's showcasing here already in these early skirmishes, these early fights against Aurora. So if they want to go ahead and find themselves getting to a late game and potentially getting another win under their belt, they're going to have to stop the Phoenix Army. They're going to have to stop TNC from rising here. And that seems to be on the shoulders of Light especially.
Light has to think ahead and see where these Phoenix flashes are going to be coming from, because that's what defined this turnaround. That's what got TNC this 1,000 and growing gold lead. Out of nowhere, they just fight back and said, yeah, no, you thought we were down, but nah,
we're okay. And this is, again, I think a lot of people also want to see Lancey, to an extent, on this Lunox have a much better time scaling up and utilizing that burst of damage that a Lunox can bring to the table here. So second turtle is up. TNC, with the advantage they have, they should get in position for this. Again, this is an Expanding Rivers. This is a map that I believe Aurora has not lost on yet. 8-0, if I recall right, 100% win rate on Expanding Rivers. This one is definitely looking a little tough for them, as the second turtle is cleanly taken for TNC.
2 for 2. Zaida is almost 2 full levels ahead of Demon Kite. What happened? It was a great start for Aurora, and now Demon Kite struggling to even keep his own purple. Chakano almost got him there.
Oh, okay, yeah, look at the pressure on Demon Kite's jungle right now. TNC, knowing that they have the advantage, they'll continue to press on the wound that Aurora felt after those mistakes in the early game. So now they're dealing with damage control, manage the waves. You gotta remember too, this Nobaria does scale really well into the late game. So if that's one thing, and this is what UA I feel like likes to do, he likes to opt for those heroes, those mages that are almost a late game insurance policy in themselves. Again, you think about last season, the Sicilian, he was like one of the only few players that picked it up. And even then, even this season, he's picked it up a couple times.
UA is a rare breed. One of those players that actually play like him is now a coach for TNC, Etomax, a great range-based mage. The other is AP Brenzone Aqua. So yeah, UA is a generational talent. Maybe he is the key. Maybe the rest of Aurora are struggling so that they wait until UA is ready, but that's not now. The reality is TNC is up by 2,000 gold.
This is the best lead that they could hope for right now in this game with this kind of lineup that they have. And at the same time, I'm just, again, I feel like this is on a, almost like on a clock, this lineup for TNC though, because I do feel like that, yes, that amount of damage that a Benny Cutie Cho can pump out, it is going to get a little bit more difficult, unless, again, he finds those windows of opportunity or those timings to be able to get the right targets here. But when we get to the late game and the scaling comes into place, Roar, I feel like late game will be in that position.
I think Benny Cutie running out of time or being scaled out in the late game is the least of their problems. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, a kick is a kick.
Yeah.
So the damage can come from elsewhere. What I'm worried about is 3mar. 3mar is, on the Yuzhong, is great in the early, but he's the one who's going to sort of lose damage and just become a petrifying machine later on.
Yeah, he's going to have to use that. They might use that here. Get this third turtle. They're going to fight for it.
Black Dragon form, zoning out. Demon Kite cannot break through. And now that's a 2v1. They got a 3v1. The Mamba obliges them as 3mar gets healed up by the Revitalize. And this 2K gold lead, you feel it, man. It's an arms race. And look, Kite getting chased down by Zaida. Now Kite gonna fight back. Kite falls. Nothing on the board for Aurora.
Oh, I think Kite thought that he could actually heal a little bit back up there and buy enough time for the team to capitalize on getting a kill on Zaida. That doesn't happen. Kite just not tanky enough. And even so, it's just showing that even down 3,000 gold, they couldn't capitalize on killing 3mar. He was quite low after the Black Dragon form, but still maintained himself in that fight and kept things together for TNC. So now getting that gold lead even further. They've got 3 for 3 for the turtles. They're taking turrets now too. Rora doesn't have a single turret down. So they're gonna have to figure something out. Let's take a look at the items here too.
A majority of the gold lead is between Benny and Dominkite.
Yeah.
So Dominkite, he's the one they're waiting for. UA is on time. Everyone else is close to, or at least gold-wise. EXP-wise, Dominkite, Zyda don't even get it started.
Yeah.
But Dominkite is so behind.
Maybe in the sense that 3mar becomes a petrified machine. One of the jobs for Dominkite is just to be a I'm offended machine, a crowd control source, if you will.
Oh!
Goodbye.
You hear the MPL Arena groan as Dominkite fails to get his own purple.
It's not too often you see Dominkite behind, you know? Like, if you think about all the previous games that Aurora has won, even in the regular season, there wasn't many times where Dominkite has been playing from behind. He's now, what, 3 levels behind? 3 levels behind Zyda. He's having a little bit of a hard time getting the buffs he needs.
That was a retry diff.
It was a retry diff, man. I mean, that's what the 3 levels will do for you, too. They lose that turret now on the bottom side. This Lord is up. I'm almost wondering if Aurora actually wants to contest this first Lord. You can already see the positioning here for Zyda. He's ready to start it up.
Weirdly enough, this is one of those moments where I say, go ahead. I think Aurora have enough utility, and maybe they have enough cojones to try and steal, but again, retry diff, sure, what if you can chain CC? You can isolate Zyda enough. Will there be enough time between that and the retribution difference that he has to stop you? They're going for this dance, and I think TNC have all the incentive to just blitz this. I don't think Rora can answer back that quickly.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take their time with it, though, too. Benny's still on that bottom side, farming up, doing his thing. Rora, again, they won't have to commit to this. It's better if they don't. They stall out TNC. Light's whole purpose is just to give the vision, although he takes quite a bit of damage, even though he's supposed to be the tankier member here for Rora. But still, look at the positioning of Dominkite, too. He's going to be able to follow Benny.
Uh-oh.
Are they going to be forced to fight themselves?
I don't think he was following Benny. I think Benny was following him. Full-on combo. Takes down Dominkite 1v1. Ain't nothing there for him to get as TNC do the inevitable and take that Lord.
That's a damn you, Benny moment right there if you're Dominkite, man. I mean, he wasn't ready, and now the fight on this side of the map, they're going to have to deal with the push coming forward from TNC. Dominkite, very difficult. Like I was saying, I think at this point, or even if they get further in this game, it's going to be that sense of I just got to get a crowd control off on TNC. He's kind of been shut down at this point. I mean, again, you pointed out the gold deficit between the gold laners alone. Look at him.
Oh, God.
2.3 thousand behind.
2,000, Joseph. That's almost half of this whole damn gold lead that TNC has.
I'm saying, man, that's why he's got brute force, war axe.
All right, luckily. Oh my God, he gets again.
Oh no!
Kick, the flicker to the other side. Dominkite trying to get those basic attacks in there. Spellbound, but not gonna be enough as Zyda takes him down. As I was about to say, man, glass half full. Maybe they're still waiting for Yue. Maybe Yue is still on time.
He might be. I think, again, though, you're finding yourself in this situation with these fighter gold laners where if you fall behind like this, you're kind of just, you're not really useful in any of these team fights, and now it's them trying to hold on here.
Here we go, the AOG. Chaknu finds no one home, the tech charge, compromising TNC's forward momentum. And now there's a Mount Shocker. Edward falls, holding back the rest of TNC. And it was a valiant effort. Oh my God, Lancey smelt it. And he hit the brilliance right before Yue gets him, and I think that would have been lethal.
There we go, it was going to be lethal in this side of the arena. The Phoenix Army is standing up because of what TNC is doing to the #1 seed team that came into the playoffs here. Again, just a phenomenal game too. They brought in a lineup that shined in the early to mid game, and they haven't let up since. Now almost 9,000 gold ahead against Rora.
3,000 between Zyda and Dominkite. Another 3,000 between Benny and Doming. That means there's an unaccounted for 3,000 just spread between the rest of the other roles. So TNC, they're living in the cyber age, while Rora are just discovering a wheel.
Yeah, that's not the tech tree you want to be in, man. You know, like, you're going to have to do something here.
They're not even speaking the same language.
They're not. the only language they can probably speak here is if they get a tech charge off. And then even then,
that's violence.
It's like, what do they do? Yeah, I mean, like, do they have enough damage? Because even the base defense that we saw earlier, when they set things up, it just wasn't there for them. Again, it's just not enough. When you have a YSS, you know, you always got to set things up, and then you don't really have that traditional kind of gold laner damage that you could rely on. It's different this time around. I'd say Benny Cutie has definitely shown that he wanted to run it back. He ran it back. By the way, check this out. This is the Infinix GT30. Experience victory for every Madlang gamer. And the Zyda going to set up for this next lore. This is a big one. I don't think Aurora is going to be able to do anything here, though.
That's what Zyda sees as he threads the line between Stone Cold Killer and Wave Manager. So that's what he was taking care of, mid-bottom, just so that the lore take could be cleaner.
Yep.
It's clear Aurora don't want none, but they are going to try. Mouth Shotgun was an I'm offended, plus the full-on echoes. They take down Betty! That's a -1! All this while, Zyda secures the Lord. Hey, it's something.
It's something. And with that, it's not a whole lot of gold or anything in their hands, but it's something in a way. Well, Aurora now might have an opportunity to go ahead and get this defense underway. They still have, what, it's only 20 seconds for Benny to be back up. So they'll go ahead and delay this push into the base till Benny comes up here. And that's the thing, Aurora, they put in a lot to get someone, and it happened to be Benny. Again, it's not that big of a deal, though. They still have a ton of ground to cover here for Aurora. So TNC, Benny's back up. The Lord has already made his way. It's going to charge to the top turret. They're going to go and try to defend.
AOG by the Mamba uses it to revitalize here. The turret falls. Look at the damage coming in from Aurora. Might have been short as Edward tries to break that line. Down goes Lancey. Yue finds him. Double kill for the Black Dragon. 3 more deep behind enemy lines. The Half Dragon will be cracking this turret as the way of the dragon still held back by Benny Cutie. Aurora in shambles.
Okay, but Aurora, they had to work that. Mind you, Benny wasn't there, but they will clear this out. Demonkite, is he going to hunt for Zyda? Okay, he does it. They clear out the waves. They maintain one base turret down the bottom side. That's probably the best Aurora could hope for. Even with taking Benny out before that Lord made its way to the base, they still maintain themselves into this game. Now TNC, I'd say they're happy with that. You know, they got a base turret down. They were able to go ahead and capitalize on things, and they also were able to limit test Aurora to see if that damage is quite there yet. And you can still see it's just not. These fights, if they extend, I feel like Aurora is kind of in a troubled position. They have to almost, in a way, whittle down TNC with Yue.
I think that's the keyword, extend. They have to make sure TNC stays a little longer, the game goes a little longer, and they've already lost 2 of their extra lives, those 2 inhibitors. So with bottom lane still being here, that's their last hope. Their one lane that they can kind of sacrifice to try and defend from, defend with, so that maybe they extend to when Demonkite's ready, fully kitted out, when Yue is ready. They're still waiting for 2 items on that Novaria.
So in a sense, it's buying another, what, 5 minutes, maybe 6? For Aurora, they definitely need to get past that 20-minute mark.
At this point, yeah, 9K down.
Yeah.
I'd say if you survive this next Lord, I don't think they have 5, Joseph. They're gonna have to work for 6. They're gonna make TNC hold them back to 6. So best case scenario, TNC gets his Lord next. It spawns at, what, 17, 15?
Yep.
And then if Aurora survives that, then maybe we can talk.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if TNC is going to give Aurora that opportunity to do so. We might even see Benny Cutie just try to go for a kick if he can, but the problem is now, too, a couple defensive items picked up here by Aurora. I know Edward, he just got a little more defense in terms of magical defense to deal with Lancey's pressure that he's putting out. Picked up the Aegis. Now over here, too, even for Demonkite, they'll get in position, man, but I think this is still risky. They've also got to watch out for where Chaknu goes. Again, he can cut off the exit plan of Aurora if he wants to. He can initiate. There's so many options with TNC is what makes this lineup so strong at this point.
Which again makes this Dototkacha maybe only second to Chaknu's best heroes in Season 16. The only other one being Grok. So this is an even trade. Lord now gonna get secured here by Zyda. They're taking their time, making sure that it spawns. Oh, it's gonna be 17:45, so Aurora get an extra 30 seconds.
Yeah, they do. They bought themselves a couple minutes. We look at the items to see how this defense is going to go for them. And Aurora, with this kind of lineup, it's not like they have the best clear, man. That's the problem. They're going to have to kind of throw themselves almost into this fight when that Lord does make its way. Now with TNC 10,000 ahead, massive defense profile too. You can see this too. Twilight Armor now here for 3mar. So his job turning into a petrified machine. Now he's just, hey, look at me. And then focus him down if they can, but then that is all a feint, I feel like, for what TNC really wants to do. They're going to top the conceal. Keeping Aurora on their toes here. The Lord's going to make its way, so they're going to have to clear this out. Does TNC force a fight here?
AOG by Chaknu, the answer, the echoes. Dominkai trying to survive, sustains through that with all his kicks, and look at the base. This is all TNC wants, and the Phoenix Splash happens just like that. We're at even odds, 1-1.
Here we go, TNC bringing it to even out the series. This is how we want this game to go. They brought Aurora to the limit in this one, man. They gave it to them, a 10,000 gold lead with this kind of lineup. I know the panel has a lot to say about this. Hans, Brigida, what do you guys think of game 2?
Naisu, Leo, we think that we have a ball game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1-1, the 5th seed. Taking a game away from Aurora, and they were faced. They did not stop pressing on the gas. All gas, no brakes. TNC equalizes the series.
Yeah, I really loved how TNC showed us that this is their gameplay, this is their play style. And again, one of their biggest threats, time and time again, is how committed they are into using these fighter lineups. But even beyond that, it's just taking control of the entire map. And this guy, I don't know why he's holding a water bottle, but that Lancelot you saw from Zaida, it was so hard to find a way to deal with him, even with the presence of a Ruby, even with the presence of a Grok. He seemed a bit too free.
It was a very difficult situation. I think it's TNC doing a really good job in making sure that all of the 3 damage dealers had enough space for them to, you know, get the farms, get the gold. And it really boiled down to them getting most of the objectives as well, because from what we saw in the previous match or in the previous game, it was Aurora slowly getting their groove as long as they're taking control of the objectives. It does not matter on whether or not they could get a kill, but what matters is they can get a lot more of the neutral creeps, and I think that is what TNC capitalized on right now. Aside from the aggression that was being displayed by Zaida on a consistent and repeated manner, it's just Aurora unable to find anything because there were some outplays, and this is the power picks that we've been talking about. The counterattacks slowly chiming in right when the moments that TNC was supposed to die in certain situations, that did not happen.
Yeah, I think it was also mentioned in the hall, it's the war of attrition that they need to win. And clearly, in this scenario, it was TNC who won that. Imagine having to deal with multiple heroes who could just push and manage the waves and, in general, take control of the map. It's not all the time that you see Aurora forced to react to these kinds of plays. And there was just this one play that TNC did, which really stood out to me. Because of Benny just constantly managing the waves down bottom, it forced a reaction out of Dominkai, to which he decided to wait for an ambush play. And who would have thought he had enough damage to solo kill a Ruby, who was just trying to regroup with the rest of the members of Aurora? So clearly, this is the more successful Cho Gold lane game for Benny Cutie. Yesterday, we did not see it win, but this is how you make it work after all.
I think the benefit of having 3mar using the Yuzhong added to the mix of them positively playing aggressively. You know, there were some times that Benny Cutie had to wait for his moment, had to wait for his time until he was no longer needed in the team fights, because there were a lot of AoE skills that wrap up the composition of TNC. You're looking at Lancy, Zaida, building up the physical and the magic damage, and that balance is what we're talking about. 10k for Lancy is enough, but a full build from Zaida was made Rora scratch their heads to a point where they started thinking, where did this much damage come from? And it's just, 39,000. But it felt like it was so much more just because of Lancey and 3mar joining the party.
I feel like this is really what suits TNC. It's to give them individually aggressive heroes. And I think it was more emphasized for 3mar because obviously the Yuzhong, as you mentioned, did wonders for them and the team. But even if you look at the other players, right, the Lunox could be a safer option for Lancey. We saw it clutch, using the Brilliance just to dodge the Star Shutter. Even the Cho, it could do individual plays. We saw it once. Benny QT just went for a pick-off against Dominkite, all the more for the Lancelot. The Lancelot can just do things on his own, by itself, and he can come out of the fight alive and well. And you could probably say the same for the Gatot Kacha because he has a way out of things. If he puts himself in a position which is a bit too dangerous, he can always use the AOG away defensively because by then he also already probably forced out a couple of useful skills or important resources from Aurora, to which we did see happen a couple of times. So this is perfect for TNC.
Yeah.
I feel like they just have to stick with this, but not in a way that's a bit too predictable because Aurora can always adjust in the draft.
It reached the point where TNC was allowed to play ISO. They were allowed to be themselves in a situation that they thrive in. Side with the damage, but I think there's more. For the solo analyst, here's Wolf.
Thanks so much, panel. Merong isang turning point ang game na to na gusto ko sanang i-feature para sa mga viewers natin. Dahil ang mga games na one-sided ay nagkakaroon ng isang punto kung saan doon nag-turn yung laban para sa kanila. The turning point para sa TNC we're looking for is actually before our first turtle. Magkakaroon ng kaguluhan doon sa may top lane na pwede nating i-focus doon sa kanilang mga katapak katulad din sa top lane. Pero hindi yan ang gusto kong tingnan nyo. In fact, ang gusto kong tingnan nyo ay yung minimap kung saan tinulungan ni Zaida si Benny QT doon sa may bottom lane. Then eventually, iiwan niya yung lane at magkakaroon ng clash dito sa may bandang top lane. Pero ang gagawin ni Benny QT ay quietly pupunta doon sa may bottom lane kung saan siya mag-clear. Alam ko mahirap ito makita dahil ito yung minimap pero yan ang magiging focus. Eventually, magkakaroon ng gulo kung saan walang magiging trade ang TNC. Pero bakit sila pa rin ang mananalo sa first turtle? Well, dahil yan doon sa expanding rivers. Immediately, makikita natin si Zaida na nandito na, magbabay na siya ng oras dito at mabubugaw nila si Demon Kite in this match. At actually, uuwi din yung isang member dito ng TNC. And all of a sudden, meron kang apat na healthy na players dito mula sa TNC that eventually will give them the advantage dun sa may turtle fight. Kahit pa merong ultimate na magamit dito si Yue, hindi na makakapwesto dahil eventually makakabalik na yung Yuzhong at hindi na nga makakapwesto dito ang side ng Aurora. At alam natin ang Aurora, importante para sa kanila ang early game. However, because of Benny QT being in this spot, nakuha pa siya ng bonus na kill kay Demon Kite. At kaya naman na yung expanding rivers, bumapapor na rin sa double fighter setup natin. For the first time matatalo sa expanding rivers ang Aurora at dahil yan sa aggressive na movements mula doon sa kids. Yan po ang ating magandang analysis na nakita mula sa plays ng TNC. Kaya naman, balikan na natin ang ating mga tropa doon sa panel.
It's nice to see Wolf smiling just for a few seconds, before he tosses it over. Let's try it. See, it helps to smile a lot. I think I wish we'd see more smiles over here. But hey, for TNC and Aurora, they've had their shares of smiles and frowns in this one. Because from what we saw at that moment, all of them are fans. All of them are happy to be here, but they can be featured as the next Mpl Ph Super Fan of the Month. All you have to do is join the Mpl Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep those interactions positive.
Yep, share any MPL-related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named as the Mpl Ph Super Fan of the Month. So it's a month-long thing, title that you get to hold for yourself if you win. And I'm loving how active the community actually is nowadays, I hope you guys also join and be part of it.
we have a lot of avenues for you to be part of that. In fact, you can showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject, Esports for Everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and more. So visit the Mpl Ph website for more information and how to apply.
Ilan yun? In-game items, diamonds, and more. Just
Yeah.
imagine what the more is.
Yes.
You know? The more you know.
Oh, wait, that's true. And I also love playing in tournament mode because you
Why?
get to try all the skins. By
Oh
the
yeah,
way.
that's true. Just in case you guys don't know, tournament mode is gonna give you one amazing perk. Or maybe like 1,765 because all of the skins are available whenever you play tournament mode. And you get to play just like how your favorite pro players play with a 5-team ban. I know it's there in a Mythical Glory
I have another
and all of
favorite.
that. What?
You get to change your camera angle and take screenshots of the players.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Like there are different views you see when you spectate
You know, there's like
games,
a,
right?
for example, this is the map.
Yeah.
Right? What's our usual angle?
It's
this.
This. Okay.
And then
he's very.
What do you want to change? What do you want to change?
You could sit down.
And then it's
see
like
it
this
way.
now.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can unlock that. Okay. Just in case you know. Just in case you want to know. But here's more. You know, coming in from Odin. Hey, go get him.
Maraming salamat panel, and right now ay meron nga tayong merch giveaway. Pero bago yan, introduce ko muna sa inyo ang ating super fan na si James. James, welcome to MPL Philippines. Alam ko na hindi ka bago dito sa eksena at familiar na ako talaga sa mga fans na palagi ko nakikita. James, gaano ka nakatagal na MPL fan?
Nag-start po akong manood totally ng MPL. Season 4 po. Pero way back season 2 and 3, nakikita ko na po siya sa feed ko sa Facebook. May mga friends na po ako na nanonood. And then, ayun po, season 4, nag-start na ako manood nun. Yung panahon po ng Sunsparks.
Patingin nga ng jersey mo, anong season pa to?
Season 7 po ng Brand Esports. Bumili po ako nito after nung nag-champion po sila sa M2 World Championship.
Grabe ka, isa ka talagang OG fan at alam ko na hindi ka taga malapit. Taga malayo ka, di ba? Taga outside Metro Manila. And James, sino ba kasama mo dito ngayon?
Ako lang po.
Ikaw lang mag-isa. Grabe talaga ang ating mga super fans, ang dedication nila para pumunta dito lamang sa Cuneta Astrodome to celebrate with us. And because you deserve to be celebrated too as a super fan, we are giving you an MLBB loot bag for the 9th MLBB anniversary. I-unwrap naman natin. Ano bang laman neto bukod sa tote bag? Una na lamang dyan, meron kang, ano to, parang blanket. Uy, ang ganda naman, banner. James, hawakan mo, ipakita natin yan. Wow, this is an exclusive merch na hindi nyo mabibili. It's given away sa mga fans na deserving, and not just that, meron ka pang bucket hat na print ni BB. Isuot mo nga, James. Wow! O, diba? Grabe ka na, James. Napakagwapo mo talaga lalo dyan. Meron ka pang shirt. Si Bibi din. Sakto yan sa'yo. Nice to meet you daw. At meron ka ding stickers! Palakpakan naman natin ang MLBB. Yan ang handog sa inyo sa mga super fans. James, what would you like to say to MPL Philippines at sa Mobile Legends Bang Bang?
Thank you po sa unang-una sa Munton, tapos sa MLBB itself, tsaka sa MPL Philippines, no? So, ayun, napakaganda po ng kada season, kabang-kabang guys. So, nood lang kayo until Sunday Grand Finals.
Maraming salamat, James! At ibalik na muna natin sa ating panel. Alam ko nainggit kayo sa mga giveaways natin ngayon.
Thanks again to Odin. And of course, our super fan right over there, off the day, not off the month. You still have a chance to get there, all right? But for James, love that guy. I talked to him about basketball a lot of times.
Really?
Yeah, we start off with basketball as our small talk, you know. He's like, hey, you know, James Yap is actually like, you know,
he has the same name.
Yeah, same thing. Like, Ateneo's pretty good, you know.
Oh.
He started liking
Let's just
that.
pretend you didn't say anything about it in day number 1.
What? Yeah, for sure.
Wait, that was just yesterday.
Yeah, thanks again to Odin and what? James. Correct about that. Moving forward, it's a game number 3. this is the matter at hand. Whoever we pick here is gonna make it to the upper brackets. I don't know how true or how fake it is. Oh wait, I didn't.
What is going on?
What is going on? What is going on? You know what? Let's try another one. You pick. Stray away your mind. Good job.
I don't know what we're doing.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, we don't get to show it to them anymore, but
Yeah,
this is
wait.
not even part of the game. So.
But this is true. Look, it's Sanford. You picked Sanford, and they are part of the upper brackets. So I don't know.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. Hey, it's just dumb luck for everybody who's asking.
Yeah.
But there is no dumb luck in what TNC did. It was pure strategy, tactics, and aggression that have made them tie the series against Aurora. And for the Northern Lights, they are not really backed into a corner, but it was just leveling up the playing field for Aurora. And at some point in time, you're looking at Edward, specifically an article from All-Star Magazine showed an article about having her grandmother pawning all of her jewelry because of Edward being sick back then. He was always sick. He was constantly needing medication. But as soon as Edward started earning money, being a pro player, Edward bought them all back. He's wearing some of them during his games to always symbolize his love for his grandmother, who is currently watching right now. Lola Lucy, it's Grandma Lucy showing support for Edward.
Oh my goodness, this is so emotional.
That's so cool.
No, because look, she gets to support and watch him now after everything. And I don't know if it's just me, but she also looks a bit teary-eyed. I don't know if it's just her being
W
proud
Lola
or...
Lucy, bro.
Oh
W
my-
Lola Lucy.
W
That's
Lola Lucy.
W's in the chat. I will not accept any other letter but W Lola Lucy. Wowa Woosie. That's all W's. We don't accept L's in that situation. All right? But for Edward, obviously, he wants to win this for his grandma, who is currently watching right now. Rarely do we ever see, right? Rarely do we ever see Lola Lucy in the stands, especially during the regular season. But this is a different scenario. And for TNC, you're looking at them looking to break a 13-match winning streak that was set in Aurora during the regular season. The Northern Lights are looking for a counterattack. And how do they initially do that? We try to find out what map version we're going to have.
Yeah. And also, by the way, TNC are also doing this for their fans, who they did shout out earlier in the ping test as well. They appreciate their fans so much, honestly. Okay, so we're going for Flying Clouds. This is, I believe, a map that they were both able to play a couple of times already.
Yeah,
It's the least played map for TNC though, but it's not like their number of games played per map vary greatly. It's just by 1 or 2 games each map. So, wow, imagine a prio ban on the Yuzhong.
Yeah, dude, that's been a trend for a while now. The Yuzhong has been a revelation for a lot of our teams who tend to play a little early in certain situations just to assert their dominance in the first few minutes of the game. It's quite unfortunate that, you know, for TNC, they're not going to be able to use that anymore, so they're going to have to resort to other options. But it's somewhat still the same strategy for TNC. They don't want to budge on their first 3 bans. They've realized that, hey, if this is our bans and we won game number 2, there's no need to change anything. We just have to adjust on the fly with what Aurora is going to be picking up.
Although I feel that now is a better time for Aurora to go heavy on the assassin lineup. But TNC doesn't want that either. Because like the way that TNC's drafting so far, it feels like it's just okay for them to deal with Lee Sun-shin. Right?
Just a while ago, we saw the Lancelot and the Yi Sun-shin quite open for both of them to pick up. But if Aurora is going to be choosing, by the way, the CC is still available, so that's an option for them moving forward. The question for Aurora is, will it be a CC just like in game number 1, or will it be a YSS that Demon Kite's going to use?
It's a CC still for Aurora.
Prime choice.
TNC this time
They call me a
can
hero
still go for the Eason
because I
shit
saved my
because they
nation from
are
falling apart.
very likely to have a lot of options for their draft either way, especially if they're going heavy on
Correct.
the fighters again. Although one thing to look at is, of course, the Yu Zhong is no longer part of the options, so they might have to go for a safer option for now, but maybe not safe.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit in the middle,
Yeah.
right? We see Lancey contributing to the damage output, although he takes the brunt of the damage in certain situations, he would still have some damage output whenever it is necessary. But hey, there's someone who flew.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is, but hey, it's the Hayabusa finally making his entrance in this series.
So at the very least, they are still not reverting to options that can be easily... No, honestly, it can be easily invaded if you think about it. But TNC hasn't revealed much about or
There's still a
much
Hilda.
of their options yet in terms of the roam or EXP lane picks. Yep, the Hilda is there, but they might not get their hands on the Ruby again if they don't pick it here. I guess that's what I'm trying to consider as well for TNC. But never mind the Ruby if they can get the export. You're right.
Oh, they've been trying to pick this up. Even the first two teams in the first match were hovering over this, but now it's going to be the X-Borg coming into action. And I think for Benny Cutie, this is a Benny Cutie hero for sure, because we haven't seen a lot of X-Borg in the EXP recently because you need playmakers in that department. X-Borg, sure, not a playmaker, but he unleashes a ton of damage when necessary.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen the
Missed you,
X-Borg,
bud.
honestly. It's been banned since yesterday, but we never really get to see it, feel it out on or in-game. So, at least they sort of deny it from Aurora too, because if they're going heavy on the fighter lineup, then it could have been one of the best answers.
Wipe
But
out all the
now, because of
injustice
that,
in the
again,
world.
as mentioned, the rubies, the chose might be gone for TNC this time. But at least what we know is that they might not be as affected of that, because if the X-Work is gonna be gold, if the X-Work is going to the gold lane, then what they are looking for now, at least, are EXP and roam options.
Yeah, the show was like a security ban, you know? And they don't want any sort of like flexible option there. I wouldn't want to call it a waste of a ban,
Yeah,
but at some point you're looking at Benny Cutie looking for that X-Borg option, or maybe there's an idea for them that they're thinking about it being a potential pick-off hero. But the Farsa, you're right, the Farsa and the Valentina is going to be the eliminations for Aurora. So again, US being placed in a difficult position once again. For a total of 10 bans, 3 of those have been mages.
I think Aurora really need to be looking at ways for burst damage, because since the Farsa is already out and the Lunox also is taken or picked up by Lancey, then they have yet to find a way to deal with the Faraga armor. And I think that's a major step in ensuring that they have the upper hand before a team fight naturally breaks out. So they ban out the Hilda too. Of course, they'll have to be very cautious about how the Hayabusa is going to fare in the early stages of the game. So, TNC looking for front. The Hilda's gone, the Yuzhon's gone. The Gatot's taken by Aurora. The Grok.
That one too.
The Grok's actually still there for Chaknu. I think he's been comfortable with it.
Yeah, I agree. There are certain, you know, moments where Chaknu really performs in spite of the Gatot Kacha being absent. In this case, it's Aurora taking it for themselves.
Yeah.
So there you go. Rock being picked up by Chaknu. That's a setup hero mixed with Benny Cutie's, you know, last insanity is really going to be detrimental to their success. But for Aurora, you have 2 prime picks here.
Oh.
That's the Granger. Quite safe for Dominkai.
Yeah, and somehow also supplies like heavy damage, burst damage.
So this means the CC will go to the EXP.
Yeah. EXP CC gold lane, Ranger, Yue. How does Yue?
You know, Brie, that's a benefit of having the CC as your first pick, because the X-Borg doesn't go so well with the Granger just because of the range advantage, but the Kimmy is being added now by Yue to wrap up Aurora's draft.
Okay, 3-Mar TZ. We're looking for a hero for 3-Mar.
Or for Benny.
Or
I'm not even
for
sure,
Benny.
dude.
Yeah, that's true. The Lapu's still there, although I don't think it'll have a great time. The glue might be a consideration for TNC. It can't just keep trying to tag the damage and standing in front.
Yeah, it's an annoying hero.
Or what are the other annoying heroes out there, honestly? Like the Uranus?
Uranus, yeah. I think the Uranus
Or
would
the
be
both. Oh, they're going for Lapu still.
They're going for damage. They're going for 3-Mar picking it up. But hey, you saw the switch, Ree. You saw the switch. You had to tap. And you're looking at it right now. 3-Mar going EXP X-Borg. The X in XP stands for X-Borg power.
Can we say that this is one of their takeaways from their series against Twisted Minds yesterday? Or last night, to be exact.
Yep.
Because Nosha did play the Lapu Gold.
It was a surprise.
It was a surprise for us. But now it's Benny Cutie doing it. Unbelievable. TNC just keeps surprising us now that they're in the playoffs.
They keep throwing curveballs. Coach Etomax putting the venom towards the fire of the Phoenix. Will it be enough to take another game from Aurora? Naisu and Leo, go ahead and get it.
Man, I gotta say, Benny must be, he's on something today, man, Leo. He wants to prove a point. He did it with the Cho previously, and now he's saying, hey, I know you guys saw a gold lane Lapu Lapu yesterday. Probably didn't work out too well, but I will make it work here.
I'd
Welcome
like to
to
try,
Mobile
but I
Legends.
can't get it right now because this gold lane revolution has gotten out of hand. What can Benny Cutie not do is the question.
It's a different kind of storm, man. It's a different kind of weather.
TNC are changing the game, but looking at Aurora, I miss drafts like this. This is actually comprehensible. Lancey catches a good amount of US basic attacks.
Oh,
Smart enough to stay underneath this tier 1 in mid. Extra damage reduction. Help us buy time to understand the early game.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look at this, the early game, the pacing they go with here too, because like we're talking about Benny Cutie's Lapu, but also the X-Borg, a debut for 3-Mar, by the way. So this might just be a good pick to go ahead and deal with the CC, but also you do get some of that utility later on where you can play that front guy if you need to. You know, you have that Braga armor to help you out. And then the threat of the Last Insanity does play a big part against this kind of lineup that Aurora brought to this table. It might be enough even with a true damage aspect there to threaten them enough.
Whoa! See light there, overshooting the charge. 3-Mar's not having any of it. I think that's another pro you get when you bring an X-Borg in is the extra life you get, or I don't want to call it extra life exactly, but you have layers of health that changes the way fights happen.
Yeah.
That heroes like Granger, heroes like Kimmy and CC, even Hayabusa, you have to reconsider your approach to team fighting.
It's weird in a way because it almost reminds me of like X-Borg almost reminds me of a little mini immortality in a way, you know what I mean? So it's like that concept does ruin the flow of team fights.
Oh
Whoa.
my God!
Brilliance?
Forcing a brilliance out of Lancey. This is all in time for TNC to help secure this turtle. Zaida Mount Shocker out. Retribution, Lights in Trouble, Revitalize. Pop into that Firaga armor as the Katot falls. Turtle in first blood for the Phoenix Army.
Even with the Revitalize, man, it wasn't enough for Light to survive. And I feel like now, this is one of the things for Light. He's going to have to be able to do what he needs to do on the Ganakacha.
You called that Firaga armor like a little baby immortality, right?
Yes, a little baby immortality.
Looked like a little baby winner crowned of me. Because that's what happened, right? Like he died, but he didn't.
That's
and then
true.
he came back, dealt a little extra damage, true damage at that to Light. And then Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle, man. I mean, at that point, when you approach these fights for Aurora, it's like, okay, I want to get this guy down, but you can't. 3-Mar has that extra kind of durability to this. Not to mention, he can tank up a lot. Whoa!
Oh my God, whoa. The flicker and the tech charge. Call it a Phoenix Flash. As Light, AOG's on out of there. Too late though, as Dominkite falls, the repositioned. Firaga armor blast, the last insanity. Demon Kite falls. He obliged him. He gave him the shadow kill. Oh my lord!
That was a Mamba move if I've ever seen one, man. What a tech charge from Chaknu to start things up. It looked like Rora wanted that fight, and TNT was like, come on, we'll give it to you.
When Chaknu was playing for Smart Omega, that was one of the main strengths they had, was fights can come out of nowhere. Yep. And they can win off the flick of a dime. Now he brought that kind of lethality, the rattlesnake mentality to TNC. And I'm gonna keep calling it that. It's a Phoenix Flash. Like, you never see it coming, just
Yeah, it is a Phoenix Flash. I mean, what do you do against that? Again,
you can't see it coming.
You can't see the Mamba coming, man, because this is, I don't know, I think for a lot of people, it's a debate. Well, I guess people would lean towards Kufra being his hero, but like Grok is close to that, you know, and when Chaknu gets his chance to play this Grok, he makes it work wonders. The second turtle of the game, he's zoning the rest of the team out, but they're gonna go for it anyway. Zyd already secures the turtle though. Uh-oh.
Light in the middle of 4. This is not a good look. Demon Kite rather, into the back line. Light tries to close off the exit for Lancey, and they catch Demon Kite. A tech charge pins him down, but Demon Kite gets a couple of stacks. Make that 3 stacks. Pop, pop, pop. Might get 4. Demon Kite's a maniac. Rora, clap back. They're on their feet once more.
The Phoenix Flash was meant by Demon Kite and Rora. The lights came through and they give him a maniac.
I voted that boy as my most improved player of season 16. He was almost a non-factor in the previous game, and here, single-handedly, he brought back Rora from the dead. 1,000 gold lead for the Northern Lights.
And 4 stacks this early on, man, and off of that, he's already moving and grooving with the rapid boots, and he gets a Hunter Strike too. We're gonna have to take a look at the replay for this one. Again, it was a fight started up after the second turtle was secured. Look at this. It's all chaotic. Again, they take out Demon Kite, but the whole time, look at the positioning on Demon Kite. He's like, you take my kite, brother, it's okay. I have the rest of the team, and I'll capitalize off of it.
He took that personally.
He did.
Oh, they're still going. The tech charge once more, and Benny shuts him down. Oh, Lord, the Phoenix Flash can come from any angle, from any member.
Leo.
And just like that, Rora's celebration is ended. AOG stopping the forward momentum of TNC on Edward. Lancey with a brilliance. TNC back in the driver's seat.
Just as quick as we saw Demon Kite get the maniac, get the stacks, TNC does something about it.
Back and forth, forth and back.
I don't know if it's gonna go sideways or not, or for which team it's gonna go sideways first, but right now, it's about as even as it can get. Now that third turtle's coming up here, Rora's in a position to contest it. TNC has had a pretty good time getting the first 2, but now you're in a fighting position for Rora. But I think they're still gonna have to figure out, how do we deal with this front line and this Phoenix Flash?
Chaknu, Seal out of that river brush. Sealed out.
Up.
Oh, that is a curtain call. Tech charge, no one home. Demon Kite takes down the Mamba. Light, very low. Last insanity by 3 more. Down goes Yue. Edward backing off. Light's already taken down. Zyda gets 1. Betty Cutie gets a double kill. 3 for 1, the trade. TNC on top. Another one falls. All 3 go to TNC.
It doesn't matter if Demon Kite's locked in, loaded on the Granger. If Rora gets split up and dealt by the last insanity, you saw how much true damage that did to their lineup.
Joseph, you see that we are at the cusp of history.
Yes.
If some way, somehow, TNC got a match point, this would have been the most Rora sweat in Season 16 after getting dumped on by Falcons in the opening week.
I think it's already starting to shake them a little bit here, man. TNC has found something out. I mean, they're playing better today than they did yesterday. I don't know what it was about yesterday's matchup, but they definitely brought it in this series. Again, this is the 5th seed versus the 1st seed, Rora. The talk has been, can they stay as strong as they did in the regular season in the playoffs? Well, right now they're struggling to find some pace against TNC. They still have room to breathe. They still have a lot of ground to cover, though, as well. A Malefic Roar's picked up for Demon Kite. That might be able to help with some of this tanky front line, but even so, do you have the reflexes to deal with the fast setups that are happening here?
We're at the point where it's not about what the lead looks like, but what TNC could do with the moves that they're putting out on display. Sure, it's just a 2,000 gold lead for the Phoenix Army, but what they're capable of, what this lineup can do up against Aurora's very pre-Project Next draft is terrifying.
It is. And I don't know where that point, that switch here for Aurora is going to be, even leading in to the next objective, the Lord here. Because every time they've approached the objective pit, whether that's the Turtle or eventually the Lord, it hasn't gone their way, man. I mean, they haven't really found that out yet. How do we deal with a position that favors us? Are they in a position where it's like, we just have to let TNC control that and hopefully punish? But if you even get close enough, again, 3mar, this X-Borg pick was so good for this specific draft to work against what Aurora has.
The fundamentals of MLBB have changed right before our eyes. Teams are capable of so much tactical and revolutionary initiations because of the fighter gold lane. And Aurora are reeling because of how TNC have perfected this style of MLBB. They're dancing right now, but again, because of the propensity for TNC to unleash the Phoenix Flash, you could never tell if it really is just a dance or something else entirely.
And at any moment, the Mamba could decide to go and start the Phoenix Flash up here. That's why Demon Kite has to be careful. As a Hayabusa, if he's caught out, you're going to be pushed off any of this space that you're trying to fight for. So you have 3mar and Chakno leading the charge up here. 3mar.
Dangerous position for UA to be in.
Yeah,
How
I'm
often
actually
you see a Kimmy
surprised.
that front?
Is he just relying on the Purify?
I guess. I mean, Purify into the gem pack should be enough for most, but we've seen UA get caught already at least once in this game alone.
Yeah, but what they do is they keep TNC at bay for now. Again, trying to buy what they can. UA is definitely, I'm surprised he's playing up so front. Trying to help Edward and Light here find a better time. The Brilliance is going to be popped too. They want to go for this mid turret. The pressure is cooking here. 3mar and Chaknu holding up that front side while you have Benny Cutie clear out the lane. They don't want that tier 1 to go down too. They hold on to it barely. Keep an eye on the Mamba. Keep an eye on Chaknu. He might be that one.
Whoa.
Start things up here. Bump's going to be secured.
Lord gets slow pushed out. Gets that reset. Demon Kite takes care of that bottom lane. Secures himself a BOD. Lord at 1/10 of its health. This is as hard as it gets to dance with.
Oh.
That's a soft reset once more.
He's going to go for the soft reset. 3mar is going to keep it there, though. So still playing, turning the needle. That's going to be used. Mount Chakra Light. He takes some damage. He's still got the Athena shield, but it goes back to it.
Rampart compromises Light's positioning. Lord gonna get blasted here by TNC, but Aurora steal it. Demon Kite with a quad shadow plus a retribution. An AOG by Light closing off what could have been a Phoenix Flash. See, this is what's weird about TNC's approach. Aurora are guarding up, clogging up holes that weren't even really there.
Again, if it comes down to that, where you could just rely on Demon Kite to kind of come in, get the Lord from the noses of TNC, that was a build-up, a pressure into that Lord take, and Aurora capitalized on it. Now, what does this mean for them? It buys them some time. They're going to be able to get maybe a couple turrets off this. Again, yeah, I still think if they force a fight or Chaknu starts a fight, Aurora's still not in the best position just yet. But they might just try to get rid of Chaknu. If they can actually take out Chaknu or force him to defensively tech charge, then that might be a best case scenario for them.
I like the latter. The latter seems like the better choice. You don't want to put too much effort into trying to take down a really chunky Grok. Mid lane gonna fall, top lane's gonna crack. Aurora are fighting the map instead of fighting TNC.
Okay, Light, top of the Revitalize. He might be forced to jump out as he does, so defensive AOG is there. Demon Kite, meanwhile, will take the purple from Zyna. They got the tier 1 in the mid, tier 2 up top. That's about the best that they could hope for. Maybe another tier 2 down bottom too. So right now, Aurora has brought this back in a minor control for their favor, slowly crawling back into this game.
Here's one weakness you have with a lineup that favors fighters, that favors actual engagements. Your map control isn't as pristine, isn't as good. You have to convert from actual team fight wins, and that is what TNC is waiting for, to find that next window of opportunity. When is the next big fight? So far, it's always been stare downs. It's always been weigh-ins. And And Aurora are now using that advantage to get a 2,000 gold lead and own the map. It's all blue, Joseph, and that's why the other half of the arena has come alive. Suddenly, the blue side, the Aurora side, they're making some noise.
They're making noise. The Phoenix Army, though, too, they're still believing in what TNC can do here. Again, we haven't seen a massive full-on team fight just yet at this point in the game. You know, you're past that mark. Yeah, Aurora has a lead, but TNC, even so, they've got this lineup that can work for them. Zyda picks up a Malefic Roar now, too. He's a big part of this physical damage. Then you have a lot of true damage profiled into this that Aurora is always going to have to respect. You can see it looking at the items, too. They've built up, I mean, again, Dominkite is where he needs to be. He's even got a little bit of defensiveness now with the Wind of Nature. Over on the other side, they're just fighting for this purple control now, too, but it will be TNC that secures that for Zyda.
Long lane is a bald lane, as TNC have to deal with this constantly forward pushing minion wave far away from where the Lord is. Lord is on the upper corner, and they have to send dudes there all the time.
Yep.
Bottom lane, okay, luckily, Aurora don't have someone who can split push, not like a Moskov, not like a Ling or a Fanny.
Yep.
So if Aurora were to slowly pressure bottom lane too, it would be telegraphed. TNC would know.
They would. And right now, they're going to have no choice but to deal with that push down on cross map, but also face off this Lord. Demon Kai will go ahead, and he can't be there. Like, he can't sit there, so they might blitz this. Zyda's in position.
TNC secure the Lord. Last Insanity by 3 are used defensively as they go ahead and back on out of here. They skedaddle. Benny Cutie, bravest fighter, just to make sure. TNC, that's a win for them.
They saw that Demon Kite took too many hits from that Lord. He was sitting about just above half health. He had the quad shadow on out, which then gave the angle for TNC to go ahead and secure it. Zyda knows, hey, I've got Chakdu, I've got 3 more, and Benny if I really need it to give me that space to go ahead and secure this in. Whereas again, Demon Kite really didn't have that opportunity, even with Light over here on the Garakancha. So again, they've got to respect what TNC is capable of doing. Goodbye to any of the lead that they had.
That's what I'm saying. Again, TNC very good on fights. Even the threat of a fight will change the way Aurora respond. Benny Cutie forces Demon Kite out of that brush, and they answer back, cracking Chakno in half.
Oh, they
That's
got
a
rid
kill
of
for Doming. Oh, Benny Cutie might be up next. AOG! He gets caught out. Benny Cutie gets shut down by Yue. The 3 remaining members of TNC turn tail and get out of there.
It's a back and forth. My God, take out Chakdu. You lose a big portion of what has worked for TNC throughout this game. And Dominkite, he's tearing through that front line now. It's Aurora off of getting 2 kills. They'll go ahead and get towards these base turrets of TNC, trying to take it down.
Insanity by 3 Mar, clearing it out. Traction pulse still thrown out for good measure. Aurora, again, a small lead, but to what extent? That's the fly cloud!
Not the cloud!
The Mamba! A free kill for Aurora, another stack for Dominkite.
What is the count here for the Clouds? Taking players to their deaths.
The Cloud Prince watching from at home. Netsky knows. He knows.
Oh man, I think even Chaknu was like, okay, maybe a little bit too far, and he tries to swing back, but now it's up to them to defend.
Demon Kite catches a brunt of that last Insanity. Didn't expect with that much burst as he goes down. 3 more scores. And now Aurora, they have to watch out. Down goes Benny. The ship from that Mount Shocker hits a good chunk of them. And they're happy with this, a 2-for-1 trade.
But TNC will do that to all defend and maintain the base turrets. They knew they were down a number. Chakdu was gone, so they had to do something. And they hold on to the base intact. That's what TNC wanted. They maintain that, they get there, they buy themselves some more time. Again, you're gonna see them contest that Lord when it does come up. And so with that being said, you're gonna look at some of these last items starting to come up. You have an Immortality now too, so 3 more, multiple lives now. Opening for the export. You've also got, again, Benny has gone with some more tankiness himself. He's gotta be part of this equation to stop Aurora in their tracks.
Now the question, will Aurora fall for the same fate that TNC used to score the previous Lord? Lord number 2, TNC got it just via the threat of a full-on fight. Now Aurora have to think twice. They have to put their foot down and say, this is an actual fight. It's happening, and we know how to break your forward momentum down. Your assault will no longer work. At 18 minutes, 1,000 and change up, I'm worried for Aurora. Like, this might not actually be the best.
This might be hard. Look at Chaknu. Look at the angle he's going to go for here. He sees Dominkai and Demon Kai in sight. Lords at half health. Light could be trapped into this rampart. They're going to fight.
Revitalize already used up. AOG out. Light has forced quite a bit out of TNC. And Aurora may have pulled a little feint of their own as TNC back out.
Oh, they have the stacks here at Dominkai too. You can see it. He's got 68 on the Sky Piercer. I don't think they can commit to this. Again, this is an Evolved Lord. This is a tough one for them to take. Yes, they got maybe an ultimate or two out earlier on from TNC, but TNC still holds on to those flickers. The battle spells are there, and that's the biggest surprise factor from them with this lineup. Benny will go ahead and pick up his own immortality. So now we're to the dance. The dance for this Lord. It's a massive one, potentially a game-winning one to get either of these teams to match point in this upper matchup here for the playoffs.
It's impressive, and it gives me goosebumps how much damage Dreamar deals. Forcing out a last sanity via a traction pulse. Suddenly a huge resource spent by TNC.
This might be a window for Aurora to go ahead and take. They know they can go ahead and zone out the rest of the team. Chakno takes so much damage, already sitting at half health. They give space to Demon Kai to potentially take this Lord.
That's right.
What does TNC want to do?
Oh my God! That was a tech charge used up and wasted. TNC, this is not ideal. Down goes Zaida. In comes Dreamar via a flying cloud. Edward falls. Traded 2-for-1. Currently, this is a very good spot for TNC. Oh! They pop Lancy. Dreamar gets his Virago armor taken down, and Dominkai taking names, rolling heads as they get the winning trade. 3-for-2, a Lord on their side, marching up top.
It started by getting rid of the last Insanity. That was one threat gone that Rora had to deal with, and then they were able to zone out Chaknu as well, putting him in a position to use the tech charge the way he didn't want to. So Rora wins that fight, wins the objective, and now with an Evolved Lord, they're going to be approaching the base of TNC.
Joseph, Dominkai is maxed out. 10-2-1. This is a carry Granger if I've ever seen one. The Lord crashes into the base as TNT have to defend with 3 members. Aurora, they're gonna have to take their time. This is not looking good. I don't think they should overextend.
They shouldn't overextend.
Take it easy, take it easy.
Oh, the waves are gonna push in here mid. Maybe they get mid and bottom turret. TNC will work on this Lord. They're gonna clear it out. Dominkai, though, he's gonna work on that turret. Doesn't get it down just yet, though. So right now, TNC maintaining the 2 base turrets. It looks like they'll be fine. They clear out the Lord and they maintain those base turrets.
The drums of war have silenced themselves. I think Aurora knows that they should not egg their team on to force anything. We're gonna see one more Lord coming up in about a minute. Aurora, despite everything that's happened, every single heart-wrenching turnaround and clapback just led to a 3,000 gold lead. Last Insanity onto Edward. Dreamar spends it. He does not have any mortality. Shadow kill, forcing them back. They're juggling all the damage between them, and this leads to a clean push. Aurora get rid of mid and bottom.
Hey, that was all to get the base turrets. Again, we were just saying how TNC defended those. They maintained them. But Aurora says, no, we need to get these down before the next Lord comes up. They did exactly by that with that traction pulse to go ahead and force it to happen. So they go for a reset for now. We'll see what items are going to be juggled around, but that Lord's coming up in 10, and Leo, this is going to be a tougher one than the previous. What is going to happen here? Dreamar even picks up a winner crown now, and a Twilight armor here for Chaknu. They know that they can't lose that major resource for Dreamar.
Nope.
They have to go ahead and get in position.
Dreamar's last Insanity is almost just as important as a well-placed tech charge. Traction pulse thrown out over at the X-Borg. No dice!
Wow!
As Aurora secure the Lord for free.
Oh, hold on, Conceal's gonna be used. Oh,
Mamba!
no!
Tech charge into nothing! And Demon Kai checks in. Final Shadow. Aurora clean into the late game. 23 minutes in.
There's a Phoenix Flash. There's just a Phoenix. Hey, I don't know what
they burned out, dog. They burned out. It's 2 ways, right? They could go supernova and burnout hit match point.
Yeah.
Or they just
They just did that.
They just whittled themselves out.
At this point, this Lord, though, he's going to have the ultimate. He has it already back up. Do they pull something out here outside of the base? I feel like they're going to get sandwiched in, though. You can already see Lights charging up. Unbreakable's there, but he's not going to be able to get it. Chaknu, though, up the front side. 3 more, 2.
Oh my God, the traction pulse forces TNC back, spending so many resources just to not die. And they still have to defend.
With the Lord here in tow, so healthy. Benny jumps in.
Shadow kill, gets in. Demon Kite puts them all so low. They're juggling. An immortality pop into the back line. Another one on Benny Cutie. Down he goes. 3 more gonna follow through. The base gonna be up next. Aurora are at match point.
Nearly 24 minutes for Aurora to get that victory. They clawed their way against a rising TNC, a rising Phoenix. What an amazing Game 3 we see there. The panel's gonna have to break this one down. Guys, what do you think of Game 3?
What I think of Game 3, it is an absolute freaking gift. Just like what Ranmar back in the Filipino broadcast was saying, man.
Oh my
damn.
God.
I cannot believe I was part of this broadcast. I am happy to be here, and so are the rest of the people here at Cuneta Astrodome. But Aurora is now at match point.
I legit think I lost my voice screaming at all the plays that
For
were
24
happening.
minutes?
For 24 minutes, of course, because there were a lot of back and forth that took place in this entire game. And this guy, from the early to the mid to the late stages of the game, kept making things happening. It's Tomeng Kite on that Granger who maxed out his stacks on the Sky Piercer eventually. Took an early Maniac in this game too. It feels like it was in the previous game, honestly, but it's all in the same game. And kept himself safe for majority of the time, even though there were multiple members of TNC trying to hunt him down.
Dude, sure, there were times that TNC had a way back into this game number 3. It's just that for Tomeng Kite, he was there right from the start, and all he had to do was to find the right positioning, and that is what he did in this game number 3. Looking at the MVP highlights here, it was a back and forth affair. Oh, I wish you were part of Cuneta Astrodome, because the audience was also going bonkers between every single kill. It was TNC roaring back, and you know, Benny Cutie's extra Firaga armor, joined by the immortality as well, has helped him to get more sustain in terms of the fights. But it makes it difficult as well, because after the Firaga armor is gone, they don't have a lot of damage to back it up, and it makes Benny Cutie wonder, do I have to go for it still, or are we gonna go back? And that brings him to the lack of movement speed. That should be a problem in this game number 3.
Yeah, it's as if they had so many tools, but they couldn't burn them at the same time. Or as if it's not that they're able to link up the skills that need to be linked up at the best time. And maybe it's also a result of Aurora just being able to apply that much pressure that you don't get to see the best setups come in anymore.
Yeah.
Latter portions of the game, there were a lot of missed tech charges that you could really point out, or maybe some aren't even entirely missed. They're just denied because there were some on-point curtain calls coming in from Edward as well, and you couldn't really go the distance with a tech charge if you're tied to someone else from TNC. And so I feel like they've been able to do a great job at limiting Chaknu in this game, because Chaknu, given that they had such a great lead earlier, he could have been the guy to just make that lead so much more, or he could have been the person, that player, to convert that lead into so much more for TNC.
And I think he had that in mind, you know, based on how he was approaching some of the attempts from the Phoenix Army. They wanted to push through with it. They wanted to proceed with the counter-attack when Aurora least expected it. It's just that the hands weren't following. I don't know. There was probably an idea for them to do a flicker tech charge. I think he's been planning to do that for like 2 or 3 times in this specific game. It's just that it wasn't hitting. And you're looking at the right targets if you are TNC, but the execution just wasn't there enough. And I have to say, it's a mix of errors from the Phoenix Army mixed with some right decisions from Aurora. When they forced their way into the base where there were still 2 inhibitors intact, I think that is what sealed their victory in this matchup, because there were not a lot of room for TNC to wiggle around and to shake that thing, as Leo would say. Because, there's a sudden moment of you know, calm, and that's not supposed to be the case when you're already 20 minutes in.
Yep. And I think Aurora stayed calm all throughout. Like, they're the team who just felt really composed.
Stoic.
There were moments wherein it felt like it was just really turning into TNC's game, but suddenly there's a clutch, unbreakable, taunting 2 members from Light, and Aurora being Aurora, the follow-up's just a bit too reliable from them. And it doesn't take long for them to just turn things around. I feel like they've been so good at letting one another find and maximize those openings. And Dominkite's one person, one player who I feel benefited the most from all these small decisions, from all those moments that they were able to find themselves back in the game. Because I think majority of those important kills just kept going over to Dominkite, which is also probably one of the biggest contributors to why he is the BP Irish guy, despite the game feeling very close.
Yep.
This is an 801 GPM for Dominkite.
But look at this, Yue with the most damage dealt.
Yeah.
He was part of every single team fight that was available. They were like, you know, tandem, a duo, a dynamic duo with him in Light. And that has paved the way for so many games of Aurora in taking a bunch of their victories, not only in the playoffs, but also way back in the regular season. And man, it was just a solid Aurora game plan. They kept their fundamentals in the midst of TNC trying to explore a lot more options. The X-board kind of threw us off as well, because we were thinking, is this going to go to the gold lane? Because in other regions, we've seen them use the X-board in the gold lane, but it didn't matter here. They resorted to a lot of flexible picks. They resorted to a lot of complexities, but Aurora stayed the same, and this might be the recipe that's going to take them further into the postseason.
And it's nice to see that it's a more successful attempt of not veering away from what works for you.
Right.
Because in some cases, it feels as if by doing that, you get left behind. But just because they're that much, or they have that high of a mastery in terms of their playstyle, it doesn't feel that way at all. So now we're looking at the head-to-head between Dominkite and Betty Cutie, and yes, it's a Lapu-Lapu Gold, in case we forgot that Betty Cutie did play previously in that game. So a lot of these stats, apart from XP, actually favored Dominkite in that game.
Yeah, I think the reason why we seldom see Dominkite picking up on those fighter junglers is because Aurora has a composition, has communication that can make a marksman gold laner work in this certain situation. From what we saw in a lot of their matches from before, hey, Wolf and Renmar, see, it suddenly became Imbri. But from what we saw a while ago, I think to add to the point that we were taking notice is that the idea of Aurora to play versatile. I think this meta should allow you to play a lot more different heroes than what we're usually seeing. Because there are a lot of fighter gold laners now. You even have roamers that some use utilities such as the Matildas in certain situations, but obviously you want to go for the setups. But still, that gives you the liberty of choosing, the freedom of options, and that is what's being promoted in Project Next. And I love what they're seeing. And Aurora just having at least a plan A for each and different one. It's like you're buying different cars, you're looking for different options in that one. But hey, it's gonna work differently, but give you the same purpose.
Yeah. Again, hero pool already says so much about these two teams.
I agree.
But Aurora, despite that, despite them not being so high up there in terms of the number of unique heroes used, as TNC, who has plenty of heroes already used this season, it's no question that they're still able to make it work. They're still able to not feel as if they're left behind. And that's what's really great about this team. They're that good.
Dude, I don't know about you, but I need a breather after that. You know what? Let's toss it over again to the MPL Festival.
The fun and excitement continues here at MPL Philippines Super Fan City. Makikita nyo ngayon na nandito tayo sa Smart Booth. And let's see kung ano nga bang meron dito kasama ang ating Smart representative, JC. Hi! Ano bang meron tayo dito sa Smart Booth?
Sa Smart, we have a MLBB Gacha Pick po. So, kailangan nyo na po dito makapag-load kayo ng at least 99 pesos or 149 pesos para po ma-avail ang aming mga merch po. Or kung hindi naman kayo naka-Smart, you can purchase our eSIM card or regular SIM card po to participate in the game.
So dahil Smart user ako at magtatap up ako mamaya, pwede bang i-try ko yung gacha? Let's go!
We'll have token. This one.
So I have this token na i-insert ko dito sa kanilang gacha machine.
Right side.
Yay! Anong premyo ko?
For your prize, ma'am, you will have cotton beans. Cotton beans.
So randomly, makakakuha kayo ng mga prizes here at Smart Pool.
Also, we have line yards of Smart ML, and then we have sticker, ref magnet, and then sticker pin. This one. Also, we have here tote bag of Smart.
Thank you so much. Bumisita na kayo dito sa Smart Booth. And syempre, meron pa tayong bibisitahin ibang sponsors booth. We are now here at the next sponsor booth, which is the BPI booth. Kasama natin si Miss Kla. Ano pong meron tayo dito sa inyong booth?
So here, nagpapa-open tayo ng mga products like digital deposit account, buy by PPI. Then they can also apply for credit card, personal loan and other loans, and then as well as investments.
Sobrang interesting na mga pwedeng buksan na accounts dito sa BPI. Ano po yung mga naghihintay para sa mga mag-o-open ng kanilang mga accounts?
So they can get yung mga BPI MPL exclusive merch like tote bags, t-shirts, stickers, and pouches.
So may nakikita ako dito na pwede nilang spin na wheel. Yan yung pwede nila makuha once they avail the products na ino-offer ni BPI. Ano po yung meron dito sa likod?
Dito naman nagpapa-raffle tayo ng in-game skin. So yung mga golden deals na makukuha nila, that will serve as their raffle entry. And then yung highest gold deals, yun yung bibigyan natin ng in-game skin.
Yay! Appreciate for BPI! And this is an MLBB BPI collaboration. Maraming salamat! Kaya tara na! Buksan ang epic na bukas. Meron din tayong Clear Men Power Pose segment kanina sa ating stage here at Super Fan City at nakita natin ang mga bagets na nag-posing at nagpakita ng kanilang power kasama ang Clear Men. And right now, pumunta na kayo dito sa MPL Philippines Super Fan City dahil maraming freebies ang naghihintay sa inyo. Kita-kits at balik na muna tayo sa arena.
Thanks again, Odin. Sometimes, no, a lot of times, all the time, I am quite envious of your experience at the MPL Festival. And, you know, I wish we would have had a lot of time to at least experience everything that is happening outside. But hey, do it for us, okay? Do it for us. You can go outside, experience everything there, get some money, open some BPI accounts, unleash Smart. But hey, here is Benny Cutie. This has been the story of his right from the start. He has picked every single hero possible. Look at that.
I can't believe there's an Argus even.
There's even a Mid-Sitar, dude. Like, how many heroes can you see that you don't even see anymore?
No, the Mid-Sitar, I feel like...
Oh, the Benedetta.
Oh, yeah. I think that's the most surprising for me. It's really the Argus. And maybe... No, yeah, it's just really the Argus. For me, if you're gonna ask me, although you didn't ask me, but I'm saying in case you ask me.
Yeah, okay.
I'm choosing the Argus.
I'm gonna ask you now.
What?
It's the Argus. You're gonna say the Argus. Yeah, there you go. there you go. But hey, it's crazy that there's a huge amount of fighters, and we're not even talking about him in the XP. It's the gold lane, Benny Cutie, and almost in every season, we see him cooking up something different. It's like you're cooking beef stew with ketchup, with mayonnaise, with, I don't know, I don't want to say something that makes beef stew disgusting, but yeah, this is such a cool way to think about it from a lot of times. But here's Dominic Kite versus Benny Cutie. After the patch, we only saw, how many is that? 5 heroes from Dominic Kite during that specific patch. Meanwhile, on the other hand, for Benny Cutie,
11.
I had to wait. Good job.
I counted.
See, that's why I was prolonging it. So
Yes.
you can count.
It's 11. I hope I'm not wrong, but it's 5 versus 11 total unique heroes used after the patch between Dominic Kite and Benny Cutie.
Yeah, it's 11.
But I don't know. Maybe Dominic Kite could have used more only if teams decided to ban his Harith earlier. Because up until the last minute, I feel like they've been letting the Harith through.
Yeah.
And time again, we've been pointing out that it should not be the case if you're going up against Aurora. They've been too comfortable playing the Harith in the gold lane. They've mastered the rotations with the Harith in the gold lane. And I feel like it's really refreshing to see that respect coming in from TNC. So now, it's like, if you're Aurora, what do you respect though? Because like, there are so many things that TNC could even pull out, and at most, it's probably Zaida's hero pool that comes to mind. But even just now, we saw the Yuzhong also being respected. So it gets a bit confusing, I guess, for these two teams in this series.
Yeah, I think for Coach Master the Basics and Dexstar, they understand that the draft is, of course, a supplement to what could possibly win them the game. But there should be ultimate reminders for the rest of the team, because it reached the point, game number 3 reached the point that it didn't even matter, the draft didn't even matter anymore. Now, we're looking at another Flying Clouds map for the second time in a row, which is quite cool, as Aurora got their first victory there for in such a dire situation. It's such a very high-pressure moment, and that's obviously going to propel their momentum. But for TNC, they're in a familiar spot. They know that they have what it takes to face Aurora in this version of the map, but yeah, the sets have to be cleaner here if they want to make something happen and take us to game 5.
And we still felt how Aurora was still a bit uncomfortable with Flying Clouds, because it took them much longer to end the game compared to their previous games. Like, majority of their games ended in less than 18 minutes or even less than 12 minutes. But that reached 24 minutes
that was
before
like
they
double
ended
the average.
it. Yeah, of course, it's also probably because there was an X-Borg, you know, but it's not just that. It's obviously a lot more other things. Now, the 1-1 gets banned by TNC, though. This will open up a lot more.
This will open up, I think, more on that jungle position.
Yeah.
Because the Lancelot and the YSS, I think it's going to be a staple, right? It's still going to be a staple. So if TNC breaks the emergency alarm and goes for the Fanny, Aurora's going to have to be ready for it. And I think based on the decision that they had in mind, they are absolutely taking note of it. So Grok there were some subpar performances from Chaknu with that Grok in this series, but one thing is for sure, they've managed to at least create a threat for them moving forward. But the Lancelot is there, same with the Gatot Kacha, another deny from Light and Demon Kai.
Yeah, the Yuzhong is still there. The Dushin isn't there anymore too. Such a quick response from Aurora, but it's very understandable why. There's no Grok. Does TNC still want to go for the Lunox in this scenario with the Yuzhong Shin? Because it feels as if the matchup is going to be pretty much...
Here's the change.
Yuzhong Shin lands, so... okay. An early Hilda for TNC.
Again, we rarely see a Hilda coming up in a flying cloud composition.
There's there's also still the Kimmy, by the way, if you already wants it.
He's done pretty well with that Kimmy a while ago, being the carry in terms of the damage output, so they can go for that. Instead, they go for the Farsa. They try to put the pressure a little bit more on that back line, give Zaida less room to breathe in with those feathered airstrikes.
Yeah, because earlier this was banned. They didn't allow for the Yi Sun-shin to have the Farsa by his side. I feel like that could have also been one thing for TNC if ever they did get their hands on it. But now we still don't know where the CC is going again. So
this is what TNC's been doing. This is what both teams have been doing in the red side, or in the blue side, rather.
Yeah, so they're gonna be focusing on some Lancy heroes instead. Not even considering the Lunox, maybe, because the Farsa, with the amount of range, and the Gatot Kacha being there, unless they take it out, though.
Yeah, unless TNC has something else up in their sleeve, they're gonna have to worry about, you know, Yua's Farsa. Maybe they can even go for a mage. Yeah, you're talking about the Selena, you're talking about the Kagura even, which could be a possibility, just so there could be some pinpointed targets toward that Farsa, because Gatot Kacha and the Lancelot is going to have a pretty good time trying to dash into the backlines, and that has been the problem ever since. That has been what both teams have been doing when they have that composition. But when you're looking at the draft recap for both of the teams, there are still a number of players, a number of picks that have not been utilized. You're looking at the show here for TNC Pro Team, or should I say for Aurora Gaming. That could be the case here if they want to go for it.
Yeah, there goes the export. I was thinking if it would have come through again, but perhaps not. After what happened, even for TNC, I feel like they don't want to go up against that. If the goal is to end things fast against Aurora, you can't give them a means to prolong and defend the game as much as they want. But again, the Cho you mentioned, even the other gold lane fighters are still up there, but Aurora, based on the way they've been drafting recently, it doesn't seem like they're considering that unless
they do.
Because no, we still don't know where the Esmeralda will go.
You're right. You're right. They do?
They do with a question mark.
With an ellipsis too. Like, you're still quite uncertain. It's Coach Master, the basics in Dexstar, leaving Etomax and Hito thinking, where is this gonna go? You're gonna have to reveal your cards first before we take on ours. And the Hilda, quite straightforward, are the Yi Sun-shin and the Hilda, or maybe not, because there were times where we saw the Hilda come up in the XP lane, and there goes the Khalid and the Lunox to wrap up the composition. So this could mean ellipsis again, because the Khalid and the Hilda's interchangeable. My goodness, these two coaches, man.
Yeah, and where do you want to put the Esmeralda if there's a Lunox in the opposing team? Okay.
All we can do is laugh at this point. Even our brains are getting twisted, bro.
No, because if we're looking at the traditional marksman,
Proof that I'm still alive.
what
We are
traditional
looking
marksman?
at traditional marksman. It's been a while since we saw this guy. There were some recommendations from all of the analysts that Brody's gonna be appearing sooner or later, and now he's making his debut in the playoffs.
A Brody, and I was not able to confirm where or what the goal lane is actually going to be for
I think you have time now.
TNC. Okay, it is the CC goal. The Brody against the CC goal.
And Hilda working against Esmeralda. Again, I think that's a pretty good matchup for Edward. So Aurora, they have a way to close this out and book their ticket towards the upper bracket finals. Guys, we can't wrap our head with the two lineups that we have. Nice Uleo, man. We're just gonna give it to you guys. Take it away, boys.
Hey, we're trying to wrap our heads around it too, but I'll tell you that, man, it is wonderful to see where the meta has evolved devolved, revolutionized, basically, too, in the entirety of MPL Philippines Season 16. Oh, whoa, and I'm all for it.
Hey,
Mamba.
That was a close call. Edward, barely alive, forcing Light to drop that Revitalize. Welcome to Game 4.
Yeah, I guess that's how the whole series has gone. That right there, that little preview is how the series has felt, man.
Yep.
Again, TNC to be able to go ahead and take Rora into some... Whoa, and goodbye, Edward. First blood for TNC.
They started something, they're going to finish it.
They are going to finish it, man. I guess Edward wasn't ready for that, too. He even used the flicker, but... You know, that's the thing. You got to give it up for TNC. They've been able to go ahead and give the #1 seed, Aurora, a run for the money so far here. Already into this. Now, Benny Cutie could be in trouble. He pops the Vengeance. Is he going to be able to get away from this?
Demon Kai and Dolmen Kai want to take him down. That Brody gets a kill. The only other Brody in MPL Philippines Season 16, if I'm not mistaken, is on Kelra.
Kelra.
He won with it, too.
Okay, so that's, yeah, it was at picked once, 100% win rate.
Yep.
For the Brody right now. And also that goes, that early kill goes over to Dominkai in the lane against a CC. I think it's going to give him even more of an advantage to work with. So I'm wondering if TNC will eventually put some of the focus over on that gold lane to keep from Dominkai just having a heyday over there against Benny Cutie CC.
You were here, taking quite a bit of hits. Lancey has just been a monster on this Lunox. Maybe only second to Sanji, who's already waiting in the upper bracket finals.
They are, and that's what these teams want to be fighting for. And again, these Flying Clouds will bring you away back to the fight very quickly. Again, you didn't see too much of an impact from it from the previous game, except for Chaknu dying, but it looks like TNC will just get themselves a turtle. Light's in trouble, pops a Revitalize. It's going to be fine, but I think TNC wants to put pressure on the purple now.
Oh yeah, Zyda did not use the retribution in the turtle, and they're going to take down Edward. TNC rolling over Aurora, just as Aurora finally clench a win in Flying Clouds.
Yeah.
In the previous game. Here TNC remind them, look, it's your kryptonite.
It's your kryptonite, man. There's something about these Flying Clouds
that Aurora don't like.
That Aurora does not like. Oh no, Chaknu, he should be able to get away, but Dominkai is there. He flickers forward.
And Dominkai looking to finish the job. Torn apart memory, fade away.
I guess the sands aren't enough to help you from having your memories torn out of you, man. You know, it's always the fadeaways with the Brodies. I always say, I never get tired of seeing that. You know, they get the marks off, little fadeaway, torn apart memory. So they put themselves back in a position. You got to mind it too. Dominkai with 2 kills on this. We know how a Brody likes to scale up. Is it still the first item Blade of Heaven sees for the Brodies?
It's gotta be. We'll see in just a bit when we get an item check leading up to the second turtle. And
okay, it is. He's already got it.
Yep. See how quick that is?
Yeah, locked in. So he is a threat. Locked in. And that's going to be a little bit troublesome for TNC to deal with. Again, they want to fight into this Edward. We'll get Mount Shocker.
Oh my God, Zyda threw that boat right at Edward. And just in time, Edward was able to run away, use that damage reduction underneath Tier 1 to try and stop the bleeding. And he's died twice already in under 3 minutes.
Yeah, and they're going to have to do something about Dominkai, like I said. But this has been how the whole series has been. Every single part of the map, something's happening. You know, TNC is either giving Aurora, Aurora's going on the other end against TNC. But where we are now is the second turtle coming up. It's gonna spawn here in a couple seconds here. So don't, for Demon Kite, he'll have to get in position. Zyno working down on this bottom lane, this XP lane, to go ahead and keep Edward there. But this is the thing, they have control. Chaknu's gonna wait patiently. He's got the Raging Sandstorm. Charge up here from Light, he's gonna go for it.
They dunked on 3 more. And there's the Raging Sandstorm. You were able to blast away. Zyda secures the turtle. And it's the same story. TNC, they are relentless. Look at how deep they are. They find Demon Kite, throw out that boat. Thorn Bros, Demon Kite survive.
They're so deep here with the Flying Clouds. They're able to bring Light back to the fight. Is he going to charge with the taunt?
They're going again. In comes Edward. You are blasting away. Light gets taken down. 3mar walks away with just about 2 HP.
Again, it's these Flying Clouds, man. It gives you that sense of, okay, guys, let's go, full send it. But then the 3mar doesn't go down. It just seems like Aurora wanted that kill. They're not able to capitalize on it. So again, a second turtle, 2 for 2 now for TNC under their control.
1,200 gold.
Wow.
1,200 gold between Dominkite and Benny Cutie. That is the one shining beacon for Aurora to hold on through the early game. At least their Brody is doing fine.
He's going stacks. He's going to go for the stacks here. As long as you take care of Dominkite, if you're Aurora, they should be okay. So if you're TNC, you're starting to put the focus there.
Uh-oh.
And I think that's what they want to do. Look at this. Look at the protection that Dominkite's going to have.
Bodyguards.
Bodyguards for him.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Gets hit by the Mountain Shocker there.
Good push for Benny up top, though. He knows that this is the focus right now, so I might as well go get a turret myself. Benny has been left to himself over on that top side.
Yep, but that doesn't fix the truth of the matter that Dominkite is still way ahead. Despite TNC being up by 1,000, the Mamba press the conceal. Light can intercept him. No dice. Rora may have just stopped what could have been another Phoenix Flash.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot easier for them to deal with, at least for right now. Again, a Khalid can still do that, like what we saw in the hands of Chaknu with the Grok here. But you're seeing it, man.
Zyda's hyper farming.
He's hyper farming.
He's doing it, man. He's like Sonic. Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast. That's what you do in the YSS. We've seen what happens if you fall behind in the YSS too. It's not fun.
It's miserable.
It's miserable at this point. And Lancelot too. Oh, hold on. Whoa.
The Phoenix Flash coming in from the back line as Chaknu commits the Raging Sandstorm. Yue looking for a spot to pull the Phoenix away from this turtle. They do get the reset, and look at this collapse coming in from TNC. 3 more finally goes down as Dominkite finds him with a torn apart memory, the conceal of their own. Light sends him forward, the shutdown by Zyda. 2 for 2, Yue falls. Zyda is a monster from out of this world. They take 3.
What a great way for TNC to take that fight. They actually baited Rora thinking, hey, Dominkite got a kill. They're going to continue on to try to get more and more stacks for Dominkite. And it's TNC that utilized the lineup they have, that durability, and even the heals that Chaknu has for himself to bring Rora and then punish them.
Oh my God, Demonkite!
Okay, to get away. He's
living on the edge against Dreamar as an XP later.
Oh no, goodbye. Dominkite falls the second time.
How even? We didn't see it.
In what, the same spot even? It's deja vu.
And now they're denying Demonkite his purple buff. Look, they left a little baby.
Yeah, they're gonna leave that there, man. TNC is on something else. They're taking this game under control, man. I mean, it took them a little bit to get there, but also look, Benny has essentially caught up now. He's only, what, 200 gold behind? Instead of that, 1,200?
He's in good shape. He's in great shape, I'll tell you that. Aurora are down 3,000 gold, folks. All tier 1 turrets have fallen. The map is shrinking. I did not expect this kind of dynamic between the Yushin Shin and the Lancelot.
Yeah.
I could have sworn Demonkite was going to be more proactive.
Yeah, there's something about it again, and maybe a sprinkle of that pressure comes from 3mar on the Hilda. You know, you're seeing it. Sometimes it's just him posting up on this side of the jungle of Aurora like he is right now. And you don't want to leave Demonkite to his own because 3mar is enough to actually put pressure on that. So Aurora's almost in a position where it's like they've got to be together in their own right. They've almost got to be their own form of Ube for this game.
Hey, it's in their DNA. They have some parts of what was once Blacks International in their roster. Zyda pops that Mountain Shocker. Keep tabs on all the members of Aurora. He knows that the coast is clear. This is going to be a free tier 2 turret push down bottom.
Very clean takes from TNC right now. They're not taking they're not overextending themselves. They're not getting a little overzealous or anything around these objectives. They're taking it slow and steady, all leading in to that first Lord of the game. It's going to come up in a couple seconds here. They've got the position. We have to look at Aurora down this much. We've seen them do it previously, turn things around in their favor, but this one's a little more tricky. They'll try to set things up. Demonkite might be able to survive a little bit longer now that he gets the brute force breastplate. So he's at least got that, but they start this Lord up. Benny will be the one to do that. Zyda got his buffs that he needs. Same with Demonkite. Are they going to come down to a retribution battle, or do they fight? Dominkite gets a little bit of extra range with a malefic gun, so they're in a position to contest.
If my opinion matters any, I think it has to be off of a fight. It's very rare that you'll see this kind of lineup go off of a free Lord. They can't just yeet that big objective from out of nowhere. Yue obliges with a failed airstrike. Down goes the Lord. Zyda secures. Demonkite falls. It's so hard to play as this Lancelot. Kern Call just ruins so much of what a Lancelot does.
Even with the brute force, man, he tried to get into that position where he could go for the retribution, but just couldn't do it. Didn't get the space he needed, and like you said, it's the utility here from TNC's lineup that's stopping him in his tracks, and also just the zoning that's being done by Chaknu and 3mar. Holy Shield's gonna go down here. Lord making his way down to this bottom side of Aurora. They're gonna have to defend. They're facing a big deficit. Feathered Airstrike will help clear out some of the minions. But still, TNC dancing around them on the outside. They'll take the turret to below half. And they're still gonna go for these other shields as well as the tier 2 up top falls.
They have Holy Shields, and here it's gonna pop. They could have had a full minute of a little bit more protection, but TNC is just way too good at keeping their foot on Rora's neck. Look at that back line. Chaknu finds Dominkai, forcing Light to use that Revitalize. Down goes the Mamba. 3mar taking a little too much damage. And down he goes. Dominkai finds another fadeaway. 2 for free. Light traded out for. They're coming in. Hazaida, he goes down. And Aurora kick TNC out of their base with a vengeance.
It was a fight that TNC decided to take it out.
A wipeout. The arena goes wild.
What just happened, Rora? They just responded to what Chaknu went in for. He was trying to go for the Phoenix Flash. Well, then it turned into the Phoenix Wipeout.
That blew up in their face. That's exactly what that was. Rora go on straight through mid, pop that inhibitor. They're inside the base. An inhibitor for an inhibitor.
In a matter of one team fight, they've nearly evened out the playing field. They still got to get 3 more turrets here to even out that in terms of TNC, but let's take a look at the replay. This fight, like I said, was started up by Chaknu. Goes for Dominkai, but Dominkai had enough space to work with. They take out Chaknu, and then it falls apart from there because they're fighting under that turret. They even get a couple of the battle spells out, but then it all falls apart even further as Rora then gives the call. Guys, we got this. We can run them over, catch Lancey, catch everybody out that we need to. They already expended everything on a base turret. I'm surprised TNC decided to even do that.
If you look at a dictionary of MLBB and you look for the definition of full send, you would see an image of that sequence.
Yep, that was literally a full send right there. So what does that do? It completely dissipated any lead that TNC had. They still have a map advantage, I'll give them that. In some form or another, they've got a couple extra turrets down. The Lord is up here, they're in a position, but now Rora has basically gotten themselves the confidence to bring it into a contest here for this one.
And the painful truth for Rora fans watching is not a single objective went over to Aurora. So what makes this Lord any different? They try to corner Benny Cutie, 3mar dancing around with Edward.
Oh,
they catch Dominkai, the AOG, he dances, he pops in the wind of nature. The Lord stolen away by Demon Kite. Chaknu folds, 1 for none. It's all for Aurora.
Everything that could go wrong for TNC happened in that exchange, and everything that went right happened for Aurora. Dominkai survived with the flicker and the wind of nature, plus light being there for him.
If you see the player cams, you see such a heavy sigh from the Mamba. It's the same issue as in game 3. Deep into the late game, he just seems to run out of gas. They got a Lord with them. Feathered Airstrike from Yue. Rora coming in for full 1,000 gold ahead. They might have forced the issue. Zaida sends him away. Look at 3mar from the back line. The Phoenix Flash coming through. Yue falls. Down goes Lancey. Dominkai doing his darkness.
Okay, still alive.
So much damage. Down goes Light.
He's still alive. He's going to disengage, but TNC wants more. They're going to chase down Edward.
Edward very low, dancing around so many members. Oh my God! Dominkai finds 3mar. This man is on fire. Someone stop him, and it's gonna be Zaida who does. Yes, it is the shutdown on that Brody.
The flying clouds work for TNC this time, bringing in Zaida to the fight to catch out Dominkai. He survived too long. They had to get rid of him.
So if Aurora's full send worked in that previous sequence, here they got punished hard for it.
They got punished. And this is, I would say so far, Leo, this is probably one of the more utilized flying cloud maps we've seen in Season 16. There's been on both sides now where the clouds have helped both teams on the defense, and that's exactly what the flying clouds really helps the teams do here when it is the map chosen. You can see this, right? Kite, he's had to rely on a lot of those defensive items even, that he's switched things out, because again, he used them in the previous fight. They still have a minute. They're gonna bring it back in. They have to reel it back into this point. It's still the same map, right? They maybe got one extra turret down. They got 5 down now, but still both teams have one base turret down. And honestly, for the next Lord, it could be either teams. Now, the big question here is Rora able to have all the luck on their side like they did in the last exchange?
Joseph, when you play in MPL Philippines, you do not rely on luck. Champions are not made by luck. Champions are made by skill, dedication, and hard work. And Aurora cannot luck into a win against TNC, not against the Phoenix Army, not with the way they're in. And Chaknu, despite everything that's happened in the late game of Game 3, and in some moments of Game 4, he has another chance to redeem himself. He can once again find an effective Phoenix Flash.
He's gonna have to go for it here. Lord's coming up in a couple seconds. Rora and TNC both handling these lanes to give themselves the upper hand for this fight. Again, we might see this delayed up until the 18-minute mark, unless something changes here. Chaknu himself is gonna pick up a little extra defense, goes with the Athena shield. He has the capability to pump out enough damage on this clean 2 against Kite, but it looks like it's gonna be blitzed.
Hold up, Zaida's a little too far. Lord is very low. That's a flicker spent on Yue. He has to recalibrate. Mount Shocker from Zaida. Demon Kite secures. Gets taken out by 3mar. I think Zaida just want to take out the Lord. Just take out the base. AOG from Light. He's going to get popped here. Survives. Yue with a defensive feathered airstrike.
He survives, but again, the Lord was secured. For Rora, was the plan, was the play from TNC to just put pressure there, potentially ending the game with Zaida?
Joseph, this is tactical genius. If Rora play this right, Demon Kite can eventually join the Lord push via flying clouds.
He can, and it's even TNC that's holding it here. Chaknu was trying to go for a Dome and Kite. They're gonna hold it. Half health on that Lord. They should be able to clear this out, but the feathered airstrike will push them off. Demon Kite's now up. Uh-oh, Edward?
Edward takes quite a few damage, too much! Edward gets taken down by Chaknu, and now US next! 2 free kills for TNC!
What just happened again? We were thinking Demon Kite would get there in time, but if Edward's caught out, it doesn't matter.
Joseph, folks at home, my theory is Aurora may have tunnel visioned into overextending to protect that Lord, to get it into the base, and to try and make something happen, but they forgot the fact that, hey, TNC's around. This is their half of the map. We can't get away with this. There's no way.
There's no way, and they're gonna find themselves once again. Off of that, TNC has basically brought it back. Now, when we look at this leading into our next objective, yes, we're a minute and a half away or so from it, but when we've seen those defensive items swapped in and out, they're all pretty much available again. So you got your Immortalities, you got your Winter Crowns, you got the little bit of extra damage here now too for Yue as he picks up a Divine Glaive. This one is crucial for that next Lord.
You know what's most impressive for me?
Tell me.
The fact that 19 minutes in, 3mar is just as scary as a Hilda and affects where Demon Kite goes, where Yue goes, where Doming Kite goes. All of those dudes are all afraid of 3mar 19 minutes in.
And I'm telling you, it's 3mar, and I mentioned it earlier, even Chaknu, they both have boss. They got the Blade of Hephaestus, both of them, because they're on Doming Kite duty. If they can find Doming Kite, or hell, even Yue, to get him to Wings by Wings early, I would say that's almost a mission accomplished for those two.
And there's so many ways to force Doming Kite to trigger that Wind of Nature. So, TNC, again, utility through damage. UTD.
UTD. That's either side.
It's the most effective kind of utility, just the threat of violence.
The threat of violence, man.
Please don't hurt me.
Oh, man. I think at this time,
either team, response.
Either team's gonna have to respond to that in either way.
See, look.
Yeah, Yue's gonna. He just again, managing the waves here. Lord's coming up now. Again, this is an evolved one post the 20-minute mark. TNC will just not waste any time. They're going to go for it. I think you're going to see 3 more swing over on the side. Whoa, a jump in from Light this early on.
What was that?
What was the call?
I mean, he's responding to the Mount Shocker, so it makes sense.
And it could also just be to go ahead and get them off the Lord. Again, they need a little bit more time to get in the position. You can see Zyda's probably going to try to do the same thing.
He's doing a little splitsies.
Yeah,
but now, the lesson for Aurora, right? No matter who dies, you follow through on the post-Lord rotation.
They're going to be forced into that position. Look at this, too. Chaknil on that side. Zyda will go ahead and take the orange buff. Aurora is in not the most favorable position here because of this. Even Dome and Kite has to be very careful on what could potentially come from that off angle.
Look at that. Dome and Kite decides to walk. Oh my God, the read on the map. Magic Sentry shows Zyda and Chaknil with ill intent.
They knew. No. Now leading, I don't know.
All right, Light intercepts the 2. Edward as well.
Revitalize.
Dancing around, forcing the Revitalize. Feather Dare Strike coming in from Yue. Brilliance away goes Lancy.
Leo, this is a chess match happening right now in game 4 of this one.
2 Grandmasters.
It's 2 Grandmasters, but not that kind of Grandmaster. The Grandmasters of chess for these 2 teams fighting it out for this Lord. I mean,
both appropriate and inappropriate for the situation.
Exactly. Neither team can even commit to this just because of how dicey it is.
Hey, Lord's at less than half. Zyda's a world away. I think the call for Aurora is to blitz this.
Oh, they are going to blitz it. Oh, there's the flicker in for 3 more.
The Light AOG comes in to blind the Phoenix Flash. Dominic already used that window. Make sure, no, he takes down Lancy. 1 down for each side. Down goes Edward. Ben Cutie forced to go home. 2-3 members of Aurora does the same. Zyda holds the Lord. What a trade.
And we're back to it again. These flying clouds will just help them zoom back towards the Lord, exactly where they want to be. Edward's got 40 on him, Lancy's got 35, but neither team can just blitz this Lord down.
Not a single flicker for TNC though. While Aurora have Edwards up when he respawns in about 25, and Yue can reposition that Feather Dare Strike. So I still can't tell you who has the real advantage. Oh, Mount Shocker from Zyda reveals where everyone is. Demon Kai wants to reposition. It's not favorable. 3 members of TNC rotating around the Lord, keeping it in place.
Yeah, Demon Kite's gonna go back to base, heal back up. Cloud his way back to this fight. Again, Zyda managing that wave up top to put a little pressure there. Exactly how it sounds with those clouds. But meanwhile, this
lands in the orange.
Yeah, this is all it does, man. It brings them back to the table. Again, Edwards up, Lancy again, and like you mentioned, the biggest factor here could be the flickers being down for TNC. That might be a contention for them to be like, all right, we got to delay this by 30 seconds.
That's right. That's why they're sending all their bruisers, their enforcers. They're like, just buy time, fellas.
Yeah.
Just pretend like you're gonna fight.
Just pretend right now.
Basically, what bouncers are.
Exactly. Look at this. Look at the positioning though itself too. Even kind of waiting here. His purple's up. Zyda's gonna go and blitz this Lord. It looks like pops the Mount Shocker. They're gonna have to fight it.
Better strike from Yue. Repositions. They bait out the Mamba. Yue gets taken down. AOG by Light to stop 3 more from moving forward. This is bad. Aurora, they lost Yue. That is a major resource. All the while, the Phoenix Army get all their flickers back.
They got everything they need and the Lord. Without Yue, Aurora cannot contest this. They lose a major point of damage for their profile.
And the Phoenix Army come alive. Once an ember, now a roaring fire. We might go to game 5.
Leo, I am seeing a game 5 here. This is a massive Lord to defend against. Aurora's gonna have to pull out some stops to make this one work. Taking one last look at the items they have here, we already saw them switch some of the defensiveness ones out. Yue as well. You know, he's got all the magic penetration he needs. And even for Edward, he's tanky enough too. They might just go for a delay tactic if they can, split up the waves, try to maintain what they can on the base. But this is going to be kind of tricky for Dome and Kite. He's going to have to rely once again on his mechanics to survive a pressure from TNC. Chaknu's flicker is ready. 3 Mars is ready. Expect them to force a fight on Aurora, knocking on the base turret doors. Lord is now in the base. They're gonna have to defend against this one.
Demon Kite pushing Benny Cutie out. Down goes one, popping that immortality. Lord still wailing away. Look at all the damage being dealt by Aurora onto them. And TNC, go for it! TNC, take us all the way! The score is 2-2. The fire still burns.
You can see the fire in the players here after, again, taking the first seed. The distance, game 5. Who would have thought TNC could do it? Well, we did, and maybe you did too. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down game 4.
We gotta fix our table.
Yeah, before we break it down, can we please, like, settle down?
Everything's so chaotic.
Oh my gosh! We're losing our voices in here.
I could hear it. You are clearly losing yours.
I'm clearly losing my voice. Bring it up. It's quite close to that. And that is how close it has been. Dude, where have you seen a 4-minute Lord dance?
Yeah, you're quite close to losing your voice, but this game was not quite close. It was very close. I understand a lot of us need some time to breathe, but while we do, okay, why don't we call out our game MVP? Thank you so much, Chaknu, for giving us a bit of a breather right there. You on the Khalid have made things very, very awkward for Aurora in that game, and the most crucial moment towards the end of the game against Yue.
Dude, he's in the most uncanny positions possible for a roamer. Usually, when you have a Khalid, I think this is what we see more from the teams that have been playing the Khalid in addition with the Hilda. TNC Pro Team has been the team that is doing that kind of composition because right from the start, right, 3mar picking up the Hilda, you already know that that Chaknu is going to be picking up a Khalid. So 3mar is acting like the main roamer for the side of TNC. Meanwhile, Chaknu is tending to be the playmaker. So that kind of gives them a little bit more breathing room. I'm talking about Benny, Cutie, Zaida, and even Lancy at this point because he was able to dish out 7 assists in 11 minutes. That's how well he stepped up, or that's how well Chaknu and 3mar gave him space to make that possible.
Yeah, and I am still very much in disbelief that one of the teams who we considered to be untouchable for this season are struggling in the series. And it's probably mainly because of a few things, right? We already put it out there that Flying Clouds Flying Clouds have a very bad, what do you call this? Have a very bad
Aurora doesn't like playing.
Yeah,
with,
chemistry or whatever when it comes to Aurora and them playing their games. That first win they got off Flying Clouds wasn't an easy game either. And now that they had to go through Flying Clouds again, it was a clear struggle for them. Now, aside from the entire Flying Clouds conversation that we put out there, it's also the fact that TNC, as a team, and their draft is a bit too complex for us who are so used to seeing the normal fundamental drafting patterns. 3mar said I love you there, but I think Aurora have been caught off guard.
Yeah. Again, from what we started in terms of the draft, it's only a matter of order against power. Eto Max thriving in those counter picks. Coach Master the Basics thriving in a sense of certainty. And this Brody, as much as it helps a lot during the early to the middle portions of the game, you don't see them use this often.
You don't.
And, you know, from all of the other heroes that we've seen Aurora use, it's the Brody that has been an outlier. Like, don't get me wrong, it was incredible during the early to the middle portions of the game, but TNC, knowing this, they were very much willing to take it into the later stages, and that is where they thrive. They were able to take at least one inhibitor, enough to bring the others down. And yeah, as our boss Pao is just right over there taking notice of us.
Yeah,
she knows the pressure. She knows that everything is going.
She can't believe it's a game 5.
Same here. Same here. You gotta understand it, all right? So, yeah, boss. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you so much for passing by. no, but in all seriousness, I agree with what you mentioned about the boss.
Oh, what?
No, I was just saying, the Brody. Yeah, I agree with what you said about Brody. It's an outlier. We don't see it often, but there clearly was an idea behind it.
Yeah, for sure.
I think this is also where Wolf's entire neutral, safe, and balanced picks idea comes to play.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not a winning quote-unquote matchup, if you would say, or if you would call it to be one, but it's a safe pick. It doesn't win, it doesn't lose.
It's a reliable.
It just keeps things stable, at least for the gold lane. And Dom and Kite, we're so used to seeing him always winning his lane, always getting the upper hand, but in situations where he doesn't have the tools to do that, then at least give him something that won't put him in a dangerous position. And the Brody probably was one of the options if they were considering that. And it did actually fare well.
I think it did really well during like the first 10 minutes of this game. We saw a lot of torn apart memories kind of outplaying what was supposed to be an outplay for TNC Pro Team, and yet this guy right here, man, Zyda, if we're talking about being reliable, this guy has been the reliable option of offense here for TNC Pro Team. Edward having like so much damage. It's how it is. The manifestations continue to bring up the best in this jungler from what we saw, and that is the reason why he was picked in a sudden fishbowl that we had from a while ago. It's just Easton Shin, Lancelot, you name it, dude. Zyda can make it happen, and this is the guy who has been stable for them so far. Wait, I'll look for the other one.
My bangs are...
Yeah, just buy some time. Talk while I look for the other one.
Okay, so if you guys would recall earlier, he did pick a name from the fishbowl and said whoever he picks is going to the upper bracket finals. And he picked Zyda.
But Domikite's here as well.
Okay.
Dude, like... Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for that. I think we need a breather because
so we have Zyda.
It's either Zyda or Domikite, but these two are putting up a show, especially in game number 4. I wonder what Wolf is going to say about this match. It's been too long, Wolf. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Renmar. Let's catch our breath, everyone. And look at this beautiful play. Pag tinignan natin tong very quiet play, masasabi natin for TNC. Kasi parang after this clash, isa lang naman ang mamamatay. Pero crucial yun kasi yun ang magbibigay ng endgame scenario para sa TNC. For the longest time, madaming ina-attempt na Lord fight ng TNC. If we're gonna look at this clip, yung positioning na makikita natin mula sa TNC ay parang magtataka ka kung bakit ganito. Kasi for this specific scenario, humarap na si Chakno. Laging naghahanap si Chakno for the longest time. Maraming beses sa mga Lord dances, naghahanap siya ng opening dun sa may backlines. Pero in this scenario, tinry niyang humarap. At nagkaroon tayo na ngayon ng mga targets. Etong si Chakno will look for eventually yung spot dito kay Yue. At alam din nila eventually na itong Lancelot ay lalabas dun sa ating mapa. So Trimar, nandito siya sa bush to eventually cut off the lines at maging pangharap lang doon sa kanyang, doon sa Lancelot ng kalaban. Now, para naman dito kay Lancy, nandito lang siya para tulungan itong si Demon Kite, si Zyda kung sakali. And of course, Benny Cutie looking for an angle dun sa backlines to eventually output the damage and then help itong si Benny Cutie. So we are going to see now as it plays out. Ganun yung mangyayari. Chakno will eventually look for Yue and be the target habang si Lancy naman tutulungan itong si Zyda nung ginaw siya ni Light. At si Trimar naman haharapan lang itong ating Lancelot na hindi na rin nakapasok dun sa zone. And then eventually as Yue goes down, that's the end of the clash para sa side ng Aurora. And eventually, TNC will just get the free Lord. All it took was one death at yun yung sa Farsa. Ay nagkaroon tayo dito ng magandang tasks na na-distribute sa mga members ng TNC. The way that they found out that their win condition, yung endgame scenario sa kanila ay para lang magkaroon ng sari-sariling trabaho. Zaida, dun ka lang sa Lord. Lancy, tulungan mo lang si Zaida. Trimar, dun ka lang sa muka nung Lancelot nung kalaban. At Benny Cutie, itali mo si Trimar at si Yue. As long as Chakno provides the vision and of course the stun, that will be good for them. And TNC, pinadoubt natin. Kahit sa Keys to Victory ko, hindi ko gusto yung endgame scenarios para sa TNC. But they proved me wrong. At dahil dyan, pupunta tayo sa game number 5. Maraming salamat TNC and Aurora. Back to the panel.
And thank you again as well, Wolf. I'm stuttering. I'm trying to catch myself in certain situations because damn, from what we saw, a lot of people said that this was supposed to be 3 games. Some people were saying this was going to be 3-1, and then that was them being generous. But TNC, they didn't give a care in the world with all of the predictions. All that mattered to them was that this was a series that they felt like they really have a good chance to win. And now, cutting it close once more against Aurora, the Northern Lights are being pushed back.
Yeah, it's a game 5 again. This feels more like it, you know? Like, I'm more used to this. And
I didn't even bring it up. Ladies and gentlemen, I tried to evade the question, but she kept bringing it up.
No, because we're already here anyways. It's already a game 5 anyways. It's not like it's gonna change anything.
Thank you,
but
thank you. Maiden of extensions.
Yeah, I think we're all watching out for what can happen in the next game, but we have a few more minutes before we head into that. Right now, we are gonna take a quick look at the head-to-head between Chaknu and Light for that game, where the guy who has so much MVPs feels a bit outnumbered here.
Yeah, there were some moments where Light was really providing assistance, but we haven't seen him made a lot of those initiations, specifically because of the Gacha, you know? There seems to be like a smoke disturbing him from within. Like, how would I approach this? How would my idea be? But his judgment is clouded to a certain extent. But for Chakno, it seems like there were more decisive plays coming out from him in terms of the Khalid. He knows the positions that he has to take for them to at least get a little bit more real estate heading into the matchups, which are the Lord and the Turtle Dicks. And even though I have to say that Aurora has done a great job in taking care of a lot of their objectives during the majority of this game, it really mattered in the team fights. It mattered in the smallest of errors. And then at that moment, it was Chakno catching Yue, you know, off guard. And there was no other way for them to get the Lord. From there, it was just an all-out brawl for TNC, and it was their game to lose, thus winning and taking us to a game number 5.
Yeah, I feel like we might see... I wonder if Aurora's still willing to let go of the CC again, if ever they are not going to be in the blue side. But we'll get to know that later. For now, we have to dive deep into Flying Cloud stats, because it's clearly not the best map for Aurora. But what are the picks that perform best in this map? So that's why I think the CC also performed really well. It's partially because of the Flying Clouds, but even more so, not like the winning picks TNC had in that game aren't even on the board.
Yeah, you're talking about the Cat and Gacha that went to Light, the 1-1 ban, the Baksha ban, the Kimi that I believe was also taken out, if I remember correctly. So it was only the CC that really made its appearance in game number 4, and in a very risky situation.
And the Eastern Shin.
Yeah, the Eastern Shin, yeah. But this was, to a certain extent, a Flying Cloud game that felt like TNC was comfortable fighting back.
Yeah.
You know, there were moments wherein Aurora was kicking things off, they were getting a kill, but instead of TNC not responding, they were reacting to it in a very aggressive manner, and that is, I think, what they needed for them to make something happen. But now, we're going to change things up, Bree. It's Aurora getting the first pick once again. They have a 76% win rate on that. They're going to bank on that piece of information for them to make their way into the upper bracket still.
Yeah, they'll be in the blue side for the last game of the series.
Yeah, for sure. This is the last game now.
This is for sure the last game. But what makes it so important is the fact that whoever loses this game, aside from going down to the lower bracket, beats Onyx.
And whoever wins this game is going to be beating Liquid. So, obviously,
yeah,
you want to go meet Liquid. You want to have a second chance. Even though that's Liquid, who just swept Onyx Philippines. Either one of these two teams are going to put up one hell of a show.
Yeah.
I'm already telling you about this right now. But we get a little darker because the last game ahead of us in this series is finally coming to a close.
Woo!
TNC, the 5th seed, there has never been a 5th seed in the playoffs that has won against the first seed. And the Phoenix Army so close to achieving that. But for the Northern Lights, they're also looking to break history. They want a 14-match winning streak that was never been done before by any other team here in the Philippines.
Yeah, and how devastating would it be if it gets broken in your first match in the playoffs as an upper bracket, as the top one?
I can't even imagine. I can even fathom.
Yeah, because you're up against either the 4th or the 5th seeded team. So you knew you had a huge advantage for the playoffs. You secured top one, so you had that advantage. But now TNC's putting up such a great fight that I don't know if you would even consider it to be an advantage at this point.
Yeah, but for Aurora, you have the mindset of winning so many matches during the regular season. They have what it takes. They understand the concept of just knowing how to strike and when to hit their opponent because they've been doing that. They've been leading so much. They've been making sure that it's a bloodbath and it is theirs for the taking. They need to channel a little bit more than that, and I hope Coach Master the Basics and Coach Dexter are not flustered at all with what has happened in game number 4 because it seemed to be a close fight. There were some moments of glory from them, but the execution part there was just an edge, a very slight one into TNC's ways and approach towards this game that have brought us to this point. And you're looking at it right now. What time is it again? It's
almost...
It's 9:15 in the evening. And we are
It's not
still...
9.
Huh? Oh, it's 10? What am I looking at? It's 10:15 already? That's crazy.
No, maybe it just feels like we're...
I need to change the timer for my watch.
Yeah, you should. Or maybe it just feels like things went by so quickly that you couldn't feel it's already that late in the evening. Because, no, who am I kidding? It doesn't even feel like we've been through 4 games already.
Yeah. I felt like we've been through...
Maybe 2.
10.
What?
I don't know. I haven't been here in a while, dude.
Okay, that's true. No, that's actually true. So I understand. It's only been like 2 days.
Like 2 days. It's been like 3 series.
You've always
4,
been...
count this one. But man.
Shout outs to all the fans of the Phoenix Army. I mean, look at them. They've stayed here for how many hours already? And they've been so energetic. I can tell you that. They've been so energetic the entire evening.
Dude, they've been going in and out. That's for sure. They've been raising their hands, lifting a lot of their cheers towards their favorite team. You know, TNC has been an organization wherein they have a certain scent to people that really makes them so approachable, really makes them so unlovable. And the same could be said for Aurora. You know, players from both of these teams have been loved by so many people. But yes, snack time, siesta time has been the excuse. But he's at the MPL Arena and he's going to be coming home late.
Shout
to
outs.
the mother of his son, of that son.
To the mother of your son.
To the mother of your son, I am sorry.
But he's enjoying. He's enjoying.
Yeah, he's enjoying. I hope his mom is is, how do I say this?
Yeah.
He's not gonna scold him. Yeah, there you go.
But again, as you can see, Zaida who's still leading the rankings, highest and up there in terms of total kills. Okay, I think this is the legit countdown.
That was like a...
It's a warm-up.
That was like a warm-up.
Because this is such an important game.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, is it gonna be Flying Clouds? Wait.
Is it gonna be Flying Clouds?
Is it gonna be Flying Clouds? That's gonna be the question. That's
the question.
number
Where are we
one.
going?
Oh!
Breaking walls.
Okay, let me double check.
Broken walls, not breaking walls. Sorry about that.
Aurora
Yeah, look at that.
has a 100% win rate. TNC, yeah.
Has a 50-50
It's
situation.
a 50% win rate for them.
Ooh, broken walls. Lots of entry points and exits for both of the teams. That is, you know, one of the opportunities that Aurora can possibly take into taking this game, knowing that they have order, but considering the branches that TNC has so far in this game, the complexities of what they do, maybe that's what they can use, because they've utilized multiple entry points in scenarios where broken walls isn't even a thing yet.
Yeah, I can't believe the priority's also been shifting. It's now the Yuzhong Prio ban for Aurora.
Yeah,
Not even the Zaida heroes, are being prioritized at this point. But the Baksha, Harith still are gonna be the priority for TNC. They, for the past few games at least, have been also banning out either the Granger on the 1 or the 1-1 in the third slot. So we'll be looking at whether or not that will be the trend for them, because this is gonna then open up the Grok again. Oh, but Aurora banned the 1-1 themselves, so what does TNC ban instead?
Lancelot out, which gives, I believe, Aurora once more the option to go for the CC or to go for the Isun Shin, because that was a combination that TNC did a while ago, and I think that was quite unusual per se. But yeah, they've been doing it for quite some time now.
It's probably gonna be the CC, right? Whenever Benny Cutie gets his hands on it, or maybe not even Benny Cutie because it's still a flex pick. Things turn out really good for TNC, but they seem to be thinking hard about this, because if they don't get the Yisun Shin either, then that's gonna be such a comfort for TNC. So
But look at this. Right, the CC, they still want to give out some more options for Aurora to work with. My only worry is that once TNC gets the YSS, the Fanny would be available. I don't know if that is still a possibility. It's just that YSS has been the prime of junglers so far.
And also there's still a Grok either way. There's still a Ruby either way.
So many ways
for
to stop
TNC. And if they do get those 3 picks in the first phase, then at least they can ban out the likes of the X-Borg later on in the second banning phase. But they prioritize the Gatot Kacha over anything else. Still, again, the most stable roamer, arguably, in the current meta, and a great deny pick for Light. So
I think it's a mix of comfort and composition here with the Gatot Kacha pick. You understand? We kind of mentioned the Grok a while ago, but basing it on the last 2 games that they were playing, Shacknell has had some, missteps and mishits. Thus, picking up the Gatot Kacha, it's a safer option. But here is where it changes. Light adding the Hylos to this series, and same goes for the Hayabusa. They've been using that all throughout the season. So Demon Kite is going to be prioritizing a different kind of approach, trying to go for maybe the back lines, just a bit more agile towards the steps and making it happen.
Yeah, now I'm thinking, could TNC pick up another X-Borg Red 3? They did that earlier on, not necessarily winning, but with a high loss CC. It looks like a decent pick already, but they might not go for that route if it's a bit too risky. So they secure another comfort pick again for Lancy. And these are 3 really great comfort picks for TNC already.
I think that's 3 in a row that Lancy has picked up this Lunox all over the last 3 games.
Yes.
And in addition, it's been in this spot. It's been in that first round of the draft drafting phase. So for TNC, they kind of understand that for Lancy to completely operate, they need to give him some sort of prioritization and make Yue, or at least punish Yue in a manner that it doesn't really translate into the bans, but instead it makes it harder for him to move around.
Yeah. So now Aurora can take out some Benny Cutie Fighter Gold Lane heroes, of course, since I feel like that's where we're headed, considering the Yisun Shin Lunox already secured by TNC in the first phase. So the likes of the Cho are still there. The export even is also still there. So they
until it wasn't.
Until it until it wasn't. You're right. And they all, or TNC also, as you mentioned, might want to take away a Yue hero. The Farsa might be a great option for the bans here. It can be answered by the Katot, but still it can deal so much poke for the main damage dealers of TNC, namely the Yisun Shin and the Lunox at this point. So I'm wondering if they want to take that out or the Kimi instead. Sustained it. And DPS, of course, still might be a problem if they want to go fighter. So that'll be the option instead.
I think that's how they wanted to go here. There's always the Kimi ban whenever the Lunox for Lancy is available. We haven't seen a lot of Kimi in like the last 3 games. The same could be said for the Granger. Somewhat they are pushing them back into a wall where they are forced to play CC Gold Lane, which, you know, isn't really a bad fighter Gold Lane. It's one of the best that we have here in the system. But if you are Aurora, you're looking at a pretty honest draft coming in from TNC Pro Team. So now, if you're taking out the X-Borg, you better take out the Cho as well. Brigido was right. You just make sure to cancel out those fighter gold laners because it's been the bane in Aurora's draft.
But you mentioned it just now too.
I wonder why it went quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah. There is still the Bane, the Ruby.
Correct.
There are still some fighter options out there if they wanted to, but the Alice also. Yeah, I think it's been banned in the second phase once in game number 1, just in game number 1, and then they totally ignored.
I think it's because there was heavy priority on Team RTZ and Chakno during the first phase, to a point where Edward, on the other hand, was also forced to pick up the Esmeralda as well. So, yeah, there's some tendencies for that.
Okay, so it is a CC Gold. Or not.
I'm telling you, bro, like our brains are just being chopped into little tidbits right now, but there you go. Could be a potential closer. Now, if DNC is willing to take it into the late game, then Yue would be more than happy to dish out the damage. This is what Aurora had up their sleeve.
Benny Cutie. What can he be willing to play into this? We did suggest, or we did open up that the fighter gold lane options out there are still potentially the likes of the Ruby or the Bane, but they go marksman this time. And they're the ones who pick up the Brody. So it's not going to be an all-out fighter lineup for TNC. If it's about dragging it all the way to the late game, then they also have to be just as fully equipped.
But mind you, they have Brody for the early game and then Alice once it reaches the late game. I know it's not the damage Alice that we are used to, but it's going to be enough to at least buy some time for Benny Cutie to dish out some damage.
Yeah, and it's also probably just similar to what we mentioned earlier, being the neutral or going for the neutral balanced safe options. That'll just keep you in the game up until the moment that you can finally fight back.
We have a lot of questions that will be answered in this game. A 14-match win streak for Aurora. The best finish for TNC since Season 9. Who will make history? Nice one, Leo. Go get him.
You can hear the crowd here in the Mpl Filipino Arena. It's 10:30 in the evening, and I'll tell you what, it's still jam-packed here. Who would have thought? Game 5 for this one, TNC, the 5th seed. It's still TNC in 5, man. Can they end it here, Leo?
Who are we to doubt? The Phoenix Army. For years, they've been on the receiving end of heartbreak. And here, they might break the hearts of the thousands of Aurora fans in attendance in the Cuneta Astrodome.
Man, I'll tell you what, the way this draft went, there's shades of that new meta, there's shades of tricks up the sleeve, one of those being that Sicilian for UA. We talked about this a couple games ago, maybe a few games ago in the series even, that UA, one of the few players to bring out the Sicilian, had phenomenal stats on it last season, brought it out maybe once or twice, I think it was, in season 16, and now we'll bring it out for game 5 to potentially get them one step closer to M7 for them, staying in that upper bracket, or will be TNC with a massive upset already here, day 2 of the playoffs, if they can finish it off. Now, one thing that's been amazing for them is Zyda. Zyda has been locked in the jungle. I'll say this too, even Lancey and Chaknu, they've been working really well together on a lot of these setups in the early game. Chaknu alone, talk about a series for him. Yeah, he made missed a couple ultimates on the Grok when he had him, but he dealt with him. Lancey, okay.
Early flicker spent on Lancey, and you don't need much connection to do that. You just need sheer mechanics, and Lancey's been on point.
He has. Honestly, you got to give it up for the entire TNC, man. They have been on point as a team. Even 3mar doing work on different heroes throughout the series. Now he's getting his hands on the Alice. His first turtle's up, though. It is going to be started up by Demon Kite. It's going to be zoned out a little bit by Chaknu, so they're going to go ahead and capitalize on this while they're split up from the sides.
Backline in control for TNC. They draw first blood on Light, but Demon Kite secures the turtle. Aurora has had it with TNC zoning them out from these big objectives from the early all the way to the late. Aurora said that's enough.
That's enough, man, and they'll do it themselves as well. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Light picked up the Hylos here. You know, part of his job is going to go ahead and to be that, zone out what he can. I'm just a little worried if they don't control what we saw in the hands of Domain Kite, that Brody, this time around in the hands of Benny Cutie. I think Light might have some trouble. So what you have to rely on here is him and Edward in conjunction with even Domain Kite on the CC to help alleviate some of that pressure on Light's shoulders.
I'm not as worried about that because, look at mid, you already mentioned a hot topic in this matchup. Aurora, they drafted a Sicilian into the hands of Yue. That's his Excalibur, man.
That might be enough.
Like, that's the mythical pick.
It might be enough to help Light out. I think even so, our panel mentioned the same thoughts here, Leo. It was like, if they get to the late game, that's what Sicilian is, man. Like, he is that guy to get those stacks.
And here's where I'd like to disagree, but just the same, ride that thought. It doesn't have to make it to the late game. Yue has played this hero and made it feel like it's the 18-minute mark with just about 2 items.
That's true. Even alone with the claws alone are enough to kind of disrupt some of the composition ideas here for TNC with this one.
Imagine a well-placed Gleam with a well-timed Ruin. And then you just get, what? With a Claw.
I'm getting clawed. That's not what you want to have happen here. So for TNC, you'll have to see this lineup kind of come to fruition later on. And Aurora as well. Ben Cutie just problem that torn apart memory. He does damage check Domain Kite, but the rest of the team will center around the second turtle of the game. So not too much action leading into this. It's all about the objectives right now for both of these sides. Chaknu holding it with 3mar. They'll wait for Zyna to go ahead and make his way after getting the orange buff. Demon Kite's here, so he's actually going to take control of this. And now we'll see. I thought that Domain Kite might even rotate down, but he doesn't want to leave Benny up there, so it looks like it's just going to be a turtle in the hands of Demon Kite. 2 for 2 now.
Contrary to how TNT has been playing for a majority of the series, suddenly they're the ones who are behind a step or two. Aurora score another turtle for free this time. Conceal coming in from Chaknu. Zyda rides that wave. Hits that Mount Shocker already, throws just a charge shot, both still intact.
Yep.
Aurora's doing well to, you know, back off when TNC wants to fight. I think I think they read him out.
In a way, Leo, oh, whoa, whoa. 3-Mar jumps in.
Chi plus the Throne of Ruin. No one home. They answer back with a glorious pathway. And of course, a Pat's Feast. And again, if it leads to nothing, I think that's an advantage for Aurora. They can just bide their time, lead up to when Sicilion is inevitable.
When he has the stacks at that point, but this is the interesting thing too. Both sides now, we've seen it. It's this kind of engage, then disengage on both fronts for the lineups here. But all this led to Aurora putting pressure now up the top side. Benny Cutie might lose this turret here, so that tier 1 does go up top. Does Chaknu follow through with the Unbreakable? They're gonna go for something.
Mount Shocker out of a lot of them, and Edward goes down. He used his flicker to try and push them all back. Down goes Light to Yue. Pops that Pat's Feast to no avail. TNC read into Aurora's tendencies. Great for the Phoenix Army.
Great answer. Again, it was starting to build up in the gold lead for Aurora. TNC just took that and took the tier 1 turret as well. Might even take this purple buff. Again, there's a push down bottom, at least trying to make something happen, but TNC, they don't get the purple buff, so that'll still be there for Demon Kite. But what TNC is doing is they're playing smart, man. They're playing to the strengths that they have here. Ooh, even for Zyda, again, it looks like, yeah, so he'll get his purple, and they're setting things up.
Did you see that, Joseph?
What's that?
Light is rocking Encourage.
Yeah, he's done that a couple games now.
Instead of Conceal.
Yeah.
That's a choice he's made.
I've noticed it throughout the series. Light has actually opted for the Encourage. They're going to go ahead and take this third turtle in their hands. Aurora starts it up, but TNC, they don't want to give this one at this time. Mount Shocker is going to be used. Zyna will get control. Does Light choose to fight this with a team? There's the charge in.
Flicker, Throne of Ruin. Zyna secures the turtle. Glorious pathway by Light. And they're trying to do it. Edward falls first. Traded out for Zyda. Edward goes down as well. 2 for 1. And that'll be one more. 3 for 1. Benny Cutie. TNC 6 kills up.
What? I mean, Aurora, it looked like they would have had a much better fight. I guess they weren't encouraged enough for that one because there were so many low health bars for TNC, but still, they just didn't have enough firepower in Aurora's hands. Again, this is one of those lineups that needs to build. It has to have time to cook. And even with that setup that came through, they just didn't have it. So, again, you take a look at the items. Demon Kite still has the Sky Piercer, 100 Strike Sky Piercer, but you know he's still scrapping for stacks. He doesn't have any yet. Demon Kite will get a brute force. So this is the hard part when they go into these fights. It's surviving them long enough, but then also having that throughput in terms of damage to get these kills in their favor.
It's clear that Aurora are waiting for a power spike. Stacks on Demon Kite. You gotta get his third item. And that means the rest of them just have to hunker down and take it. They just have to clench and bite down. And that's what's happening. That's why this lead
buckle up
is gonna maybe balloon up to 3,000.
Yeah.
Maybe past this Lord. And then that's when Aurora can plan for the comeback.
Yeah,
it's a long con for Aurora.
But I mean, look at the damage meter here too. Lancey sitting at top. Yue's not too far behind. Mind you, he is just continuing to farm stacks up. But, you know, Lancey, he's been picking this Lunox time and time again, man, and he's able to go ahead and pump out enough bursts. I mean, even with a glowing wand priority here, that helps him enough to deal with that sustainability that not only comes from Light and the Revitalize, but even Yue. Oh, Chaknu, he'll go ahead and Unbreakable. This Lord is up.
Yep.
It's still Aurora that wants to take this positioning, though, Leo.
Again, when it comes down to honest moving forward, like just marching through, Aurora still has a good chance. They have a Lapu-Lapu, they have a high loss, and then if they can place Yue properly, then Bat's Feast plus all of his nukes could really ruin TNC. But TNC, they still have that Phoenix Flash down their pocket. You know, a quick jump from Chaknu, a quick jump from 3-Mar at this point in the game is lethal. So that's the only thing that they're stopping. They're stopping TNC from getting those by being in a better position early on.
And it's funny how that Phoenix Flash has developed now in Game 5. A lot of that could come from Chaknu, but I think it's more so 3-Mar on the Alice, like we've seen many times, especially when the Flicker is available. TNC's not in a rush at all to take presence around this Lord. They'll just farm up what they can. Zyda, he's up on the top side.
Look at this Demon Kite. With all that's happening on the map, I think this is a great way to make the most out of a quiet moment like this. Passive push, he gets it done.
Yeah. He's been doing that work. Again, playing on the macro level here for Aurora. This is one of the things that made them so strong throughout the regular season. And again, TNC just being one of those teams. This is what we mentioned yesterday too when we were casting it. It's like, you know, that little break that TNC had. I know they took a little bit of a trip in between the regular season and then the playoffs. Seems to have paid huge dividends for them in terms of just their play here. Playing so cleanly for the most part throughout this series. Being able to lock in things synergistically between each other and these picks that they have. Now can they bring that here in this first Lord fight that seems to be Aurora starting it up, not blitzing it. They'll be pushed off, it'll reset, so still respecting what TNC has.
This is dangerous for Aurora. Despite them having good damage output and, again, seemingly unbreakable resolve, Yue has a minute on his flicker. If he dies now, say goodbye to late game scaling. You're gonna have to delay that for another 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So they have to be very careful. That's why he's so far off.
He's got to play that backside just as safe as he can. Chaknu's going to charge on in after the claws didn't connect, but he doesn't get the unbreakable off either. Still holding on to Revitalize, same for Light. It'll be both junglers just go ahead and setting things up. That purple's almost up for Demon Kite. Same for Zyda, so they'll go ahead and get what they need buff-wise. Zyda having a little bit of lead, knows that Demon Kite's grabbing his, will start up this Lord. This is a moment for TNC to get the space they need now at this point. Keep an eye on Chaknu. What's he going to do? Light will spot them out. Even for 3 more. Again, he's done this time and time again with Yalis.
Oh.
He could be the surprise factor, but Chaknu's still at half health. He'll reset.
These checks aren't for free. Chaknu feigning the recall here, holding this fence brush. It's not for free. Aurora knows that they can keep pressing these buttons and keep threatening a blitz from out of nowhere while this dance continues.
What is this kit? I mean, who is this delay working better
Aurora.
for?
I'll tell you now, Aurora.
Because Yue?
Yeah, because
just
Yue.
Stacks on stacks?
Because Demon Kite, because he moves a little faster on the map compared to Zyda. And that's why TNC, the only thing that they're holding on to is a Mount Shocker. Look at this, the blitz coming through, a flicker, a gleam. No one home for that throne. The Lord goes over to Aurora, down goes 3mar.
Oh no, Benny's in trouble.
Kite wreaking havoc into the back line. Pops that vengeance. Ben Cutie with that Storm of Memory. Domin Kite still alive. Zyda thinking twice, maybe he can, maybe he shouldn't. Down he goes. Edward gets the kill in the back line. Chaknu, they have overextended. The Mamba finds no one. As Zyda falls, so does Benny. Lancy served up a kill to Light with the help of Yue. And it's all gone awry. Chaknu, the only one left. Domin Kite going hunting. Oh, he finds Chaknu. The Mamba's gonna have to fold. A wipeout for the Northern Lights.
It was a disciplined fight. It took some time, but man, Aurora showcased what's made them so strong in Season 16. This could be the end here. They're pushing in with the Lord.
They're all here. All 5 members. This could blow up in their face as they go for the base. 3mar gets taken out. Demon Kite finds him. And Edward gets his immortality pop.
But he's still alive.
Light goes down. And that's a trade for 3mar. The base still alive at a third of its health. The wave gets cleared out. Aurora cannot finish it. The Phoenix Army is still in it.
They're still in the game, Leo. They almost saw it end in front of their eyes. Aurora tried off the first Lord, but hey, TNC, you got to give it up to them. They kept it together, and they're still in the game. The 14-minute mark in, Aurora got themselves a lead. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay of that take, but man, that Lord dance extended, that is the new type of dance we're seeing here. But the problem was, when they went into it, TNC fought. By the way, I don't know if we'll see it, but Edward was able to save the right target with pressure from TNC, and then it turned into a mini fight between each other on different parts of the map. So again, Aurora showcasing just how strong they are in the team fight if they're able to go ahead and get it in their favor. Now TNC finds themselves in this position. They've got to take care of Benny Cutie, man.
Not over just yet. A Mount Shocker by Zyda. He's sweating to secure even his own purple. Oh my god! That Sanguine Claw displaced it, allowing Demon Kite to yeet it out of range.
That's Yue, man.
That is Grand Theft Purple to the most disrespectful degree.
That's like an alley-oop. with the class.
It's like
UA's alley open.
It's like a two-man Kong job. It's like, hey, look over here. Ha.
And you saw it, man. The last fight, I don't know how many stacks. I'm not sure if we can get a stack check on UA. I'd love to see how many stacks he has on the Sicilian.
A metric ton.
He's gotta, because he's had free reign to go ahead and get everything he needs. And we saw it earlier when that fight did break out. It was like that one bad impact was able to pump out enough damage too. And I believe even with his build, you know, he's got the Divine Glaive already. He's got the Lantern glowing wand to help with some of the healing, and then a little bit of defense with that Winter Crown. So flicker or not, he was able to go ahead and find that space. Now they're going to go for this Lord. They're going to take it.
Benny's a world away. He's going to have to march his way here. And Demon Kite's going to secure the AOG. Zaida throws out that, oh my God! UF pops him! Down go 3 more. Shadow kill. Track New Foes, double kill for Demon Kite. And now Lancey's going to be up next, flickering on out. Rorar circling like sharks. And it's just Benny Cutie left. The inevitable is but seconds away.
That's a triple for Demon Kite, and now they'll go. What can they do?
What is a Phoenix Splash to the light that shines brightest? #1 in the league moves on through to the upper bracket finals. Aurora take the series.
A sigh of relief from the boys of Aurora. Because man, oh man, did TNC take them for a ride. 5 games in this series. Hats off to TNC again.